Chapter 2104. Yuan Xian's aura suddenly skyrocketed, turning into a terrifying howl that swept across the sky. Emperor's aura. Martial Emperor realm. Yuan Xian's cultivation had broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. The spectators around the fighting platform were shocked. They had heard that Yuan Xian had gone into seclusion to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. They had not expected him to succeed and become an emperor. Once he had confirmed his Tao and become an emperor, he would be on a completely different level. Every aspect of him would undergo a metamorphosis and be greatly improved. The Sacred Heart began to evolve into a small world with an endless lifespan. As long as he could survive the tribulation of heaven and earth, he would have the same lifespan as heaven and earth. This was an extreme metamorphosis. A boundary emperor was still a martial sage or a martial sage. After confirming one's Tao and becoming an emperor, one would be a martial emperor. Yuan Xian has confirmed his Tao and become an emperor. This is too shocking. His combat strength was already invincible. Now that he has confirmed his Tao and become an emperor, who can be his match? He is going to sweep through everyone. He might not be. I heard that Destiny's Child has already become an emperor. There might be other geniuses who have also become emperors. Some people discussed, but they were still shocked. Becoming an emperor at such a young age was unimaginable in the past. Vast emperor's aura spread out from Yuan Xian's body, shocking everyone. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Looks like I have to expose my identity. Lu Ming thought. Yuan Xian had already become an emperor and his combat strength would skyrocket. He had to do his best to fight him. In this way, he would expose his identity. He did not want to expose himself now. After all, many people wanted to kill him. If he exposed himself now, he might implicate Lu Xiang and the others. Although the Battle of 10 Earths had already begun and they would naturally be protected by various experts, it was better to be safe than sorry. Lu Ming did not have the ability to protect himself against high-level illusionary emperors, let alone true emperors and great emperors. If the Heavenly Emperor's physical body had sufficient energy, Lu Ming would not have so many scruples. Now was not the time yet. However, facing Yuan Xian, who had become an emperor, he had no other choice but to fight with all his might. Ha ha ha, Yuan Xian, you have become an emperor. That's great. Kill that kid. Mu Yang laughed excitedly. At the same time, he used all his strength to heal himself. The injuries on his body healed quickly. He then turned his gaze to Lu Xiang and the others. As long as his injuries were healed, he would make Lu Xiang and the others pay the price. Bang! At this moment, Yuan Xian took a step forward, causing the entire battle stage to tremble. A terrifying aura, like 10,000 layers of waves, rushed towards Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming struck out with a palm, breaking apart Yuan Xian's aura. Stubborn resistance. Yuan Xian coldly spoke. His figure was tall and straight, and right now, he was exuding boundless emperor might. He was even more dignified, as if he was an ancient emperor who was walking in the world of mortals. My hair. At this moment, a Buddhist chant rang out. A monk walked over with a smile on his face. With every step he took, a golden lotus would appear beneath his feet. An incomparably powerful aura also emanated from his body, pressing down on Yuan Xian. This monk was naturally heartless. However, to Lu Ming's astonishment, Wu Yang's aura was clearly that of a martial monarch. Monk Wu Yang had already achieved the martial monarch realm. Even with Lu Ming's wisdom, he could not help but be stunned. This unreliable monk had already achieved the martial monarch realm. An uproar took place around the battle stage. Many people were astounded. Another martial monarch at such a young age had appeared. It was truly astonishing. Yuan Xian's eyes flickered with a stern look as he glanced at Wu Yang and said, "You want to fight me? If you let him go, I won't fight you." Wu Yang pointed at Lu Ming. At this instant, Wu Yang's figure was emitting a golden glow. A Bodhi glow appeared behind his head as he placed his palms together in a dignified manner, like a virtuous monk. Do you know him? Yuan Xan asked. I don't know him, but he helped those two kids just then. Wu Yang pointed at Xiang Xiang and Ouyang Moli and said, their master is Lu Ming. To be honest, Lu Ming and I came from the same place. He's my underling. Do you understand now? Monk Wu Yang said in a serious tone. Lu Ming's face darkened when he heard the last part. Since when had he become Wu Yang's underling? Long Chen was left speechless. He and Monk Wu Yang were old acquaintances. Although Wu Yang's cultivation had shocked him, his ability to boast left him speechless. Let's fight then. Yuan Xian was straightforward as he stepped forward toward Monk Wu Yang. Bang! His aura burst out and shook the heavens and earth. He threw a punch forward, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. My hair! Monk Wu Yang uttered a chant as his figure emitted a golden glow. 100-meter-tall golden Buddha appeared behind him. It reached out a golden palm and threw a punch at Yuan Xian. Bang! There was an earth-shattering explosion as terrifying energy swept out. Everyone nearby was sent flying. Even Lu Ming took 2 steps back. The law of cause and effect. Wu Yang has also mastered the law of cause and effect. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Monk Wu Yang must have had a fortuitous encounter after coming to Yuan continent. Or perhaps, he was talented and had not been fully discovered in the Divine Wilderness continent. Chaotic Divine Fist. Yuan Xian roared as his aura became stronger. He was like an invincible god of war as he charged toward Monk Wu Yang. Golden Buddha Body. Monk Wu Yang put his palms together and murmured. Behind him, the gigantic Buddha golden body turned into a beam of golden light and flew into his body. His body shone brightly with golden light. Even his skin had turned golden, making him look like a golden man. He used the great Buddha palm print and attacked Yuan Xian. Bang! Bang! The two of them clashed continuously and fought fiercely on the fighting stage. Sometimes they were in the east, sometimes they were in the west. Many people were hit by the shockwaves of their battle and were either severely injured or thrown off the fighting stage. Suddenly, a large number of people were thrown off the fighting stage. Some powerful sky prides, such as Yu He and the ancient demon, also used their movement techniques to dodge. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had his eyes on Mu Yang. It was good that Wu Yang had attacked. At least he did not have to expose himself for the time being. Mu Yang's face was ghastly pale. He originally thought that Yuan Xian could kill Lu Ming. He did not expect Wu Yang to appear out of nowhere. Wu Yang's combat strength was so strong that he could compete with Yuan Xian. Now, Lu Ming had his eyes on him. This made him extremely depressed and he could only run away. Where are you running to? Why don't you get off the fighting stage yourself? Lu Ming chased after Mu Yang and sneered. Mu Yang gritted his teeth. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had been flashing around the edge of the fighting stage. If there was no other way, he would really jump off the fighting stage. After all, compared to opportunities, his life was more important. Alright, the battle is over. Everyone, stop. At this moment, the middle-aged great emperor arrived above the fighting stage. His powerful aura spread out and made everyone stop. Chapter 2105. It's over. Lu Ming looked around and realized that there were not many people left on the fighting stage. Including him, there were exactly 80 people left. Lu Ming was speechless. He had let Mu Yang escape because of his carelessness. It's over. Ha ha ha, it's over. Mu Yang was overjoyed. He had finally made it to the end and became the last 80 people to obtain an opportunity. When I break through to the martial emperor realm, I will cut you into 8 pieces. Mu Yang stared at Lu Ming and roared in his heart. You're lucky. Lu Ming curled his lips and looked at the remaining people. Bubbles, Lu Xiang Xiang, Ouyang Moli, Chiu Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang, Luo Xiang and Luo Tianyi had all successfully stayed on the fighting stage. Other than Lu Xiang and Ouyang Moli, the others had all reached the boundary emperor realm. Moreover, they were in groups of 3. Unless they were targeted by the heavenly children, it would not be difficult for them to last until the end. Alright, the 80 of you have passed the selection. Now, I will let you rest for a while. After that, follow me. There is a great opportunity waiting for you. The middle-aged great emperor announced. The 80 people on the fighting stage were naturally overjoyed. However, those who had been eliminated sighed and were unwilling to accept it. On the fighting stage, some of the injured people sat down cross-legged and began to heal their injuries. Big brother, thank you for your help. Xiang, Ouyang Moli and the others walked over and cupped their fists at Lu Ming to express their gratitude. You're welcome. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Of course, his voice had also changed. Qiu Moon looked at Lu Ming curiously. She felt that Lu Ming looked familiar. This was her intuition. Soon after, Long Chen, Huang Ling, Huang Li and the others also walked over and expressed their gratitude to Lu Ming. Lu Ming originally wanted to introduce himself to them. However, after thinking about it, he held back. It would not be too late to do so later. And me Fa, Long Chen, long time no see. Monk Wuliang walked over with a smile. Wuchen and Wuyue were with him. Wuchen's cultivation was at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. He controlled the laws and was extremely powerful. He was a top-notch genius. Moonless was slightly weaker. Although he also had the cultivation of a quasi-emperor, he only had a king body. Wuliang, it's been so many years. I didn't expect you to have become a martial monarch. Long Chen also greeted Wuliang. Haha, let me tell you, I'm the reincarnation of a Buddha god, a man destined to fight at the peak. Back in the divine wilderness continent, I wasn't your match because I didn't discover my potential. Now, whether it's you or Lu Ming, none of you are my match. Monk Wuliang laughed out loud and was extremely pleased with himself. Humph, if my master was here, you would definitely not be his match. Xiang was displeased when she heard the unscrupulous person belittling Lu Ming. At the mention of Lu Ming, everyone fell silent. How was he now? Don't worry, Lu Ming is an old fox. He's very shrewd and won't die so easily. Other than me who can barely suppress him, no one is his match. Monk Wuliang said. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. Was this guy praising him or belittling him? Why did it sound so uncomfortable? Xiang and Ouyang Moli glared at Wuliang. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't defeat him, they would have beaten him up. Whoosh! At this moment, Bubble's figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Her big eyes blinked as she looked at Lu Ming curiously. After not seeing her for a few years, Bubble still looked like a 2 or 3-year-old, as if she would never grow up. However, her cultivation had progressed rapidly and she was about to break through to the martial monarch realm. Your brother Lu Ming. Bubble suddenly spoke. Of course, Bubble was transmitting her voice and no one else heard it. Lu Ming touched his nose. As expected, he couldn't hide it from Bubble. The top 10 battle beasts were no small matter. Bubble, it's me. Don't tell anyone for the time being. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. I knew you weren't dead. Bubble transmitted her voice and her big eyes were filled with joy. Then, she ran to Xiang's shoulder and sat down. Let's rest for a while. Luo Tianyi said. Everyone was exhausted from the battle just now. Everyone sat down cross-legged and started to rest. Not far away, Mu Yang glanced at Lu Xiang and the others from time to time, revealing a sinister look. He was thinking of a vicious plan. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. He was afraid that if his identity was exposed, Mu Yang would do something that would endanger Lu Xiang and the others. He seriously suspected that the assassins from the Nation of Death were hired by Mu Yang. Soon, a day passed and everyone was almost done resting. Come with me. The middle-aged martial monarch ordered and led everyone to the center of Destiny City. The others also followed. They were very curious as to what the so-called opportunity was. Soon, a majestic mountain appeared in front of them. This mountain was so majestic and tall that it pierced the sky. This was Destiny Mountain, known as the most majestic mountain in Destiny City. Legend had it that it was connected to the sky and could lead to the heavenly world. Everyone landed on the Mountain of Destiny. They realized that there were already many people on Destiny Mountain. Is the Southern War Zone done as well? A beautiful middle-aged woman looked in his direction. You're from the Eastern War Zone, but you're fast. The middle-aged martial monarch smiled and greeted her. Obviously, the other party was from the Eastern War Zone. They had also selected 80 top geniuses. The geniuses from both sides sized each other up. Eternal Star River. Lu Ming saw Eternal Star River among the 80 geniuses from the Eastern War Zone. No wonder he hadn't seen him before. He had gone to the Eastern War Zone. Alright, you guys can rest here. When the time comes, the opportunity will naturally appear. The middle-aged martial monarch said. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They were all guessing what the so-called opportunity was. It could actually help people become martial monarchs. Everyone was excited. Everyone waited here. One day later, the geniuses from the Northern War Zone arrived. 2 days later, the geniuses from the Western War Zone arrived. More and more people gathered near the Mountain of Destiny, filling up the sky. At the highest point, there were many figures covered in divine light. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly, but each of them gave off a boundless and unfathomable feeling. Martial monarchs. Everyone's heart trembled. They knew that these people who stood high up and were shrouded in divine light were all great emperors. They might not necessarily be martial monarchs from the divine fate land. There might be martial monarchs from other regions. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Suddenly, a ray of light bloomed in the sky. Then, this ray of light became brighter and brighter. It's here, said a martial monarch. Everyone's spirits were shaken as they looked into the depths of the sky. It's here. What's here? Everyone was curious. Rumble. The sky trembled. Following which, the crowd saw a path extending all the way toward them. It was an ancient bluestone path that was modeled with time. Chapter 2106. Deep in the sky, a road had appeared and extended downwards, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Where did this road come from? Or rather, where did it lead to? Was the so-called opportunity related to this road? The crowd looked carefully and realized that there was an end to the road. At the end of the road, there was a door of light. They wondered where the door led to. Everyone, let me tell you what the opportunity is. At this moment, a white-haired elder stepped out from the sky. He was obviously a great emperor and a very powerful one at that. The end of this road leads to a corner of the world. Why is it called a corner of the world? That's because that corner of the world was separated from the primordial realm when it first opened. It still retains the scene of the primordial realm when it first opened. Over there, the laws are extremely clear and the innate origin chi is rich. Regardless of whether one cultivates the laws or the archaic system, one's cultivation speed will be astonishingly fast there. The white-haired great emperor said. There was an uproar at the scene. It was actually a corner of the world when the primordial realm first opened. It still retained the scene of the primordial realm when it first opened. It was definitely an unimaginable opportunity for cultivation. Opportunity, it was really a great opportunity. Countless people's eyes were burning with passion, including those martial emperors. To cultivate to the martial emperor realm, one had to evolve a small world. Entering the corner of the world when the primordial realm first opened was definitely a great improvement and promotion for the evolution of a small world. It was no wonder that those who entered had a great chance of breaking through to the martial emperor realm. This corner of the world was obtained by an almighty from the void. This time, it's used as a reward for the geniuses who passed the selection. However, this corner of the world is not big after all and has been here for too long. It's very useful for those below the martial emperor realm or low-level illusionary emperors. If one's cultivation is higher, it won't be of much use. The white-haired elder explained once again, causing many martial emperors to sigh. Go in. You only have 2 years in there. 2 years later, that Almighty will send you out. How much you can gain in there depends on yourselves. 2 years later, the Battle of the 10 Earths will truly begin. The white-haired great emperor announced. 2 years, they had 2 years. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had to make good use of these 2 years. Now, let's go along this ancient road. The white-haired great emperor said. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following the white-haired martial monarch's words, several figures stepped onto the ancient path and proceeded upward. Let's go too. On the autumn moon, Lu Xiang and the others also set foot on the ancient road. Xinghe, Yuan Xian, Mu Yang, and the others also stepped onto the ancient path and headed into the depths of the sky. The person at the front had already reached the end. He stepped into the door of light and disappeared. All around, countless people were extremely envious. This was especially so for the young geniuses. Their eyes were burning with passion, but there was nothing they could do. This was a great opportunity. They knew that this batch of 320 people would definitely become stronger after 2 years. The gap between them and these people would widen even further. The strong would always be strong. However, no one dared to sneak in. With so many great emperors here, it was impossible to sneak in. Lu Ming also stepped onto the ancient path, ascending step by step. Soon, Lu Ming reached the end of the ancient path and arrived at the door of light. Without hesitation, Lu Ming stepped in. Following this, the 320 geniuses stepped into the glowing door and disappeared into it. At this moment, the ancient path began to retract and enter the door of light. Following that, the door of light also disappeared in the air. Senior, I wonder which powerful figure obtained this corner of the world. Someone asked. Some of the powerful figures were thinking that if they could pay a visit to this powerful figure and let some of their juniors enter to cultivate, the benefits would be great. He's from the heavenly realm. The white-haired great emperor said. Everyone shut up. It was actually a powerful figure from the heavenly realm. At the same time, everyone was secretly shocked. Could it be that a powerful figure from the heavenly realm was paying attention to the Battle of 10 Earths this time? Everyone, come back in 2 years. The white-haired great emperor said. Then, he took a step forward and left. 2 years later, who will rise and fall? Someone whispered. They were looking forward to it. Then, everyone dispersed, and the vicinity of the Mountain of Destiny returned to silence. After Lu Ming stepped into the door of light, the world spun, and in the next moment, he found himself on a protruding rock. What a strong pressure! As soon as he appeared, Lu Ming could feel endless pressure coming toward him from all directions. It was as if there were hundreds of mountains pressing down on him at all times. Bang! Lu Ming tried to take a step forward, and the ground rumbled. Lu Ming's body was as heavy as a mountain. Is this the corner of the world that the primordial realm first opened? Lu Ming whispered and looked around. What greeted his eyes was an endless stretch of rocks. There were rocks everywhere, and the ground was bare. There was no vegetation at all, and there were no living creatures either. A desolate, ancient aura swept across the place. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that the connate origin energy here was unimaginably rich. As he inhaled and exhaled, dense Xiantian origin energy turned into beams of light that shot into his mouth. Also, Lu Ming felt that the laws here were extremely clear. When he spread out his spiritual sense, it was as if his body was bathed in endless laws. Lu Ming channeled his sacred power into his eyes and was shocked. At this moment, everything in front of Lu Ming's eyes changed. Between heaven and earth, there were tiny ribbons swimming, emitting all kinds of light. It was as if thousands of thin ribbons formed this world. Those were the threads of laws, which could only be formed when the laws were clear and rich to the extreme. The world at the beginning of heaven and earth, this is the world at the beginning of heaven and earth. Lu Ming muttered to himself, his eyes full of surprise. Legend had it that when heaven and earth first opened and all things evolved, the cultivation environment at that time was the best. The laws were clear, and the connate origin energy was rich. Cultivating would be much faster. The middle-aged great emperor was right. This was an opportunity. If a quasi-emperor cultivator cultivated here, their chances of becoming an emperor would definitely be greatly increased. However, when heaven and earth first opened, it was like a desolate world. The pressure between heaven and earth is too great. Lu Ming sighed. He couldn't fly here at all. Not to mention flying, even walking for a while would probably exhaust the sacred power in his body. The best way was to stay where he was and cultivate quietly. In fact, almost everyone who came in was like this. They all sat cross-legged and cultivated quietly. This was a rare opportunity. They only had 2 years, so they naturally had to cherish it. Chapter 2107. Lu Ming cleared his mind and began to comprehend the primal chaos law. Suddenly, he felt that the primal chaos law between heaven and earth was much clearer than the outside world. With a thought, the primal chaos law between heaven and earth flew toward Lu Ming and surrounded Lu Ming. From the outside, Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of light, holy and unparalleled. Lu Ming felt that his understanding of the primal chaos law was constantly deepening. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Boom! Lu Ming's aura suddenly erupted and rose. The primal chaos law roared and filled Lu Ming's body. With a thought, the primal chaos law between heaven and earth was easily controlled by Lu Ming. It formed the shape of a river and circled around Lu Ming. The primal chaos law had become a river. The primal chaos law had finally broken through its shackles and reached the perfect stage, forming the shape of a river. When the primal chaos law became a river, it did not mean that the primal chaos law actually became a river. With a thought, the primal chaos law would condense together like a river. Then, the primal chaos law continued to pour into Lu Ming's body, helping Lu Ming to refine his body and saint power. Last time, when the primal chaos law had reached perfection, Lu Ming already had experience. This time, it was a walk in the park. 2 days later, Lu Ming's aura completely stabilized. My strength and saint power have both skyrocketed. Lu Ming carefully sensed the changes in his body and revealed a look of joy. The strongest primal chaos law had become a river. Stepping into the boundary emperor realm, the refinement of the body and saint power was much stronger than the primal chaos law. Last time, when the primal chaos law had broken through, his body and saint power had also improved. But this time, the improvement was even greater. In his dantian, the saint heart was crystal clear and filled with endless saint power. As the saint heart spun, endless saint power poured into his meridians like a river. There was a faint glow circulating in Lu Ming's body. It was filled with endless power. Powerful. Too powerful. Lu Ming felt that his combat strength had skyrocketed again. Now, let's begin to comprehend the death law and devour law. Lu Ming looked expectant. If the death precepts and the devouring precepts were both perfected, how strong would his body and saint power be? Lu Ming was filled with anticipation and began to comprehend. This world was indeed blessed by the heavens in terms of comprehension of laws. It was much faster than the outside world. Not only that, but this piece of heaven and earth was left behind when the primordial realm was first formed. It was of great help to the evolution of a small world. However, Lu Ming had not reached the stage of breaking through to martial emperor yet. Cultivation knew no time. Under Lu Ming's single-minded cultivation, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. In half a year, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the death law and the devouring law to 99% completion. This speed was already astonishingly fast. In the outside world, it would take at least 5 years to achieve such a feat. However, after raising it to 99%, it would be very difficult to cultivate it to perfection in one go. It would take time to accumulate. At that moment, Lu Ming began to think. He wanted to cultivate other nomological laws. What law should I cultivate? Lu Ming frowned and thought carefully. After all, he could cultivate many kinds of laws. When the laws were combined, it would greatly increase his strength. Moreover, comprehending the laws in this world was too fast. He did not want to miss it. He wanted to comprehend other laws. The law of force. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming decided to cultivate the law of force. The law of force was the ultimate power. It would allow his every strike to carry a terrifying force. Moreover, Long Chen and Huang Li both cultivated the law of force. Lu Ming had sparred with Long Chen and Huang Li many times. He had a better understanding of the law of force. It would be easier for him to comprehend it. Moreover, as more laws were perfected, Lu Ming's body and saint power would become stronger. In addition to the law of chaos, which was as heavy as a mountain, his attacks would become more ferocious and overbearing. If he added the law of force, his attacks would be even more terrifying. Lu Ming began to seriously comprehend the law of force. This world was indeed different. In just a few days, Lu Ming felt that he had grasped the knack of it. He became more serious in comprehending it. More than 10 days later, Lu Ming really did comprehend the law of force. When he threw a punch, it carried the power of the limit. Its power was shocking. From then on, he comprehended the law of death, the law of devouring, and the law of force at the same time. He alternated between comprehending each for a few days. In this way, another 3 months passed. The law of devouring was finally perfected. The law of force formed a river. Lu Ming's body and saint power were greatly strengthened again. 3 months after the breakthrough of the law of devouring, Lu Ming had been here for more than a year. The law of death had also broken through. The law of force formed a river and reached perfection. His body and saint power were once again tempered. Now, Lu Ming felt that his saint power was surging. It was terrifyingly powerful. His physical body was filled with explosive power. He felt that he could now destroy a 1-star martial emperor with just the power of his body. This was not an illusion. He was really too strong. Lu Ming did not know how strong he was now. The 4 laws were all perfected. The law of force formed a river. 2 supreme laws and 2 monarch laws. His body and saint power had been tempered 4 times. The power of the 4 perfected laws was absolutely terrifying. In addition, Lu Ming had also cultivated the law of force to an extremely high level. He was not far from the law of force formed a river. When Lu Ming had been here for a year and 3 months, his law of force had also broken through and reached perfection. Lu Ming's combat strength skyrocketed again. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming cast the chaos divine palm and moved freely. The 5 types of laws merged, and there was a rumbling explosion in heaven and earth. It was as if a large bell was vibrating and was about to explode. Awesome, awesome! After a long time, Lu Ming stopped and let out a long breath. His eyes were shining. The pressure of this world was incomparably great. However, Lu Ming's body was now too strong. He felt that he did not need saint power. He could withstand it with his body and travel far away. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. The perfected laws don't seem to be the true perfected laws. Then, Lu Ming considered the problem of the laws. He had comprehended 5 laws in a row. He realized that the so-called perfected laws were only at a certain stage. It was not the end and he could continue to break through. In fact, he had heard Uncle Kong mention that the laws were the foundation of the world. They were very profound and were far from simple. The so-called perfected laws of quasi-emperors were only the first stage of perfection. The comprehension of the laws was divided into several stages. However, it was very difficult to break through. Ordinary void emperors would find it difficult to break through. However, Lu Ming only thought about it for a while and did not think about it. He was still some distance away from breaking through to Martial Emperor. I have already been here for a year and 3 months. There is not much time left. I will not comprehend the other laws for now. I will consolidate the 5 laws and reach the stage where I can break through to Martial Emperor as soon as possible. Chapter 2108. Lu Ming entered a selfless state of cultivation. All the geniuses who entered this place had great gains. Boom! A 2 or 3-year-old girl's aura soared as she sat on a rock. Her emperor's might spread out like a deep sea. Soon, a lightning tribulation descended, but this little girl easily passed it. I finally broke through to Martial Emperor. Chirp! The little girl muttered. This little girl was none other than Bubble. In another valley, a lightning tribulation also surged. Soon, the lightning tribulation disappeared, and a youth appeared. It was Mu Yang. At this moment, a strong aura spread out from his body. That was Emperor's might. He had also broken through to Martial Emperor. Ha ha ha. I finally broke through to Martial Emperor. The next time I meet that brat Tianyun, I will definitely grind his bones to dust. Mu Yang laughed loudly, brimming with confidence. After breaking through to Martial Emperor, his strength had soared. He was 100% confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Of course, he did not know that Tianyun was Lu Ming. He only thought that it was Tianyun. They were not the only ones. Many people had broken through. Imperial River, Heng Xinghe, Death Blade, Gulong, these azure children were originally quasi-emperors. After accumulating in this place for so long, they all broke through their shackles and stepped into Martial Emperor. In fact, even some people with king bodies made breakthroughs and became Martial Emperors. There was a huge gap between quasi-emperor and Martial Emperor. It was extremely difficult to break through, requiring a long time to accumulate. If it were outside, it would not be so fast. Without 10 years of accumulation, it would be very difficult to break through. However, in this place, many people broke through in just over a year. This was a great opportunity. As for Yuan Xian and Wu Yang, who were already Martial Emperors, they took another step forward, their cultivations becoming stronger. Everyone was improving, and their strength soared. In the blink of an eye, 1 year and 8 months had passed since they entered this place. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. He felt that his cultivation had reached a limit. He planned to take a break before trying to break through to Martial Emperor. This place is filled with energy. I wonder if there are any natural treasures. Why don't I check it out? Lu Ming started thinking. Others could not travel far, but he could because his physical body was too strong. He wanted to walk around. In particular, he found that this place was not flat. There was a slope, and he was in the middle of the slope. He wanted to follow the slope to the top to take a look. Lu Ming started to move. He followed the slope and went up. The slope here wasn't steep, but it did go straight up. Lu Ming also found that the higher it went, the greater the pressure. Although this increase was not large, it was indeed slowly becoming stronger. However, with Lu Ming's physical strength, he could still withstand it. Lu Ming walked along the slope for 3 days, but he didn't find anything. Everywhere was smooth and there were no living creatures, nor did he find anyone who came in from the outside. Lu Ming guessed that the people who came in from outside might be at the bottom of the slope. Lu Ming walked for another day. He suddenly realized that the ground had become flat. He seemed to have reached the highest point. As far as the eye could see, there were protruding rocks in front of them, like small hills. Of course, there were also some peaks, but there was no vegetation. And here, the origin energy of heaven and earth seemed to be denser. Lu Ming went forward. He was still unwilling to give up and wanted to search. Soon, he came to a valley. There's someone. After entering the valley, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he saw 2 figures. 2 young men, who looked to be in their 20s, were sitting there cross-legged. These two people were very unfamiliar. Lu Ming definitely had not seen them before. They were not any of the 320 people who came in. That was because when they were waiting on the Mountain of Destiny, the 320 people had all looked at each other. With their memories, they would have an impression of each other as long as they saw each other once. However, Lu Ming did not have any impression of these two young men. One of the two young men was dressed in a black robe. He had pitch-black hair and a cold expression. The other young man had long purple hair and was extremely handsome. He had an indescribable temperament that made it hard for people to forget him after a single glance. Who are they? Why are they here? Lu Ming was very puzzled. Apart from the 320 people, there were others who came in. At this moment, the two young men also saw Lu Ming and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Who is he? He's very unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. The black-haired young man said with a cold and arrogant voice. The purple-haired young man looked thoughtful. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, could he be a prodigy of the primordial realm? Recently, I heard that some prodigies of the primordial realm have also entered this world to cultivate. Hearing the conversation between the two, Lu Ming was shocked. What did he mean? The purple-haired young man said that he was a prodigy of the primordial realm. Could it be that he was not from the primordial realm? Could he be from the heavenly realm? Lu Ming immediately thought of the heavenly realm. But why would someone from the heavenly realm appear here? Where are you from? Heavenly realm? Or the primordial realm? The black-haired young man seemed to show a hint of interest. The primordial realm. May I ask who you are? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. As expected, you are from the primordial realm. I didn't expect that there would be someone from the primordial realm who could come here. It seems that your cultivation is not weak. I'm really curious. What is the cultivation of a prodigy of the primordial realm? The one who spoke was still the black-haired young man. After saying that, the black-haired young man got up. His eyes were full of fighting spirit as he stepped toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was surprised. It seemed that these two people were really from the heavenly realm. At the same time, Lu Ming was also speechless. They had just met and the black-haired young man looked like he was about to attack. Boom! The black-haired young man stepped forward, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. It was the Emperor's aura. The black-haired young man was a martial emperor. Come on, let me see your strength. The black-haired young man's footsteps became faster and faster. In the end, he turned into a black lightning bolt and rushed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, he blasted out a palm. A terrifying palm force blasted toward Lu Ming. The power of reincarnation. This is a son of heaven. Lu Ming's eyes moved. The black-haired young man's palm contained the law of reincarnation. Boom! Lu Ming also made his move and similarly blasted out a palm. The two people's palms blasted out, and a rumble erupted. The entire valley shook. Not bad, again. The black-haired young man's palm continued to strike out. He struck out dozens of times in a row, and the power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming used the law of primal chaos to fight against his opponent. After dozens of moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. A mere quasi-emperor actually has such strong combat strength. Your physical body is so strong. Impossible. Could it be that you are a primordial body cultivator? No, that's not right. How could a primordial body cultivator cultivate the law? The black-robed young man spoke continuously, full of surprise. Even the purple-haired young man looked at Lu Ming with some surprise. This guy is so strong. Lu Ming was also quite shocked. Chapter 2109. You're not weak either. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming was just speaking the truth, but the black-haired youth was not happy. His cold and arrogant face became gloomy, thinking that Lu Ming had underestimated him. Kid, I didn't use my full strength just now. Do you think you can compete with me? I'll use my full strength now. Let's see how many moves you can take. The black-haired youth said coldly, and his aura became even more oppressive. At this moment, the purple-haired youth said, Junior brother, don't make a move. Time is almost up. The black-haired youth's face changed. He looked coldly at Lu Ming and said, this time, I'll let you go. After saying that, he turned and left, stepping into a cave with the purple-haired youth. There was a cave in the depths of the valley. It seemed that the two youths had been waiting outside the cave for something. It seems that there's some kind of treasure in this cave. Lu Ming thought. After thinking about it, Lu Ming still did not go in. The two youths were obviously peerless geniuses of the heavenly realm. Lu Ming did not want to offend them for no reason. I'd better leave first and go elsewhere to take a look. Lu Ming thought to himself, then turned and left the valley. At this moment, he could not calm down. It seemed that this place was not simple. There were geniuses of the heavenly realm. Could it be that this corner of the world was not taken out by the elites of the primordial realm, but by the elites of the heavenly realm? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. After that, Lu Ming walked for another 2 days and finally found a strange place in a kernel. There was a spring that looked like a devil's pool or a spirit's pool. Khanate origin chi was constantly emanating from it, and the energy was shockingly high. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He planned to let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb the energy here. As long as the energy of the Celestial Emperor's body reached a certain amount, he would be able to control it. He would not have so many scruples when doing things. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body and operated the technique to control the corporeal body of heaven and earth. He began to absorb the energy here. This place was filled with innate origin energy, and the energy was frighteningly abundant. As soon as Lu Ming activated the method to control the Sky Emperor's body, the incomparably rich energy from all directions converged towards the Sky Emperor's body. Moreover, the quality of the energy here was also very high. The energy storage of the Celestial Emperor's body was rapidly increasing. At all times, he could feel the energy in the Sky Emperor's body increasing and strengthening. In a short few days, the energy of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body reached 10%. When it reached 10%, Lu Ming would be able to control it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. However, he did not stop. He continued to control the Celestial Emperor's body and madly absorbed the energy. Since there was so much energy here, he might as well absorb more of it. The more energy stored, the more powerful the Celestial Emperor's physical body would be. A month later, the energy here had almost dried up. It had been completely absorbed, and the energy in the Celestial Emperor's body had reached an astonishing 36%. One must know that previously, the highest amount of energy stored in the Celestial Emperor's body was only 16%. The power of 36% was absolutely terrifying and astonishing. It would be great if I could completely replenish the energy of the Celestial Emperor's body. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he was very tempted. If the energy of the Celestial Emperor's body reached 100%, then in the era when the Celestial Emperor did not appear, he would really be able to do whatever he wanted. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. He immediately set off to look for other similar springs. Unfortunately, this kind of spring was extremely rare. Lu Ming searched for a few days in a row, but he did not find any. Lu Ming did not give up and searched for a few more days. After searching for more than 10 days in a row, Lu Ming finally gave up. Time was precious here, and he could not afford to waste any time. Lu Ming began to prepare to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. He found a secluded place, sat cross-legged, and adjusted his state. A few days later, his state reached its peak, and his essence, chi, and spirit were perfect. Lu Ming began to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. To break through to the Martial Emperor realm, one had to use the Saint Heart as the core and the laws as the core to evolve a small world. The laws were the foundation of a small world. With the laws, the small world could be constantly perfected. Therefore, first, one had to use the laws to evolve the heart of the world in the Saint Heart. Then, the heart of the world and the saint heart combined to evolve the small world. It was as if the world was being created. Normally, when people broke through, they would use one kind of law as the core to evolve the heart of the world. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, one would comprehend other laws and add other laws to the small world. The more laws added, the more the small world would be perfected. However, Lu Ming controlled 5 kinds of laws, so he had to use the 5 laws to evolve the heart of the world. Otherwise, if he only used one kind of law, it would be impossible for him to succeed. Begin. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He controlled the 5 kinds of laws and sent them into the saint heart to evolve the heart of the world. However, at this moment, his body shook violently, and he felt as if his saint heart was about to burst. Even his body felt like it was being torn apart by an energy. He quickly stopped and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. How could this be? Lu Ming's face turned ugly. When he broke through, the 5 kinds of laws entered the saint heart and clashed with each other, creating a terrifying force that almost exploded the saint heart and tore his body apart. Could it be that those below the martial emperor realm who cultivate many kinds of laws can't break through to the martial emperor realm? No, I don't believe it. Lu Ming began to adjust his breathing and heal his injured body. A few days later, his injuries were healed and he tried to break through to the martial emperor realm again, but he still failed. Impossible, I'll try to evolve the heart of the world with one kind of law. Lu Ming was unwilling to give up and wanted to change his strategy. However, he still failed. Because of the 5 kinds of laws, when he controlled one kind of law to evolve in the saint heart, the other 4 kinds of laws automatically entered. He couldn't control them even if he wanted to, and Lu Ming was injured again. How could this be? Lu Ming whispered, extremely unwilling. If he couldn't break through to the martial emperor realm, it would be a huge blow to him. No, maybe my cultivation isn't enough and I need to consolidate. Maybe there are other ways. I can definitely become a martial emperor. Lu Ming clenched his fists and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Maybe it wasn't time to break through to the martial emperor realm yet, so he would wait for a while. However, Lu Ming naturally didn't dare to comprehend new laws now. The more laws he comprehended, the harder it would be to break through to the martial emperor realm. There's still some time. Why don't I comprehend the use of laws? I control 5 kinds of laws. If I can create a corresponding divine skill, its power will definitely skyrocket. Lu Ming put aside the matter of breaking through to the martial emperor realm and began to think about his own combat strength. Now, his divine skills were all based on a single law, such as the chaotic divine palm, chaotic calamity finger, eyes of death, and the 3 scrolls of array principles. Moreover, the so-called fusion of laws was just a rough fusion of laws to strengthen their power. Chapter 21:10. To put it bluntly, Lu Ming was using laws now as if he was using brute force. He did not unleash the wonders of laws at all. He heard Uncle Kong say that after reaching martial emperor, one could comprehend many kinds of laws. Different people would naturally have great differences in the laws they comprehended. The fusion of different laws would also give rise to different divine abilities. Those divine abilities contained several different kinds of laws and their power was shocking. It was not something that a single law divine ability could compare to. A single law divine ability could only be considered a low-level divine ability. Some laws contained many kinds of divine abilities and their power was simply earth-shattering. Above martial emperor, there were some ancient scriptures that had corresponding records. However, those ancient scriptures were shockingly valuable. There's only a single law divine ability in the chaos scripture. That's not right. Lu Ming thought of the chaos scripture. He guessed that the chaos scripture he obtained was incomplete. Logically speaking, the chaos scripture was the inheritance left behind by the chaos emperor. It definitely did not only have low-level divine abilities. It definitely had different laws and divine abilities that fused with the chaos law. Perhaps, the chaos scripture I obtained is really incomplete. Lu Ming pondered. He did not have the corresponding divine ability in his hands, so he could only rely on himself to explore. In the following time, he focused on exploring the use of fusion between different laws. Time passed very quickly. 2 years were almost up. After several months of exploration, Lu Ming finally had some gains. He discovered that it was too difficult to comprehend any divine ability between the chaos law and the death law. It was not just a saying that the strongest laws were incompatible. However, Lu Ming had created 2 different types of divine powers. Their powers were astonishing. They were respectively the fusion of the chaos law, the array path law, the devour law, and the strength law to create a divine ability. Lu Ming named it Chaos Hammer. When using this move, he could condense a giant hammer with astonishing power. In addition, with the fusion of the death law, the devour law, the array path law, and the strength law, he created a divine ability. Lu Ming named it Death Sword. After using it, it formed a battle sword that cut through everything. Of course, this was only a preliminary comprehension. The power of the various laws was not fully unleashed. To be able to reach this step in such a short time, Lu Ming's comprehension was already extremely terrifying. As he slowly cultivated and comprehended it in the future and perfected it, the mysteries of the various laws would erupt. The power of these 2 moves would become stronger and stronger. However, although it was only a preliminary comprehension, it was much stronger than purely relying on the fusion of laws. This allowed his battle prowess to increase tremendously once again. After entering this world for 2 years, Lu Ming's combat ability had improved tremendously. It's almost time. Lu Ming looked up at the sky. Buzz! All of a sudden, a powerful force acted on Lu Ming's body. Given his current strength, he was still powerless in the face of this force. His body disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he realized that he had appeared in a void. In front of him, there was a huge door of light. Beside him, figures flashed and appeared one after another. Autumn, autumn, bubble, bubbles, 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 bubbles. He also saw Yuan Xian, Mu Yang, and the others. When Mu Yang saw Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. This time, he was full of confidence. He had become a martial emperor and his strength had skyrocketed. He was confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Many people's eyes were filled with confidence. Everyone had improved greatly. Go out. A voice suddenly came from the sky. It sounded very old. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They knew that the owner of this world had spoken. He was definitely a terrifying expert. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had more thoughts. He had seen 2 geniuses from the heaven domain. The owner of this world was most likely from the heaven domain. Everyone stepped into the door of light and disappeared. Destiny Mountain. During this period, countless people had gathered. There were even more people than 2 years ago. 2 years had passed. The Battle of the 10 Lands was about to begin. Also, 320 geniuses had entered the world left behind by the primordial world. How much had they gained? How much had their strength improved? Could it be that many people had already stepped into the martial emperor realm? Everyone was very curious. In the sky above the mountain peak, figures shrouded in divine light stood there like gods. These were all martial emperors from all over the world. Uncle Kong had arrived at the primordial mountain and stood together with martial emperor Wuxia. In addition, martial emperors Heng, He, and Tian Luo had all arrived. Not only that, but many experts from the various sacred grounds had also come. For example, the ancient moon's sacred ground had sent people to participate in the first battle of the 10 lands since the ancient times. Everyone was waiting quietly. Suddenly, a door of light appeared in the sky. They're coming out. Everyone revealed a look of anticipation as they looked at the door of light. Not long after, figures walked out of the door of light and stood in the void. 320 people, not one more, not one less. There has indeed been great progress. Many people have stepped into the martial emperor realm. The martial emperors and true emperors looked carefully and revealed a look of shock. Given the cultivation level of a great emperor and a true emperor, it was not difficult for them to see through the cultivation level of Lu Ming and the rest. Alright, 2 years have passed. The Battle of the 10 Lands will now begin. Everyone, step back a little. A white-haired old man stepped out, his voice echoing in all directions. He was the host of this gathering, an old monster from Destiny City. Everyone retreated, including the martial emperors, leaving the Destiny Mountain empty. The white-haired old man waved his hand and light filled the sky above the mountain. Stone platforms appeared out of thin air. Each stone platform was very large, like a battle stage. There were a total of 320 pieces. The next competition is very simple. Each of you will choose a stone platform and step on it. There are formations set up on these stone platforms, and they operate according to their own rules. As soon as you step onto them, the stone platforms will move. Whenever 2 stone platforms collide with each other, the 2 participants will face off against one another until the top 10 are determined. The white-haired old man announced. Everyone's eyes flashed. So that was the rule. But didn't this rule have a lot to do with luck? However, many people had confident looks in their eyes. They were confident in their own strength and believed that they could defeat any opponent they met. This time, everyone had gained a lot. They were all eager to show off their strength in front of countless people. I'll go first. Someone moved. A tall and sturdy figure rushed onto a stone platform. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 21:11. Lu Ming also casually chose a stone platform and stepped onto it. When Lu Ming stepped onto the stone platform, he discovered that there was a force on the stone platform that enveloped his entire body. In the blink of an eye, a person stood on each of the 320 stone platforms. Then, all the stone platforms slowly began to move as if they had formed some kind of pattern. Soon, 2 of the stone platforms flew toward the center and collided with each other. On the 2 stone platforms, the gazes of the 2 youths collided, both filled with intense battle intent. Boom! Boom! Powerful auras erupted from both of them, as if a long river surrounded their bodies. Quasi-emperors. Both of their cultivations were at the quasi-emperor realm. It's one of the monarch Dao's laws of destruction, both of them are the same. Someone cried out, recognizing the laws of both of them. The 2 youths actually controlled the same laws. We both control the law of destruction, but you're not my match. One of them said, very confident. You're the one who's going to lose. The other person was also very confident. Boom! The 2 of them engaged in an intense battle. Both of them had reached the quasi-emperor realm, and their combat strength was astonishing. Moreover, they had grasped the same kind of law, and their cultivation was similar, so their combat strength was not much different. The 2 of them fought fiercely, and the battle continued for more than 200 rounds before the victor was decided. In the end, one of them was slightly better and defeated his opponent, sending his opponent flying out of the stone platform. After his victory, his stone platform brought him back to the center of the others, while the stone platform of the defeated person turned to dust and dissipated. The defeated person was very unwilling to accept this. He became the first person to be eliminated in the Battle of 10 Lands. There was a simple rule for this competition. That was, one could admit defeat before the competition. If one did not admit defeat, once the battle began, one would be responsible for one's own life and death. Of course, one could also rush off the stone platform and admit defeat. After the first round ended, the stone platforms began to spin again. Soon, 2 more stone platforms flew toward the center and collided with each other. Boom! The 2 youths on the stone platforms directly engaged in an intense battle. Without a doubt, they were also 2 people with the monarch Dao. In fact, those who could enter the top 80 in each battle zone were all people with the monarch Dao, and their cultivation was not weak. After cultivating for another 2 years in that world, the weakest of them all advanced to quasi-emperor. What was surprising was that the nomological laws that these 2 monarch bodies controlled were the same. Could it be because of the stone platform? Lu Ming thought of the stone platform. Previously, when he stepped on the stone platform, there was a wave of energy that enveloped him. Would that energy be able to sense the laws? Or perhaps, there were other uses. Not only Lu Ming, but the others also thought so. As expected, the majority of the people who fought next all grasped the same laws. This was to let those with the same type of law determine the victor. So powerful, they are all quasi-emperors. Moreover, he's already at the stage where he's about to evolve a small world. He's about to become an emperor. Many people sighed. Indeed, in these 2 years, everyone had made great progress. Many people had not become great emperors, but they were not far from it. Some of the youths were especially envious. There were some people whose cultivation levels were about the same as theirs before, but now, the gap between them had completely widened. Some people were still stuck at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Even though there were a few who had broken through to the quasi-emperor realm in the past 2 years, they were still far from evolving a small world. The battle was very intense. In each battle, the difference in cultivation levels was not big. Moreover, the laws were the same. At least 100 moves were needed to determine the victor. Half a day later, only 10 pairs of people had fought. In the 11th battle, Lu Ming saw a familiar face. Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen had already broken through to the martial emperor realm. 2 years ago, he was already a quasi-emperor. It was normal for him to take the opportunity to break through this time. His opponent was also a martial emperor who controlled the law of force. The two of them clashed with each other. However, in the end, Long Chen cultivated the immemorial dragonesque elephant body. His combat strength was stronger, and he defeated his opponent in a violent manner. This was the first time that there was such a great disparity in strength between two people of the same law and the same level. The bloodlines of the top 10 battle beasts are indeed extraordinary. Indeed, it is said that the further they advance, the more extraordinary they are. After reaching the martial emperor realm, they will be even stronger. Some of the older generation people discussed. The battle continued. After that, Lu Ming saw that Huang Li, Luo Xiang, Autumn Moon, and the others had gone up one by one. Huang Li, Luo Xiang, Autumn Moon, and the others had indeed broken through the shackles and reached the martial emperor realm. They were one-star illusionary emperors. They had also defeated their opponents. However, the crowd could also see that most of the battles were of the same law. However, it was not absolute. There were also battles between different laws. It was very exciting. Lu Ming was dazzled by the various laws of the King Dao. This was indeed a great era. In the past, there were very few laws of the King Dao. However, they had all appeared now. The battles continued for a few days and people were constantly eliminated. There were no rules in the battles. It was not like one could wait for the others to finish their battles after one battle. It was not like that. Some people had just finished their battles and it was their turn again after a few battles. It was completely based on the independent movement of the stone platform. Some people were unlucky and encountered terrifying geniuses at the beginning. For example, some people encountered Yuan Xian, Wu Liang, Ancient Demon, and the others. They were almost defeated in one move and could not resist at all. Lu Ming also saw Xiang Xiang and Ouyang Moli make their moves. After all, the two of them had not cultivated for long and were considered rising stars. They had not broken through to the martial emperor realm. However, they had reached the stage of evolving small worlds and were only one step away from the martial emperor realm. As long as they consolidated for a while, they would be able to break through. They easily defeated their opponents. The stone platform moved. Lu Ming drifted forward and collided with a stone platform. Finally, it was Lu Ming's turn to fight. Lu Ming's first opponent was a quasi-emperor with a martial emperor physique. Do you want to admit defeat? Lu Ming asked seriously. Lu Ming was not interested in a quasi-emperor with a martial emperor physique. The difference was too great. If you want me to admit defeat, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. The opponent sneered. It was a young man wrapped in a black robe. His face was pale. At this moment, he took out a staff. Curse, weakening. Curse, deadly poison. Curse, corrosion. The young man immediately made his move. He waved his staff and a stream of energy suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's body and shrouded him. This is the law of curses. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. The law of curses was an extremely rare law of kings. It was very strange and very powerful. With the power of curses, it could kill people without leaving a trace. A stream of strange energy from his body desperately drilled into Lu Ming's body. An ordinary quasi-emperor physique would not be able to withstand it. Chapter 21:12. Right now, Lu Ming's physical body was too strong. His essence energy surged, and his blood qi was like a furnace. Every muscle of his body was filled with explosive power. Roar! Lu Ming's body moved and a dragon's roar could be heard from his body. Every pore on his body spewed out blood and qi like flames. The strange energy that shrouded his body turned into smoke and dissipated with a sizzling sound. How can this be? The expression of the youth who controlled the curse law changed drastically. He wanted to use the curse law again to deal with Lu Ming. Get down! Lu Ming said as he threw a punch. This punch was a punch of pure physical strength. This punch was like a meteor crashing into the sea. Space exploded like the sea, forming circular ripples that pressed towards the other party. The other party grunted and went flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and flew out of the platform. This was after Lu Ming held back. Otherwise, he would have killed the other party. Lu Ming easily obtained victory. However, although Xiaofan instantly defeated the other party, he did not attract too much attention. Although the curse law was strange and profound, that youth was only a quasi-emperor. Anyone present who was a martial emperor could kill him in one move. Humph! You only defeated a quasi-emperor. I really hope that you can run into me. Mu Yang smiled coldly, and his gaze turned even colder. He really hoped that he could run into Lu Ming. Then, he could kill Lu Ming and wash away his previous humiliation. Lu Ming originally thought that his stone platform would move back. Unexpectedly, his stone platform did not move back. Instead, it moved and met with another stone platform. Consecutive battles. Many people were stunned for a moment before their expressions turned grave. This was the first time someone fought consecutively. They could not help being on guard. With the movement of the stone platforms, it seemed like anything was possible. They had to conserve their energy in the following battles. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage if they fought consecutively. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was a short-haired youth. He had sharp eyes and looked very valiant. Boom! Without any superfluous words, the other party directly burst forth with a terrifying aura. The aura brought about a strong wind as it pressed towards Lu Ming. Martial Emperor. The other party was a martial emperor with a king body. Mu Yang's eyes lit up. A martial emperor with a royal body would most likely be able to test out Lu Ming's strength. Not only Mu Yang, but some of the people from the southern theater of operations were also moved. 2 years ago, Lu Ming's battle prowess was absolute. He was able to defeat Mu Yang and was called a seed expert. Many people wanted to know what realm he had reached 2 years later. Burial earth, be buried for me. The other party made a move. His body moved horizontally. In the process of moving, his body seemed to have transformed into a stone tablet, suppressing Lu Ming. This stone tablet was extremely similar to a tombstone. Dong! Lu Ming clenched his fist and punched out, slamming it into the tombstone. The tombstone trembled and was sent flying, reverting back to its human form. Kill! The short-haired young man roared and charged at Lu Ming again. This time, his body glowed and a layer of black light emanated from his body. He waved his hands and pieces of tombstones appeared one by one, constantly suppressing Lu Ming. Burial Earth Law. Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Today, he had seen some mysterious laws. The Burial Earth Law could bury everything and kill it. Its power was extremely shocking. The short-haired young man used the Burial Earth Law to turn into a tombstone. He wanted to bury Lu Ming. The short-haired young man had already stepped into the martial emperor realm. His strength had soared, and he was much stronger than the genius who controlled the curse law. Lu Ming clenched his fist and punched out continuously, shattering the tombstones in the air. In the end, the short-haired young man's attack reached its peak. Large tombstones appeared in the sky, and he wanted to bury Lu Ming. The power was extremely terrifying. If someone of the same level was buried in the tombstones, it would be difficult for them to come out. Boom! An even more shocking aura erupted from Lu Ming's body as the death law permeated the air. This caused the other geniuses' eyes to narrow. Each of the Elysian children was not simple. They were worthy of attention as they were their opponents to enter the top 10. The death chi on Lu Ming's body became thicker and thicker. Finally, it turned into a long river that surrounded him. The laws formed a river. He has not yet become a martial emperor, just a quasi-emperor. Many people let out a long breath, relaxing. A quasi-emperor was not to be feared. He was destined to be a supporting character. Ha! After being in that small world for 2 years, he is still only a quasi-emperor. It looks like his talent is really lacking. Mu Yang rejoiced and could not help but mock. Humph! Even if his cultivation is low, he can still beat you up. Have you forgotten what happened 2 years ago? Xiang was indignant and mocked. Although she did not recognize Lu Ming had helped them 2 years ago. She had a good impression of Lu Ming. Seeing Mu Yang mock Lu Ming, she also mocked him. At the mention of being beaten up, Mu Yang's expression turned unsightly as he said, "That was then and this is now. He does have some strength. However, if he meets me now, only death awaits him. I will make him die a miserable death. One step ahead, one step ahead. I have already become a martial emperor, but he is still a quasi-emperor. He will never be a match for me." Mu Yang smiled coldly, filled with confidence. Lu Xiang snorted coldly but did not say anything. At this moment, Lu Ming and the short-haired youth had already started fighting again. Lu Ming executed the death law, greatly increasing his combat prowess. When he executed the death eye, it was like combat weapons flew out of his eyes and destroyed the other party's tomb. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming charged over like a barbaric dragon, breaking through the other party's defenses and sending the short-haired youth flying off the stage. Lu Ming obtained victory in this battle. Did you see that? Even though he has not become a martial emperor, he can still defeat a martial emperor. Seeing that Lu Ming had won, Lu Xiang revealed a look of joy and gave Mu Yang a mocking look. It's just defeating a martial emperor. What's the big deal? Mu Yang smiled faintly. Although he said so, there was a trace of solemnity in his heart. Being able to defeat a martial emperor with a martial emperor's martial emperor physique was enough to prove how terrifying Lu Ming was. However, he was still confident that he could beat Lu Ming. There was still a big gap between a martial emperor and an Elysian child. After this battle, Lu Ming's stone platform was sent back. The battle continued. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Now, half of the original 320 stone platforms were left. Half of the participants had already been eliminated. At this moment, Luo Xiang encountered a terrifying opponent. Although Luo Xiang had already become a martial emperor, his opponent this time was also a martial emperor. Moreover, it was an Elysian child. There was no suspense in this battle. Although Luo Xiang tried his best and executed the speed law to the extreme, it was useless. His opponent directly broke through his speed law with terrifying strength and defeated Luo Xiang in a crushing manner. However, his opponent had no enmity with Luo Xiang. He only injured him and did not kill him. The subsequent battles became more and more brutal. Chapter 21:13. Out of the 320 people, half of them were martial emperors. This was extremely shocking. 2 years ago, there were only a few people who had reached the martial emperor realm. But now, half of them had reached the martial emperor realm. One could imagine how much progress they had made in that world. Thus, the crowd could not help but think about how strong those who had reached the martial emperor realm 2 years ago were. Everyone looked at Destiny's Child, Yuan Xian, Wu Yang, and the others. These people were martial emperors 2 years ago. Now, they were even more unfathomable. They stood calmly on the stone platform. Previously, they had also made a move, but their opponent's strength was too low, and they were all easily killed by them. Many people started to reevaluate the seated experts. They started to guess which 10 people would be able to enter the top 10. As for Lu Ming, he was naturally excluded. In the eyes of others, Lu Ming had not reached the martial emperor realm and had already been eliminated from the competition. The battles became more intense. They were all martial emperors. Moreover, those who were fighting were at least king bodies. Although many of them were one-star empty emperors, the Elysian children with king bodies were much stronger than ordinary one-star empty emperors. Many people were eliminated. Long Chen, Huang Li, Autumn Moon, Luo Tianyi, and the others were eliminated one after another. They had all encountered terrifying opponents, the Elysian children. Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Moli were also eliminated. Their cultivations were still too weak and they had not reached the martial emperor realm. It was difficult for them to compete with the Elysian children who had reached the martial emperor realm. Fortunately, they were all fine. At most, they were injured. This made Lu Ming feel relieved. Boom! Mu Yang fought. He was indeed powerful. A martial emperor with king body was almost killed by him. Half of his body was turned into nothingness. The martial emperor with king body rushed out of the stone platform with difficulty and escaped death. After Mu Yang won, he cast a provocative look at Lu Ming. It was obvious that he was provoking him. Tianyun, you better pray that you don't meet me. Otherwise, you're dead. Mu Yang sent a message to Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't even look at Mu Yang, directly ignoring him. After that, Lu Ming was unsure if he was lucky or unlucky, but in the next few days, he only went to battle once. He encountered a cultivator with a monarch body who had achieved the martial monarch realm and defeated him. On the 10th day of the duel, there were only 50 people left. The reason why it was so slow was mainly because there were many people with similar cultivation levels. The battle was incomparably intense, and it was not easy to determine victory or defeat. There were even people who fought fiercely for half a day before victory or defeat was decided. It was extremely bitter. The remaining 50 people were all terrifying geniuses. There weren't many people left with king bodies, and most of them were Elysian children. Of the 10 lands, with the exception of the wasteland, each of the other 9 lands had a few Elysian children, especially the Divine Fate lands, which had even more. In total, there were more than 50 Elysian children. More than 50 Elysian children gathered in one era. This was something that had never happened in the primordial realm. Legend had it that such a grand occasion had only occurred in the heaven realm in the distant past. Of the remaining 50 or so people, only Lu Ming was at the quasi-emperor realm. That quasi-emperor is called Tianyun. That's right. His name is Tianyun. His luck is pretty good. He hasn't encountered anyone too strong. Yes, his luck has come to an end. There are almost no weaklings. His combat strength is astonishing among his peers. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak. Without achieving the martial monarch realm, he will be eliminated in the end. Around them, some people were discussing and expressing their opinions. At this moment, 2 more stone platforms collided. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. Even Lu Ming revealed an expectant look. This was because one of the 2 people was the ancient demon. Lu Ming knew very well that the ancient demon cultivated the ancient demon path, and his combat strength was extremely powerful. After 4 to 5 years, the ancient demon would definitely be even more shocking. His combat strength would definitely be unfathomable. The other person was definitely not weak. He was also an Elysian child. Like Xiang, he controlled the law of life and had also broken through to the martial monarch realm. This would be a battle between the strong. The two of them did not say anything else and directly attacked. The Elysian child controlled the law of life. With a wave of his hand, the sky was filled with vines as thick as an arm. Each of the vines was extremely tough, like a divine sword, and their killing power was shocking. However, the ancient demon was stronger. His entire body was covered with a layer of demonic light. The demonic light condensed into a battle saber in his hand. He directly charged into the vines that filled the sky. As the battle saber slashed down, the vines were constantly shattered. Some of the vines wrapped around his body, but they were directly shattered by the demonic light on his body. Strong, too strong. As soon as he attacked, the ancient demon had an absolute advantage. He broke through the layers of obstacles and charged at his opponent. The other party used all his strength but was still at a disadvantage. It was difficult for him to match up. This stunned many people. They found it hard to believe. What's going on with him? Why can't I feel the fluctuations of laws on his body? Some youths had never heard of the ancient demon path. At this moment, they shouted in surprise. This should be the ancient demon path, the ancient demon path. An older generation figure spoke and explained. This shocked many people and made them somewhat disappointed. The ancient demon path was so powerful that it could suppress the Elysian child. Don't be discouraged. Now that the law path is flourishing, it naturally has its advantages. The ancient demon path is not so easy to cultivate. That's right. The ancient demon path's cultivation conditions are extremely harsh. Moreover, not every ancient demon path's cultivation system is so powerful. The ancient demon is obviously a peerless genius who cultivates the ancient demon path. Some older generation figures explained so that the youths would not be discouraged. At this moment, the ancient demon's attacks were becoming more and more violent. The demonic light on his body was condensed to the extreme. It was unstoppable and constantly broke through his opponent's attacks and defenses. Pang! In the end, both sides exchanged dozens of blows. The opponent was no match for the ancient demon and was sent flying. An Elysian child who had stepped into the martial emperor realm had been defeated. The Elysian child had always been synonymous with invincibility. Apart from other Elysian children, no one could be a match for them. However, today, he had been defeated by a genius from the ancient demon path. This ancient demon is too strong. His attack power is unparalleled. There is a high chance that he will enter the top 10. Yes, there is a high chance that he will be one of the top 10. Many people were optimistic about the ancient demon. Next, after a few more battles, the remaining Elysians with king bodies were all defeated and eliminated. Bubble is going to attack. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He saw Bubble's stone platform move forward and collide with another stone platform. Such a small child, she shouldn't be from the human race. Someone looked at Bubble. She looked to be 2 or 3 years old. She was pink and extremely cute. Some young women's eyes lit up. They wished that they could hug Bubble in their arms and fiercely love her. She is not from the human race. This little girl's origin is very shocking. Chapter 21:14. Many people were even more curious when they heard what the older great emperor said. Senior, what is her true form? Someone asked. You'll know when you see it. She'll most likely reveal her true form in this battle. The great emperor smiled. Bubble's opponent was a very tall and sturdy man. He was almost 3 meters tall and had muscles all over his body like a dragon. In front of him, Bubbles really looked like a small dot. Little fella, reveal your true form. Otherwise, I won't be able to kill you when you're so tiny. The burly man said in a low, muffled voice. Big fella, don't think that you can defeat me just because you're big. If you want me to reveal my true form, we'll have to see what you're capable of. Bubble pouted, her face full of disdain. Little fella, let's see how capable you are. The burly man grinned. In the next moment, he charged at Bubble like a mountain. Boom! He threw out a punch, causing the void to tremble. He was a son of primordial chaos who controlled the primordial law. I'll spit it out! Bubble exclaimed. She opened her small mouth and blew out a transparent bubble that enveloped her opponent. At the same time, Bubble's figure flashed and disappeared. However, the void rippled. The space shattered like a mirror and turned into terrifying sharp swords that slashed at the burly man. Space-time law. The burly man roared and threw out punches. The transparent bubble shattered and then blasted at the spatial swords. However, when he threw out his fist, the speed of his fist became extremely slow. It was as slow as a turtle. Everyone knew that the burly man was affected by the time law. The time in the void had slowed down, causing the speed of his fist to become extremely slow. Break it! The burly man roared and the primordial law erupted. The primordial law was very similar to the primordial law. It was as heavy as a mountain and every move contained boundless power. The burly man wanted to break through the restraints of Bubble space-time law with absolute power. As expected, the burly man unleashed his full strength. The speed of his fists suddenly increased and blasted all the spatial swords. The fist did not stop and continued to attack Bubble. However, the space-time law was unpredictable. Bubble's figure flashed and disappeared. She shuttled through the void and appeared behind the burly man. She continued to attack him. After Bubble broke through to Martial Emperor, her usage of the space-time laws became even more profound. Her various unfathomable means were stronger than before. Space-time spirit rats were born with the ability to control space-time laws. The further they advanced, the more terrifying their control over space-time became. Otherwise, how could the space-time spirit mouse be known as one of the top 10 beasts? Boom! The burly young man quickly turned around and blasted backward. However, Bubble's figure disappeared again. Just like that, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows before the burly youth gradually lost his patience. Xiao Budian, if you continue to waste time with me, neither of us will be able to do anything to each other. The burly young man roared. Who said that? Chirp! Bubble shouted and suddenly appeared above the burly man. Both of his hands were waving non-stop. With the burly man as the center, the void rippled like water and transformed into a wave of killing power that shot towards the burly man. Furthermore, with the acceleration of the power of time, the spatial slaughter energy was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already right in front of the burly young man. The burly young man was shocked. He quickly set up layers of defenses around his body to block Bubble's attack. Rumbling sounds could be heard. At that moment, Bubble opened his small mouth and continuously spat out bubbles. Hundreds of transparent bubbles appeared and then disappeared. The next moment, all of them shrouded the burly young man. The big bubbles covered the small bubbles and shrouded the burly young man in layers. Break, break, break. The burly young man continued to bombard the bubbles, trying to break them. When he smashed all these transparent bubbles, Bubbles stopped and looked at him with a smile, saying, "Big guy, you lost, chirp chirp." What? The burly young man was stunned. Then, he looked around and his face turned bitter. It turned out that he had unknowingly left the range of the stone platform. Leaving the stone platform meant that he had lost. Senior, didn't you say that she would reveal her true form? Someone asked the senior from before. This little guy is very smart. When the opponent was careless, she used the space-time laws to move the opponent's body out of the battle platform. I thought that she could only win by revealing her true form. The old man explained awkwardly. Bubble has become stronger. As expected, following me has restrained her and prevented her from unlocking the potential of the spacetime spirit mouse. Lu Ming smiled. After Bubble 1, the stone platform flew back. The burly young man's stone platform turned to dust and dissipated. He could only withdraw helplessly. He had reached the end of this battle of 10 Earths. Next, every battle was very exciting. It could be said that it was a battle between the strong. There were even Elysian children of the same laws fighting fiercely. Lu Ming saw Yu He fighting against another child of reincarnation. The two of them exchanged more than 1,000 moves before Yu He won with difficulty. However, he was also seriously injured. After winning, he hurriedly healed his injuries. There was also Death Blade who fought against his opponent. After exchanging a few hundred moves, he also won with difficulty. However, there were a few people who won easily. For example, Monk Wuliang was now stronger. He defeated an Elysian child of the martial emperor realm in a crushing manner. Yuan Xian was the same. He was strong and domineering. In less than 10 moves, he finished his battle. However, the one who made Lu Ming's expression the most serious was the Child of Destiny. This time, there were many geniuses. There were dozens of Elysian children, but only one of them controlled the law of destiny. Only Lu Ming and Yuan Xian controlled the law of primal chaos. They had the fewest people among the Elysian children. The Child of Destiny was too strong and unfathomable. It was difficult to measure his combat strength. The reason for that was because his fighting style was too peculiar and too shocking. When he fought with his opponent, he only said one sentence and his opponent was defeated. He said that his opponent was destined to be defeated. Then, his opponent was inexplicably injured and sent flying off the stone platform. This fighting style was simply inconceivable. It shocked countless people. Controlling the law of destiny can control the fate of all things in the world. An older emperor said. Countless people were shocked. Controlling the law of destiny could really control the fate of all things in the world. Didn't that mean that whoever he said would die would die? If that was the case, wouldn't it be too terrifying? He was like a god that ruled over everything. However, another emperor said. In order to use the law of destiny, one had to rely on one's own strength. For example, the Child of Destiny was now in the Void Emperor realm. It was impossible for him to kill a true emperor. The other party's strength was enough to withstand the law of destiny's attack. Everyone nodded. This made sense. Otherwise, the law of destiny would be too terrifying. Chapter 21:15. The competition continued and there were only a few dozen stone platforms left moving in the sky. As time passed, the number became fewer and fewer. After that, a few more people attracted everyone's attention. A true dragon was incomparably powerful and had unparalleled offensive power. However, there were no fluctuations of laws on his body. A great emperor deduced that he cultivated the immemorial path of demons. The immemorial path of demons was also a type of immemorial path of demons. There was another person who was completely black and looked like an iron tower. He had boundless strength and there seemed to be no energy fluctuations on his body. He only relied on the strength of his physical body to send a martial emperor realm Elysian child flying out of the battle platform. Everyone was shocked. Some great emperors speculated that this should also be a type of immemorial path of demons, immemorial body cultivators. They specialized in body cultivation and the strength of their physical body had reached an earth-shattering level. Some great emperors explained that in the immemorial path of demons, there were body cultivators who could strike down the stars in the sky with just their physical body. It was terrifying to the extreme. There was a burst of discussion. The Battle of the 10 Lands was really unexpected. There were too many experts. Even geniuses of the immemorial path of demons appeared one after another. Immemorial path of demons, immemorial path of demons, immemorial body cultivators appeared one after another and suppressed the Elysian child. Many people speculated that the three of them could enter the top 10. Then, Lu Ming saw that Xing Xinhe also defeated his opponent. After coming out of the Lotus world, Xing Xinhe had disappeared and never appeared again. However, there was no doubt that this person who had always been the #1 genius of Yuan Mountain had become stronger. His opponent was also a Elysian child, but he still defeated his opponent in a domineering manner, attracting attention. After Xing Xin had defeated his opponent, the stone platform under Lu Ming's feet moved forward. Is it finally my turn? Mu Yang. Lu Ming whispered, and then his expression became interesting. The reason for that was because the other stone platform that moved over was actually Mu Yang. What a coincidence! A wisp of killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. As for Mu Yang himself, he was also stunned. Then, a cold killing intent spread out like a blade. Bang! The two stone platforms collided. Ha, Tianyun, you're really unlucky. This time, I'll make sure you die miserably. Mu Yang let out a cold laugh. He was too excited. He had been looking forward to meeting Lu Ming. He did not expect that he would really meet him. This time, he was going to avenge himself. Why do I feel like I'm very lucky? Lu Ming smiled. Tianyun encountered Mu Yang. 2 years ago, Mu Yang was defeated by Tianyun and was almost eliminated. However, in the past 2 years, Tianyun did not seem to have improved much and did not break through to the martial emperor realm. On the other hand, Mu Yang has already become a martial emperor. His battle prowess is definitely above Tianyun's. In the battle between geniuses, combat power is important, but so is potential. It seems that Tianyun's potential is not good enough. His future achievements will be limited. Some people were discussing. Some people felt that although Lu Ming's battle prowess was strong, his potential was not enough. Even if he could become a great emperor in the future, it would probably be very difficult for him to achieve much. Bang! Bang! Mu Yang stepped towards Lu Ming. His martial emperor cultivation was fully displayed. His aura swept towards Lu Ming like a gale. In such an environment, you still have not broken through to the martial emperor realm. You are really a piece of trash. In the future, you will never be my opponent. No, there is no future. Today, you will die. Mu Yang sneered as his aura grew stronger. You talk too much. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted and charged towards Mu Yang. His eyes were filled with the light of death as he attacked fiercely. Mu Yang wanted to continue acting tough, but he did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack. He did not follow the rules at all. He roared and retreated rapidly. His hands pressed forward, and the law of nothingness destroyed Lu Ming's attack. Even if you sneak attack, you are still not my opponent. Ah! Mu Yang wanted to ridicule Lu Ming, but Lu Ming's attack power suddenly increased. His speed also increased. He directly smashed Mu Yang's attack and slapped Mu Yang's face. Mu Yang let out a miserable scream as his body flew out like a sandbag. He almost flew off the stone platform. He was too miserable. His face was already badly mangled, almost exploding. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Was Lu Ming so strong that he could actually beat Mu Yang? Despicable man, it was just a sneak attack. Some Mu clan experts refused to admit their mistake. Ah, I will kill you. Mu Yang roared and dashed toward Lu Ming as if he had gone mad. He exploded with all his strength and rushed towards Lu Ming. A sea formed by the law of nothingness enveloped Lu Ming. Originally, he thought that he could easily beat Lu Ming. He did not expect that he would be beaten so badly by Lu Ming at the start of the battle. He was mad with hatred and wished he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. Lu Ming stood motionless, allowing the sea of nothingness to envelop him. Die for me. Mu Yang roared and exploded with power. His small world revolved. The power of his small world and the law of nothingness worked together to turn Lu Ming into nothingness. However, a river of law revolved around Lu Ming's body, constantly blocking the invasion of the law of nothingness. It's just a river of law. You can't stop me. Die! Mu Yang roared. The sea of nothingness transformed into all kinds of attacking power and attacked Lu Ming. Is that so? Then what if I add another kind? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Suddenly, another river of law appeared on his body. This was a river of law formed by the law of array Dao. 2 rivers of law revolved around him. How is this possible? Mu Yang roared in disbelief. Hadn't Lu Ming not broken through to martial emperor? How could he control 2 kinds of law? 2 kinds of law. How is this possible? He hasn't broken through to martial emperor, but he can control 2 kinds of law. One is the strongest law, and the other is the law of kings. The scene was in an uproar. Many people shouted in shock. Being able to control 2 kinds of law without breaking through to martial emperor was beyond their imagination. Only the martial emperors were calm. They were not surprised. Many people had seen Lu Ming's previous attacks. Today, I'll kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. His arms shook, and the 2 kinds of law merged. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Mu Yang's sea of nothingness shook violently and then exploded. Lu Ming had 5 kinds of law perfection. After 5 rounds of tempering, his physical body and saint energy were too strong, far surpassing those of the same level. Just his physical body and saint energy were already powerful. Now that he had merged the law of death and the law of array Dao, he exploded and broke Mu Yang's sea of nothingness. Mu Yang's body shook violently, and he almost vomited blood. Swoosh! Lu Ming's body was like a bolt of lightning. He approached Mu Yang and struck out with his palm. Mu Yang tried his best to block, but it was useless. His arm collided with Lu Ming's arm, and it almost broke. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and blood flowed. Bam! Bam! Chapter 21:16. Ah! Mu Yang screamed miserably, his face was filled with fear. He turned around and fled, trying to escape from the stone platform. But how could Lu Ming let him do as he wished? He must kill Mu Yang. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and caught up with Mu Yang in an instant. He blasted a palm on Mu Yang's back. Mu Yang screamed miserably. His body was penetrated and there was a big hole that penetrated the front and back of his body. Now, his arms were crippled, his body was penetrated, his battle prowess was greatly reduced, he was even less able to contend against Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming leaped up and kicked Mu Yang's face. Mu Yang's body slammed heavily onto the stone platform, causing the stone platform to rumble. A series of cracking sounds could be heard from his body. Dozens of bones were broken. Then, Lu Ming stepped on Mu Yang's face, making him unable to move. This is very similar to the first time Mu Yang challenged Lu Ming. He was also trampled on by Lu Ming and lost all his face. Ah, Tianyun, I must kill you, I want you to die without a burial ground. Mu Yang crazily roared, he has really gone crazy. Before the great battle, he was still acting all high and mighty, saying that Lu Ming would definitely die a horrible death. He even mocked Lu Ming for being a good-for-nothing with no potential, unable to break through to martial emperor, and that Lu Ming would never be his match. But now, how many moves has it been since the battle started? He is like a wild dog being trampled on by Lu Ming. This kind of humiliation is driving him crazy. You still dare to threaten me in this kind of situation? Lu Ming was indifferent, he waved his hand and 2 rays of light bombarded Mu Yang's legs, causing them to explode. Ah! Mu Yang let out a hysterical miserable shriek. Although with his current cultivation, even if only his head was left, he could regrow his flesh and restore his body. But this kind of pain is real. Now, his 4 limbs were crippled, his body was penetrated, he suffered heavy injuries, he is in incomparable pain. Tianyun, you dare to kill me? The experts of my Mu clan are right here. If you dare to kill me, you'll have to face the revenge of my Mu clan. Mu Yang roared, he was certain that Lu Ming would not dare to kill him. He stared viciously at Lu Ming. As long as he didn't die, he would definitely kill Lu Ming in the future, no matter what method he had to use. Bang! Lu Ming's expression became cold, and he directly stomped down. Mu Yang's head was like a watermelon that exploded. Then, a soul flew out and was caught by Lu Ming. It was Mu Yang's soul. At that moment, fear filled the face of Mu Yang's soul. He never thought that Lu Ming would actually dare to kill him. Was he not afraid of the Mu clan's revenge? You're courting death. The experts of the Mu clan were truly enraged. Someone roared, his aura shocking. It was as if the entire world was trembling. Without a doubt, this was a great emperor from the Mu clan. Mu Yang was done for. His physical body was completely destroyed, and only his soul was left. Even if he was reborn, he would not have the same achievements as before. This made the experts of the Mu clan furious. They immediately wanted to attack and kill Lu Ming. But in the next moment, at least 10 cold gazes swept towards the great emperor of the Mu clan. The great emperor of the Mu clan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He was instantly extinguished, and his aura was retracted. This was the Battle of 10 Earths. The great emperors of various regions were gathered here, and no one was allowed to disturb them. If he attacked, a group of great emperors would probably attack and kill him. Tianyun, you'd better let Mu Yang go. The great emperor of the Mu clan did not dare to attack, and could only threaten. Lu Ming sneered, too lazy to care. Tianyun, let me go. I beg you, let me go. At this moment, Mu Yang was truly afraid. He knew that he had encountered a lawless person who was not afraid of him at all. Lu Ming's gaze was cold. He had no intention of letting Mu Yang go. With Mu Yang's personality, letting him go might be more dangerous. He would definitely take revenge and would not give up. So, what was the difference whether he let Mu Yang go or not? If I let you go, you'll find assassins from the nation of death to assassinate me? Lu Ming said coldly. Mu Yang was stunned, then his face twisted with disbelief. In the end, he shouted hysterically, You're Lu Ming, you're not dead. Mu Yang's scream spread in all directions and everyone heard it. Many people were stunned. What? He's Lu Ming, the son of Chaos Lu Ming. Didn't the people from the nation of death say that they've already killed Lu Ming? Is he not dead? Many people discussed in shock. At this moment, the eyes of the son of Chaos Yuan Xian shone like 2 stars as he looked at Lu Ming. Xing Xing, his energy burst out and his body was bathed in white light as he stared at Lu Ming. He's Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others were overjoyed. Master, it must be Master. Lu Xiang and Ouyang Moli were also overjoyed. They finally understood why Lu Ming had helped them. They didn't know who he was, but Lu Ming helped them. They were puzzled before, but now they finally understood. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. So, he's Lu Ming. Some Emperor Realm experts whispered. They had already seen through Lu Ming's true appearance, but they hadn't seen Lu Ming before, so they didn't know that he was Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't hide it. His body began to change, revealing his true appearance. It's really Lu Ming. Some people who had seen Lu Ming before exclaimed in disbelief. Ha ha ha, I told you, how could Lu Ming die? Huang Li laughed. Death Nation, they really know how to blow their own trumpet. Ouyang Wushuang also laughed. Young Master, Qiu Yu was overjoyed. Some people who were familiar with Lu Ming were overjoyed. Although they didn't believe that Lu Ming was dead, they couldn't help but worry. Death Nation, an assassin organization, was too terrifying. They were afraid that it might be true. Now that they saw Lu Ming, they were finally relieved. Why isn't he dead? The countenances of some of Lu Ming's enemies changed and they became very ugly. Experts from Heng family, He family, Daluo Heaven sect, Wan family, Golden Crow clan, Sky Wolf Pagoda, and other forces stood in the crowd, feeling indignant and regretful. They couldn't wait for Lu Ming to be killed. This was especially so for the forces in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. He was giving them too much pressure and they were very worried. It's really you. The son of chaos, Yuan Xian, was shrouded in chaotic light. He was like a god of war, staring at Lu Ming. He had been invincible all his life and rarely suffered losses. However, during the assessment of Hunyuan sect, he suffered a great loss. He was defeated by Lu Ming and lost the last inheritance. Moreover, the inheritance of the Chaos Emperor was also in the hands of Lu Ming. He and Lu Ming were bound to fight. That's not right. How could he be Lu Ming? Isn't he the son of death who controls the law of death? Someone calmed down and finally found the problem. Lu Ming used the law of death previously. However, Lu Ming was the son of chaos. The scene was very lively and many people were discussing. Now, it suddenly quieted down and there was no sound at all. Everyone stared at Lu Ming with their eyes wide open. They couldn't wait to see through Lu Ming. Even those great emperors were the same. Huang Ling and those who were close to Lu Ming were also the same. They were in disbelief. Chapter 21:17. A single person had actually mastered 2 supreme laws. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Some even suspected that someone had disguised himself as Lu Ming. However, a great emperor spoke up to prove that this was Lu Ming's true appearance and that he had not disguised himself. Whoosh! The scene was in an uproar. One person could actually control 2 supreme laws at the same time, and they were below the martial emperor realm. Then, in addition to the array Dao law from before, wouldn't Lu Ming control 3 supreme laws? It was a complete uproar. This was unprecedented. Heavens, it's heaven-defying, Lu Ming is going to defy the heavens. One person controlling 2 supreme laws at the same time, how is it possible? Even a martial emperor can't do it. The supreme laws are incompatible, this has been the truth since ancient times, and now the truth has been broken. Many people shouted, even many of the older generation were the same, mainly because the impact was too great. It was as if the truth that they had always believed in had collapsed in an instant, and they could not calm down. Even the thearchs could not calm down, looking at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a monster. How is this possible? How is this possible? Those who had a grudge with Lu Ming, such as the Heng family, were all in disbelief. Boom! At this moment, Yuan Xian, Destiny's child, and the other strongest geniuses could not stay calm, and a terrifying aura erupted from their bodies. Invincible, Big Brother Lu Ming is invincible. Bubbles screamed even louder. Master is invincible. Lu Xiang and Ouyang Moli also cheered. Lu Ming touched his nose. He knew that once he revealed his true identity, it would definitely cause an uproar and shock the world. However, he still did not hide it. Because if he faced Yuan Xian, Destiny's child, and the others later, he would definitely not be able to hide it and would have to use his full strength. Sooner or later, he would be exposed. In addition, now that the energy in the heavenly thearch's body had been stored up to 36%, he had confidence and fewer worries. If the Mu clan wanted to make a move on him, Xiang, Qiu Yu, and the others after the 10 Earths battle ended, he could just take them and run. In any case, the heavenly monarch's physical body was shockingly strong. Not to mention, there was still Emperor Wuxia, Uncle Kong, and the others. At this moment, Uncle Kong, Emperor Wuxia, and the others were unable to calm down as they stroked their beards with all their might. They had lived for countless years, but this was the first time they had seen something like this. Let me go. At this moment, Mu Yang was nearly scared to death as he screamed crazily. One person could actually control 2 supreme laws. No wonder his combat prowess was so terrifying. He was about to be scared to death. Mu Yang, it was you who ordered the Death God Nation to assassinate me, right? Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, spare my life, Mu Yang screamed in terror. Many people's hearts stirred. It seemed that this was really Mu Yang's doing. He had asked the people from the Nation of Death to assassinate Lu Ming. They did not know what method Lu Ming had used to avoid death. Moreover, the people from the Nation of Death had mistakenly thought that they had killed Lu Ming. Despicable, you can't defeat my master, but you secretly ordered assassins to kill him. Damn it! Master, kill him! Xiang Xiang and Ouyang Moli were filled with righteous indignation. They couldn't wait to kill Mu Yang personally. Mu Yang, rest in peace. Lu Ming said. Then, under Mu Yang's terrified gaze, he clenched his fist and a terrifying force directly crushed Mu Yang's soul, causing his soul to scatter. Damn it! The Mu family's great emperor roared as his eyes were extremely sinister. An Elysian child was killed just like that. Their hearts were bleeding. A king body was said to have the potential to become a great emperor, and an Elysian child was undoubtedly stronger. The chances of them breaking through to the great emperor realm were very high, and they could even take a step closer and touch the supreme heavenly emperor realm. Such a genius would be treated as a treasure by any force. But now, he was killed by Lu Ming in front of everyone, and his soul scattered. After killing Mu Yang, the stone platform that represented Mu Yang turned into a puff of green smoke and dissipated. Lu Ming returned to the stone platform and floated back. Pairs of eyes fell on Lu Ming. Some were filled with solemnity, while others were filled with intense battle intent. Previously, no one took Lu Ming seriously. No matter how strong a quasi-emperor was, he wouldn't be a threat to them. But now, it was different. Lu Ming had killed Mu Yang, and for the first time, he had mastered two supreme laws. Most importantly, Lu Ming didn't use the law of primal chaos when he killed Mu Yang. If he used the law of primal chaos and the law of death, how powerful would it be? Everyone re-evaluated Lu Ming's battle strength. Of course, there were also people who didn't think highly of Lu Ming. They thought that mastering two supreme laws at the same time was already unprecedented. It was impossible to fuse two supreme laws and increase the power of the two supreme laws. Many people agreed with this point of view. While everyone was unable to calm down, the competition continued. After Lu Ming and Mu Yang's battle, there were only 20 or so people left. It could be said that those who remained were all experts among experts. Every battle attracted everyone's attention. Destiny's Child, Yuan Xian, Wu Yang, and the others still defeated their opponents. Death Blade had finally reached the end. He encountered a true dragon that seemed to cultivate the immemorial demonic Tao. It was incomparably powerful. Although Death Blade did his best, he was still not a match for it. After a few dozen moves, he was defeated. Eternal Star River also encountered a powerful opponent. However, he was indeed very strong. After exchanging over 100 moves with his opponent, he narrowly won. Bubble also defeated his opponent. When it was Lu Ming's turn again, his opponent was not strong. He was slightly weaker than Mu Yang and was defeated by Lu Ming. Slowly, there were only 13 people left. 13 stone platforms floated in the air, sizing each other up. These 13 people could be said to be very strong. Among them, Destiny's Child, Yuan Xian, Wu Yang, the true dragon that cultivated the immemorial demonic Tao, the immemorial physique cultivator, and the spacetime child were the ones who received the most attention. Because these people had stepped into the martial emperor realm 2 years ago. 2 years later, they were undoubtedly stronger. Their strength was unfathomable. However, these people had yet to encounter each other. Could it be related to the stone platforms? Lu Ming pondered. Perhaps the stone platforms could also roughly distinguish the strong and weak. Therefore, some of the strongest people would automatically avoid them. This was very likely. If some of the strongest people encountered them first, it would be unfair. The stone platforms rotated. Then, 2 stone platforms flew out and collided with each other. One of them was Destiny's Child. The person who collided with Destiny's Child had an ugly expression. He actually encountered Destiny's Child. Destiny's Child's name was Tian Ming. Using Destiny's City as his name, one could see that his heart was higher than the heavens. Moreover, he was worthy of this name. Tianming was dressed in white. His long hair reached his waist. He was unbelievably handsome, like the legendary god's child. Chapter 21:18. Destiny's Child, Tianming, was thought to be the most likely candidate to win the competition. Before the competition, Yuan Xian was the only one who was thought to be able to compete with Tianming. Of course, there were many dark horses now, such as Wu Yang, the true dragon, and the primordial physique cultivator. However, most people still thought that Tianming would have no problem winning the competition. Destiny's Child controlled fate, and there were only a few in history. Almost every one of them stood at the peak and became a peak expert. Do you want to admit defeat? Tianming asked his opponent calmly with a smile on his face. Among the top 10 laws, the law of destiny is faintly superior to the other laws. I want to experience it, the young man said. He was also a very powerful child of heaven. 2 years ago, he was about to become a great emperor. After 2 years of cultivation, his cultivation had reached the peak of 1-star void emperor. How could he surrender without a fight? Tianming shook his head and said, "From the moment you said that, your fate was already sealed. You will lose." What bullshit fate is this? My fate is up to me, not the heavens. No one can control my fate. The young man shouted and charged at Tianming. You are destined to be struck by lightning, Tianming said with a smile. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, endless lightning appeared out of nowhere and struck at his opponent. Every bolt of lightning was multicolored. There were 5 different colors, and they were as thick as an arm. Their power was shocking. The densely packed lightning directly drowned the young man. The young man let out a long howl and unleashed a crazy burst of power, using a divine ability to resist the lightning. Your fate is to be burned by fire, Tianming said again. Then, endless flames appeared. They were incomparably terrifying flames that drowned the young man. Your fate is to be cut by a blade. Your fate is to be hammered, Tianming said continuously. Every word he said was coming true. All kinds of attacks were launched at his opponent endlessly. Finally, the young man couldn't resist anymore. He vomited blood and was sent flying out of the stage. Tianming, on the other hand, had a smile on his face from beginning to end. He stood on the stone stage in his white robe, not moving a single step. He was extraordinary. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked beyond words. The law of fate was too terrifying. Could it really decide one's fate? If he said that the other party was going to be struck by lightning, then he was going to be struck by lightning. If he was going to be slashed by a saber, then he was going to be slashed by a saber. It was as if he was controlling the fate of others. Even Lu Ming had a serious look in his eyes. Heaven's Will's stone platform flew back. There were still 12 people left. After another 20% of the competition, the top 10 would be determined. Soon, 2 more stone platforms flew out and collided with each other. Everyone was shocked again. This time, the one who stepped out was Yuan Xian. His opponent's face also darkened. In the eyes of others, Yuan Xian was someone who could compete with Tianming. Encountering him was just bad luck. Boom! Yuan Xian directly attacked, domineering and overbearing. His primal chaos divine fist was unparalleled in terms of offensive power. The moment he attacked, he would crush his opponent crazily. His opponent might be powerful, but he was still at a disadvantage. He was no match for him at all. Yuan Xian's cultivation is definitely not a 1-star empty emperor. I'm afraid he's already a 2-star empty emperor. Someone guessed. Many people nodded. This was normal. Yuan Xian had already become an empty emperor 2 years ago. In the past 2 years, he had encountered many opportunities. How could he not have improved? Not long after, Yuan Xian's opponent was defeated. He coughed up blood and left the battle platform. After Yuan Xian retreated, there were still 11 people left. Then, 2 more stone platforms collided with each other. It's him, an archaic body cultivator. Lu Ming's eyes moved, revealing a look of interest. One of them was the archaic body cultivator named Baoda. This person was almost 3 meters tall. He was bald and his body was pitch black like a piece of black coal or a piece of black steel. He seemed to be filled with endless power. Archaic body cultivators specialized in cultivating their physical bodies. Their physique was unparalleled and their power was endless. Lu Ming was very interested. His flesh had been tempered by the law 5 times in a row and contained 3 streaks of chaotic qi. It was already very powerful. But compared to Baoda, there was still a big gap. Baoda's opponent's face was also very ugly. This was because Baoda was also considered one of the strongest few people. Why were the opponents of the last 3 people facing the strongest ones? Ha, little one, make your move. Baoda grinned and walked towards the other party like a giant. Boom! Baoda made his move. It was simple and direct. He directly threw out a punch. This punch directly pierced through space. His pitch-black fist was like an immemorial divine mountain as it pressed down on the other party. His opponent was not weak either. He could be said to be very strong. He erupted with all his strength to resist Baoda. Unfortunately, he was still unable to match Baoda. Baoda's fist landed and directly pierced through the strongest law. His opponent's face changed drastically. He quickly retreated and was almost sent flying out of the stone platform by Baoda. Little one, you can't do it. Ha ha ha. Baoda laughed. His 3-meter-tall body directly charged towards his opponent at an astonishing speed. Boom! His opponent used all his strength and blasted out a divine ability. But when it landed on Baoda's body, it was useless. It did not break Baoda's defense. Baoda's body was like a divine weapon. He broke through his opponent's attack and then ruthlessly slammed into his opponent's body. His opponent groaned. Crackling sounds came from his body. Then, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. His body was directly sent flying out of the battle platform. Many people gasped. This Baoda was really terrifying. His strength was endless. He defeated his opponent in just a few moves. What a terrifying power. It's pure physical strength. In the crowd, Huang Li and Long Chen's faces were very solemn. They cultivated the law of force and were known as the ultimate strength. But compared to Baoda, they were far behind. After Baoda defeated his opponent, there were only 10 people left on the scene. The top 10 were born. They were Tian Ming, Yuan Xian, Wu Yang, Baoda, the true dragon Ao Ku, the space-time sun, Yun Haoge, Bubbles, Heng Xinghe, ancient devil, and Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes fell on the 10 people. In the entire land of Yuan Mountain, there were countless geniuses. The 10 strongest geniuses were the focus of everyone's attention. Alright, now that the top 10 have been born, I'll give you 3 days to recuperate. 3 days later, the final battle will begin. The white-haired old man stepped forward and announced. Master is too powerful. And Bubbles. Lu Xiangxiang, Ouyang Moli, and the others cheered excitedly. However, most of them did not look good because the geniuses that they thought highly of had failed and did not enter the top 10. Senior, I'm not convinced. At this moment, a voice sounded, causing everyone to quiet down. A young man stepped forward and cupped his fists at the white-haired old man. I'm not convinced either. Me too. Chapter 21:19. Everyone recognized that 3 of them were the last 3 youths who had been defeated by Tian Ming, Yuan Xian, and Baoda. The other 2 youths were also the ones who had encountered Tian Ming and Yuan Xian. There were 5 of them in total. What's wrong with you? The white-haired old man asked. Some of them aren't strong enough to enter the top 10. That's right, they were just lucky and didn't encounter any strong opponents. That's why they aren't convinced. The youths spoke one after another. Everyone understood. These youths felt that they were too unlucky to have encountered Tianming, Yuan Xian, and the others. They were defeated because Tianming and the others were too strong. Many of them had not encountered Tianming and the others in the top 10. Therefore, these youths felt that they had only lost because of luck and not because of strength. Many of them had the same thought, especially when their gazes swept over Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Heng Xinghe. I see. The white-haired old man nodded and said, the stone platform under your feet has a special effect, so some people won't encounter you in advance. However, you won't be convinced if you don't fight. How about this, I'll give you a chance. You can challenge any one of the 10 youths. If you can win, you can replace them. Hearing this, the youth's eyes lit up. At the same time, their gazes fell on Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Heng Xinghe with strong battle intent. They were unconvinced because of Lu Ming's group. They felt that they were stronger than Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Heng Xinghe. Lu Ming might have mastered 2 supreme laws, but his cultivation was only at the quasi-emperor realm. Although he had defeated Mu Yang, which one of them wasn't stronger than Mu Yang? There was also Bubbles, a 3 to 4-year-old child who was only a 1-star illusionary emperor. They had nothing to fear. It was the same for Heng Xinghe, who was only a 1-star illusionary emperor. As for the ancient devil, although he was also a 1-star illusionary emperor, he cultivated the immemorial demon Dao and his battle strength was extremely strong. They had no confidence in defeating him. As for Tianming, Yuan Xian, Wu Yang, Bao De, Xia Ku, and Yun Haoge, they did not consider them. These 6 people had already become emperors 2 years ago and their strength was unfathomable. I'll challenge first. A red-haired youth stepped forward. What right do you have to challenge first? I'll go first. I'll go first. There were 5 young men in total, all of whom wanted to challenge Qin Nan first. He would definitely have an advantage if he chose to challenge the weakest one first. Finally, the white-haired elder had them draw lots to decide who would go first. In the end, a tall and thin youth was the first to fight. This person had been defeated by Bao De. Now, he was the first to challenge someone. His gaze swept over Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Stellar River, and finally landed on Stellar River. You also cultivate eternal laws? Come out and fight me. The lanky youth spoke because he also cultivated in the eternal laws. I was just about to fight you. Xinghe's eyes shone brightly as he stepped out, emitting a powerful aura from his body. Both of them cultivated in the eternal laws. The 2 of them weren't the only geniuses who cultivated the eternal laws. However, there was no doubt that the 2 of them were the strongest. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the 2 of them moved and engaged in a fierce battle. The eternal laws collided continuously, and the battle was incomparably intense. In the beginning, the 2 of them were evenly matched. After exchanging more than 100 moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. However, after more than 100 moves, Xinghe began to gain the upper hand and suppressed his opponent. Roar! Xinghe roared with a wild aura. His long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. Back then, he had been defeated by Lu Ming. After that, he had been in seclusion and focused on cultivation. In the end, he had transformed and become stronger than before. Good, ha! Great Emperor Heng laughed heartily. After a few more moves, Xinghe sent his opponent flying off the stone platform and won. The first challenge ended in failure, causing the remaining challengers to look a little solemn. Originally, Xinghe was the weakest in their eyes, but he still failed the challenge. Now, it's my turn. The young man with fiery red hair who had been defeated by Tianming stepped out. Finally, his gaze landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, come out and fight me. The young man with fiery red hair stared at Lu Ming. Do you think I'm a pushover? Lu Ming pursed his lips. With a thought, the stone platform under his feet flew forward. The young man with fiery red hair landed on the stone platform. The stone platform was equivalent to a battle stage. Lu Ming, you haven't become an emperor. Although you have mastered 2 supreme laws, I can still defeat you, the young man with fiery red hair clamored, trying to provoke Lu Ming. You're so impatient. Before the young man with fiery red hair could finish his words, Lu Ming rushed towards him and used the law of chaos and the law of array. The 2 laws merged and used the chaotic divine palm to strike the young man with fiery red hair. The young man with fiery red hair erupted and used all his strength to fight against Lu Ming. Lu Ming's fusion of the law of chaos and the law of array was stronger than the fusion of the law of death and the law of array. After all, the chaotic divine palm was a divine ability of the law of chaos. Lu Ming's attacks were like a storm, constantly attacking the young man with fiery red hair. In an instant, he blasted out hundreds of palms. Bam! Bam! After hundreds of collisions, the young man with fiery red hair's arm went numb and was almost broken. His body kept shaking and he kept retreating. Since the beginning of the fight, he had been suppressed by Lu Ming and was completely at a disadvantage. He could not resist and was forced to retreat from the stone platform. You still dare to challenge me? You're just a so-so. Lu Ming pursed his lips and flew back to the stone platform. Lu Ming didn't use the fusion of the law of chaos and the law of death. Could it be that he really didn't fuse these 2 laws? It's naturally not that easy to fuse 2 supreme laws. Even so, his strength is still very strong, slightly stronger than the stellar river. Some people discussed. The faces of the remaining challengers turned even uglier. The few who they thought were the weakest had such strength. Could it be that they would not succeed in their challenge? Then, a young man challenged Bubble. Bubble still did not transform into his true body. Relying on the mysterious space-time law, he played with the opponent for 100 or 200 moves. In the end, he inexplicably sent his opponent off the stone platform and won. The remaining 2 challengers looked at each other. In the end, they sighed and shook their heads, giving up on the challenge. Even Lu Ming, Bubble, and Heng Xinghe were so strong. They had no confidence in challenging the remaining challengers. They would only be beaten up, so they might as well not challenge. At this point, the top 10 were officially born. After a round of challenges, no one doubted the combat strength of Lu Ming and the others. They were the top 10 strongest people among the younger generation in Yuanlu. The 10 of them sized each other up, creating dazzling sparks when they collided. Chapter 21-20. Especially Heng Xinghe, most of his attention was on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I'll defeat you this time. Heng Xinghe said with an intimidating look in his eyes. I'll be waiting for you. Lu Ming's reply was simple. To be honest, he didn't take Heng Xinghe seriously anymore. Lu Ming's current opponents were Tian Ming and Yuan Xian. Yun Haoge, on the other hand, looked at Bubbles with greed in his eyes. Little guy, you must be a divine beast, right? You can control the laws of space and time. How about this? Be my pet and fight with me. Yun Haoge said. He was indeed eager. It would be of great help to him if he had a pet that could control the laws of space and time with him. You're more like my human pet. Bubble curled its lips in disdain. I will make you accept it wholeheartedly. Yun Haoge said coldly. Brother Lu Ming, is that guy an idiot? He wants me to be his pet. Bubbles' figure flashed and it appeared on Lu Ming's body. Its small body hung on Lu Ming's body like an octopus. He is indeed an idiot. Lu Ming smiled and patted Bubbles' head. Everyone was stunned. It turned out that Lu Ming and Bubble were so close. Was Bubble Lu Ming's pet? Was it Lu Ming's pet? That would be terrifying. The 2 of them had entered the top 10. Yun Haoge became gloomy and glanced at Lu Ming coldly. On the other side, Baoda, Chil and the Ancient Devil were also staring at each other and unleashing their combat strength. All 3 of them practiced the archaic system and were geniuses, they naturally wanted to see who was better. Among the top 10, only Tian Ming stood there calmly with a smile, as if he had nothing to do with it. Everyone was looking forward to the battle. The battle hadn't even started yet, but the atmosphere was already tense. The final battle between the top 10 would definitely be exciting and epic. In the history of the primordial realm, there had never been so many geniuses born, nor had there ever been a battle of the 10 Earths. This great battle was unprecedented. Many of the Elysian children were reduced to foils. If this was said a few decades ago, they would have laughed to death. In the past, an Elysian child was a legend, a character capable of suppressing an era. However, in this era, he was reduced to a supporting role, which made countless people excited. This battle was destined to be recorded in the annals of history, to be passed down through the ages. Rest up. We'll fight in 3 days. The white-haired old man announced once more. Everyone found a place to rest. Lu Ming walked towards Autumn Moon and the others. Young master, I knew you would be fine. Autumn Moon was overjoyed. She threw herself into Lu Ming's arms, ignoring the strange looks from others. Lu Ming. Huang Ling walked over. Her gaze was a bit complicated, but it disappeared in a flash, hidden by her. Then, the others also came over to greet Lu Ming. Master. Xiang Xiang and Ouyang Moli bowed to Lu Ming. At the side, many people did not know that Xiang Xiang and Ouyang Moli were Lu Ming's disciples. When they saw this, they were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was young and extraordinary. Now, he actually had 2 disciples of the Elysian children. It was really shocking. Even the great emperors were envious. You too, cultivate well and strive to become great emperors as soon as possible. Lu Ming looked at Xiang Xiang and Ouyang Moli. At the same time, he thought of himself. It seemed that it would be very difficult for him to become a great emperor. From the looks of it, he would probably be surpassed by his 2 disciples. This made his old face blush slightly. Then, Lu Ming bowed to Emperor Wuxiang, Uncle Kong, and the others. Lu Ming, this time, do your best. After the Battle of the 10 Lands, there will be great opportunities waiting for you. Emperor Wuxiang smiled and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. There were great opportunities waiting for them. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Previously, it was just a selection, but they could enter the world left behind by the primordial world. Now that it was the final battle, how could there be no opportunities? I will do my best. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Lu Ming chose a place and sat cross-legged in the air. He circulated his qi and adjusted his condition to the best. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The final peak battle was about to begin. The white-haired old man stood at the top of Destiny Mountain. With a wave of his hand, a huge battle platform appeared on top of Destiny Mountain. It was 100 miles wide and was purple-gold in color. It was filled with a noble aura. Obviously, the final battle would take place on this battle platform. The final battle of the top 10 will be fought in turns. Each person will have to fight with the other 9 and be ranked according to their winning percentage. The white-haired old man said. Lu Ming nodded. As he expected, they would use this hairstyle. This was the fairest way to determine the ranking. It was completely based on one's strength and there was no luck involved. This was the most commonly used method. Throughout Lu Ming's journey, he had encountered this method more than once or twice. Also, in the battle between you all, no one is allowed to kill. The white-haired old man added. Many people nodded. Each of the last 10 people was extremely talented. If they died because of this, it would be a great loss. That was why there was such a rule. Lu Ming secretly felt that it was a pity. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to deal with Xinghe. Okay, now I will decide the order of the battle. The first battle, Xinghe against Lu Ming. The white-haired old man announced. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the first battle to be him. Moreover, his opponent was Xinghe. Could it be that the white-haired old man did this on purpose? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up. This was good too. He would start with Xinghe. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and landed on the battle stage. Xing He's figure also landed on the battle stage. His eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. It was as if a flame was burning fiercely. Lu Ming, this time, you will definitely lose. Xing He shouted loudly. His fighting spirit was soaring. You have already lost back then. Now, you are even less of a match for me. Lu Ming shook his head. His voice was silent. Many people were stunned and revealed a look of realization. It seemed that Lu Ming and Xing He had already fought before. Xing He and Lu Ming are both from Yuan Mountain. Naturally, they have already fought before. It seems that Xing He is not a match for Lu Ming. He has already lost before. Many people discussed. That time, Lu Ming just used a trick. The people of the Heng family were indignant and explained. As for the powerhouses of various forces in the Yuan Mountain area, they were watching with rapt attention. Lu Ming and Heng Xinghe both came from the land of Yuan Mountain. In the past, Heng Xinghe had always been known as the #1 prodigy in the land of Yuan Mountain. Since Lu Ming's rise, this phenomenon had changed. Whoever won this battle would be the #1 prodigy of the Yuan Mountain area. Xing He, then I will crush you. I will let you understand the gap between us. Lu Ming said faintly. Bang! Bang! Chapter 21-21. Lu Ming stepped forward, and with every step he took, a river of law appeared on Lu Ming's body. When he took the first step, the law of chaos turned into a river and surrounded Lu Ming's body. When he took the second step, another river of law appeared. It was the river of law of death. Chaos and death, the two strongest rivers of law, surrounded Lu Ming's body and attracted everyone's attention. This was because this was a scene that had never appeared in the Yuan realm since ancient times. It was a miracle. Many people even took out their breath shadow stones to record all of this. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The two rivers of law merged together and turned into a two-colored river of law. It's merged, the two strongest laws have merged together. Someone shouted excitedly. Oh my God, it's heaven-defying, the two strongest laws have really merged together. It's a miracle. Countless people roared, and even many great emperors could not calm down and opened their eyes wide. Two supreme laws fused together. This could be called a legend. At this moment, Yuan Xian, Bao De, and the others were shocked. My hair, why is this guy always so crazy? Monk Wuliang chanted a Buddhist mantra, and his face turned bitter. Even Tian Ming, who had always been calm, had his smile disappear at this moment, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Stellar River was also shocked, and showed a look of disbelief. I'll defeat you. Lu Ming took a step forward, charging toward the Stellar River like a bolt of lightning. Eternal Divine Bell. Stellar River roared. He was unwilling to give up, and he still wanted to fight. A divine bell appeared on his body. There were ancient patterns on it. Clang! The eternal divine bell vibrated, and a terrifying sound of killing erupted. Compared to the past, the power of Stellar River's eternal divine bell was many times stronger. However, now that Lu Ming had merged the law of chaos and the law of death, in addition to his extremely condensed saint power and physical strength, the combat strength that erupted was too strong. Lu Ming ignored Stellar River's attack, and his body did not stop, and he continued to charge. When those sounds of slaughter landed on Lu Ming's body, they were blocked by the two-colored river of laws. They couldn't break through Lu Ming's defense at all. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming approached the Stellar River. Boom! Lu Ming used the Chaos Divine Palm and fused two supreme laws of nature to strike the eternal divine bell in the Stellar River. Dong! The eternal divine bell vibrated violently, releasing terrifying sound waves that swept out in all directions. A few true emperors and grand emperors created a barrier in front of them. Otherwise, they would have been injured. The weaker ones would have died from the shockwaves. Kacha! Cracking sounds could be heard from the eternal godly bell as cracks began to appear on it. The cracks were like a spider web as they covered the entire eternal godly bell. Bang! In the end, the eternal divine bell exploded and turned into specks of light before dissipating. Lu Ming's palm force didn't stop, bombarding Xinghe's body. Xinghe's body was like a scarecrow, flying out and heavily falling to the ground, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Defeated. Xinghe was defeated in a single move. Many people were stunned. Is the fusion of two supreme laws so terrifying? Someone's voice was dry and filled with disbelief. Xinghe was a peerless genius who made it into the top 10. Yet, he was defeated in a single move by Lu Ming. The gap between them was shocking and horrifying. Since ancient times, no one in the primordial realm has mastered two supreme laws, and no one has fused them together. No one knows what kind of power the fusion of two supreme laws will have. Someone said solemnly. Everyone took a deep breath. That was indeed the case. Moreover, they thought about how many laws Lu Ming could control. Every time he controlled a river of laws, he would refine his saint force and body. No wonder Lu Ming's combat strength was so strong. They finally understood. You've lost. Lu Ming said indifferently as he looked at Xinghe indifferently. Xinghe vomited another mouthful of blood. He couldn't accept this result. Back then, he was the #1 genius of the primordial realm. He was high and mighty and looked down on others. When he first met Lu Ming, he didn't care about Lu Ming at all. Even if he knew that Lu Ming was the son of chaos, he didn't care. He thought that he was strong enough to suppress all enemies and would not be defeated. But later, in the Lotus World, he was defeated by Lu Ming. However, at that time, Lu Ming had used some kind of secret technique. He always thought that Lu Ming had borrowed external force and that he wouldn't be defeated with his own strength. Over the years, he had been cultivating in seclusion. Especially when he knew about the Battle of the 10 Earths, he cultivated even harder. He wanted to amaze everyone in the Battle of the 10 Earths and completely suppress Lu Ming and trample him under his feet. Even though there were many geniuses this time and it was beyond his imagination, he still managed to make it into the top 10. Unfortunately, his opponent, Lu Ming, performed even more amazingly. Although he hadn't become an emperor, he had mastered two types of strongest laws. And now, he had defeated him in one move. His combat strength was strong enough to look down on him. At this moment, his confidence and belief suffered a great blow. He kept coughing blood. Damn it! Great Emperor Heng roared. Lu Ming was the nemesis of the Heng family. Master is mighty. Master is invincible. Lu Xiangxiang and Ouyang Imoli were making a big fuss. They were even happier than if they had won. Do you want to fight again? Lu Ming continued to step forward. The two-colored river of laws surrounded him like a god descending to the mortal world. Xinghe hadn't admitted defeat yet. If he wanted to fight again, Lu Ming could ruthlessly torture Xinghe. Unfortunately, Xinghe didn't give him the chance. I've lost. Xinghe was very unwilling, but he could only admit defeat. Otherwise, he would only be tortured. I've said it before. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you twice. You'll never be my opponent in the future. Lu Ming left this arrogant sentence and then flew out of the fighting ring. Xinghe's expression was ugly. He also left the battle stage and took a pill to heal his injuries. This was only his first battle. There were more battles waiting for him. The first battle, Lu Ming wins. The second battle, Bubble vs Yunhaoge. The white-haired old man announced. Many people's eyes immediately lit up. They realized that every battle that followed was very attractive. Bubble and Yunhaoge had both mastered the law of spacetime. Moreover, according to the great emperor, Bubble's original form was a divine beast with a great background. Everyone wanted to know what Bubble's original form was. Bubble, do your best. Lu Ming patted Bubble's little head. Don't worry. That guy is weird. I'll definitely beat him up. Chirp chirp. Bubble cried out. Not far away, Yunhaoge's face was full of black lines. What did she mean by him being eccentric? How was he being eccentric? Chapter 21-22. Be my pet beast. We both cultivate the laws of space and time. It's beneficial to both of us. Yunhaoge said again. It's the same the other way around. You can be my pet. Bubble pouted. Yunhaoge's expression darkened. If you don't agree, I'll beat you until you do. Whoosh. Yunhaoge moved. As he moved, the space around him rippled like water. His body seemed to be traveling through space at an incredible speed. Many people saw him move. In the next moment, Yunhaoge's body was already in front of Bubble. He grabbed at Bubble with his hand. Bubble didn't have time to dodge and was caught by the hand. However, with a bang, Yunhaoge caught nothing. The Bubble's figure shattered like an illusion. It was only a mirror image. Bubble had already left. Just as Yunhaoge grabbed Bubble's mirror image, Bubble's figure suddenly appeared behind Yunhaoge. He reached out with his small hand and attacked Yunhaoge. However, Yunhaoge's figure also shattered at the same time. This was also a mirror image. Yunhaoge's figure had also left. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, Yunhaoge's figure appeared behind Bubble. Not only that, dozens of Yunhaoge's figures appeared in other parts of the battle platform as well. This is fun, chirp chirp. Bubble cried. His small figure also disappeared. In the next moment, dozens of figures appeared and pounced at Yunhaoge's figures. In an instant, figures flashed on the battle platform. One figure after another flashed, but they were defeated one after another. In the end, it was discovered that they were all mirror images. Not a single one hit the real body. Many of the weaker cultivators were dazzled by the sight. They couldn't see the real body or the mirror image. They could only see the space rippling like water on the battle platform. One figure after another flashed and attacked. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens and hundreds of figures crisscrossing each other. As time passed, the speed reached an extreme. In the end, the two figures couldn't be seen at all. Lu Ming channeled his saint power into his eyes to capture the two figures. Amazing. Both of them have reached an extremely profound level in the use of the laws of space and time. A true emperor exclaimed. The space-time laws were extremely mysterious to begin with. Ordinary people would not even be able to touch someone who controlled the space-time laws. This was the use of space and time, the collision of time and space. It had only been a minute, but the two of them had already exchanged countless blows. Let me break your space-time laws. Yunhaoge was getting impatient. All of his silhouettes disappeared, leaving only one behind. Boom! The aura on his body became even more violent. The surging power of the world rushed out together with the space-time law. With him as the center, the space constantly collapsed and exploded. Even time was messed up. Two-star Void Emperor. This was Yunhaoge's current realm. He wanted to crush Bubble with his powerful cultivation base. Bang! Bang! With him as the center, it was as if a level 12 hurricane had been set off, sweeping toward the Bubble. Wherever it passed, space exploded, time was thrown into chaos, and the mirror images of the Bubble collapsed one by one. Bubble's true body appeared, floating within the chaotic flow of spacetime. Lose for me. Yunhaoge said coldly. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Bubble. There was a sword in his hand. This was a battle sword condensed from the spacetime force. It was extremely sharp and slashed toward Bubble. Bubble waved her small hand, and a spacetime sword condensed in her hand as well, colliding with the opponent. Bang! The void trembled. Bubble's cultivation base was still a little weaker, only a one-star Void Emperor. She was not a match for Yunhaoge in terms of strength. Instead, she was sent flying by the opponent. After Yunhaoge sent Bubble flying, he chased after her and attacked Bubble again. After a few consecutive blows, Bubble was suppressed and fell into a disadvantageous position. Yunhaoge used his stronger cultivation base to constantly shatter the surrounding space and disrupt the space-time force, forcing Bubble to face him head-on. Bubble, you can do it! Lu Xiangxiang, Ouyang Moli, and the others shouted, cheering for Bubble. Be my beast pet. Yunhaoge's eyes were cold as he stared at Bubble. Chirp chirp, Bubble cried out, her eyes filled with anger. Her body emitted a white light, and in the next moment, Bubble directly transformed into her true body. It was a small spiritual mouse. Its fur was snow-white and sparkling, shining with a little luster. It was exceptionally cute. Could it be a space-time spiritual mouse? One of the top 10 beasts, the space-time spiritual mouse. Someone exclaimed, and the scene was in an uproar again. It's a space-time spiritual mouse. Yunhaoge's eyes were burning with greed. He could not wait to take Bubble for himself. In the Yuan continent, there were some geniuses who could awaken the bloodlines of the top 10 beasts. The Yuan realm was vast and boundless, and there were many such geniuses. However, those geniuses who had awakened the bloodlines of the top 10 beasts were only humans after all. They had only awakened a little of their bloodline, and the difference between them and the top 10 beasts was too great. There were countless divine beasts in the world, but there were only 10 of the top 10 beasts. Each of the top 10 beasts was unique. In the world, it was impossible for 2 of the top 10 beasts to appear. Each of them was unique. Only when one of the top 10 beasts fell could a new one be born. In ancient times, each of the top 10 beasts was a pinnacle expert in the world. One could imagine how powerful and talented the top 10 beasts were. Now, it was a young space-time spiritual mouse. It was too rare. The space-time spiritual mouse is mine, mine. Yunhaoge roared in his heart. The space-time spiritual mouse was born to control space-time. If he could get it, it would be of great help to him. Surrender. Yunhaoge continued to attack Bubble. Human pet, you're the one who's surrendering. Bubbles shouted. Her body glowed, and white rays of light spread out, causing the void to ripple like water again. Whoosh! Bubbles' figure disappeared. She traveled through space-time without leaving a trace. At the same time, the endless space in all directions was shrinking, squeezing toward Yunhaoge. Break! Yunhaoge shouted. His 2-star illusionary emperor cultivation was fully unleashed. Together with his space-time law, he wanted to shatter the surrounding space. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He felt that his space-time law was being suppressed. What was even more shocking was that his space-time law was being manipulated instead. The space-time law that he unleashed was oppressing him instead. Bang! Yunhaoge's body shook violently. The endless space-time power pressed on his body, piercing through his power of the world. His body flew out, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. What's going on? Many people were dumbfounded. Just now, Yunhaoge clearly had the upper hand. How did the situation turn completely around in the blink of an eye? Yunhaoge was injured by Bubble in one move. Chapter 21-23. Yunhaoge is being restrained. A great emperor explained. Restrained? Some people were confused, while others were deep in thought. One of the top 10 battle beasts, the space-time spirit mouse, is born with the ability to control space-time. Although Yunhaoge is the space-time son, he's still a bit weaker than the space-time spirit mouse. Therefore, he's being restrained in terms of space-time laws. The martial monarch explained once again. Everyone was enlightened. The space-time spirit mouse could only unleash its true strength after revealing its true form. It could use the space-time laws to the fullest, and even control Yunhaoge's space-time laws. It could be said that Yunhaoge was no longer a match for Bubbles. Whoosh! Bubble traveled through space-time. Her body was small, but wherever she passed, space-time followed. The space wrapped around her like water, and endless space-time power charged at Yunhaoge. Yun Haoge roared. He was a little unwilling and wanted to flip over. Unfortunately, it was useless. At this moment, he couldn't control the space-time laws effectively. It was extremely difficult to control them. Without the space-time laws, how could he be Bubbles' opponent? He was sent flying again and coughed up blood. With your strength, you want to take me as a pet beast? You're overestimating yourself. I said that you'd be more suitable to be my human pet. Hurry up and kneel down and call me master. Bubble was extremely excited. She traveled through the void and slapped Yun Haoge with her little paw. Yun Haoge roared in anger. He unleashed his full strength, but it was useless. He couldn't defy the heavens. He was completely suppressed by Bubble. In the end, his face was scratched by Bubble, leaving a claw mark. You have my mark on your face. You're now my human pet. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp, Bubble screamed excitedly. Yun Haoge was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Many people were speechless. They could see that compared to the space-time spirit mouse, Bubble was still in its infancy. She wasn't deliberately humiliating Yun Haoge. However, in Yun Haoge's eyes, it was a blatant humiliation. He roared in anger, but in the end, he still rushed down the battle platform in humiliation and admitted defeat. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would only be humiliating himself. That guy. Yes, that guy has a good relationship with the space-time spirit mouse. I'll take revenge on him later. Yun Haoge was infuriated. He glanced at Lu Ming. He couldn't beat Bubbles, so he could only get back at her from Lu Ming. Lu Ming noticed Yun Haoge's gaze and was speechless. Why was this guy staring at him with a face full of resentment? Lu Ming pursed his lips and didn't take it to heart. If this guy didn't know what was good for him, he wouldn't mind giving him a beating when they met again. Bubbles won the match. Whoosh! Bubble transformed back into human form and hung on Lu Ming's neck. Big brother Lu Ming, I'm awesome, right? Chirp. Bubbles pouted. Amazing, amazing. Bubbles is the best. Lu Ming said with a smile. Bubbles is the best. Come, let sister hug you. Lu Xiangxiang walked over and looked at Bubbles, her eyes shining. Lu Xiangxiang's eyes were twinkling with little stars after seeing Bubbles' original form. Little guy, don't be rude. You have to call me auntie. Chirp. Bubbles pouted and looked at Lu Xiangxiang with disdain. Lu Xiangxiang immediately retreated with a bitter face, causing Qiu Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, and the others to laugh. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with envy in their eyes. Lu Ming not only had 2 Elysian children as his disciples, but he also seemed to have a good relationship with the space-time spirit mouse. Especially Yun Haoge, his eyes were full of jealousy. The third match, Yuan Xian against the ancient demon. The white-haired old man announced again. The scene fell silent, and everyone's attention was drawn back. 2 figures stepped into the arena. It was Yuan Xian and the ancient demon. Boom! Without saying much, they directly attacked. A terrifying collision occurred. The son of chaos, Yuan Xian, punched the air with astonishing power. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on the ancient demon. The ancient demon was covered in demonic light. He cultivated the primordial path of demons, and his attack power was astonishing. He clashed fiercely with Yuan Xian. In the first 10 moves, the two were evenly matched. After 10 moves, Yuan Xian did not hold back and unleashed his full strength. 2-star Illusionary Emperor. This was Yuan Xian's strength, and he had already reached the peak of the 2-star Illusionary Emperor. 2 years ago, Yuan Xian had just broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. After cultivating for 2 years, he had already reached the peak of the 2-star Illusionary Emperor realm. This speed was very shocking. Every breakthrough in the Martial Emperor realm was very difficult and required a lot of time. Some martial emperors were trapped in the same realm for hundreds of thousands of years and could not break through. In the end, they died under the lightning tribulation. This was also because Yuan Xian had entered that space that he could break through so quickly. Yuan Xian, who had unleashed his full strength, was extremely terrifying. He could completely suppress the ancient demon. It was not that the ancient demon was weak. He was very strong, and there were not many opponents at the same level as him. Unfortunately, his cultivation was still a little weak. He was only a one-star illusionary emperor, and it was difficult for him to fight against Yuan Xian. After a few moves, the ancient demon coughed out blood and retreated. He was defeated by Yuan Xian. It's a pity that the ancient demon's cultivation is still a little weak. If he reaches the 2-star illusionary emperor realm, he might be able to compete with Yuan Xian. The power of the primordial path of demons is really amazing. Some people discussed, looking at the potential of the ancient demon. However, in the next moment, the crowd looked forward to it even more. There were 4 people left, Tian Ming, Wu Yang, Bao De and Xia Ke. These 4 people were extremely terrifying geniuses. 2 years ago, they had already broken through to the martial emperor realm. Next, the 4 of them were going to fight. It would definitely be a battle of the peak. Wu Yang, Xia Ke. The white-haired old man announced. The crowd immediately became nervous. Wu Yang was a Buddhist genius who had suddenly risen in recent years. He had displayed unparalleled talent. He had been bragging to the outside world that he was the reincarnation of the Buddha god and that his previous life was an unparalleled almighty. Although his character was sometimes criticized, his talent and combat strength were real. He stood at the peak of Yuan continent. As for Xia Ke, he was a real dragon who had cultivated the primordial path of demons. He had an unparalleled demonic body and was also incomparably powerful. Who would win? The crowd was filled with anticipation. 2 figures stepped into the fighting ring. I have hair. Benefactor, you and I are fated. Why don't you be my guardian divine beast? Wu Yang said with a straight face. Monk, are you insulting me? I will twist your head off. Xia Ke's face was ferocious. Xia Ke came from the land of divine beasts. The land of divine beasts was home to various powerful divine beasts such as real dragons, phoenixes and qilins. He was the #1 genius in the land of divine beasts. Now, Wu Yang wanted to take him in as his guardian divine beast. How could he not be angry? I have hair. Benefactor, you want to twist my head off as soon as you open your mouth. Your killing intent is too strong. You should return to Buddhism and refine your killing intent. Wu Yang said with a straight face. Lu Ming and Long Qin despised him. This monk was definitely up to no good. Refine your head. Die. Chapter 21-24. The purple gold true dragon could be said to be the royal family of the true dragons and was extremely powerful. The dragon claw stepped on the air and clawed at Monk Wu Yang. There was no fluctuation of the laws, but no one doubted the power of the claw. It could easily tear a 1-star empty emperor apart. You're so stubborn. Be careful, I'll catch you and cook you for my wine. Monk Wu Yang shouted. Everyone looked at each other. Lu Ming and Long Qin looked at Monk Wu Yang with disdain once again. This was probably Monk Wu Yang's true intention. Wang. Unscrupulous monk's body glowed with golden light. Behind him, a golden Buddha statue appeared. It was 100 feet tall. Unscrupulous monk stood on top of the Buddha statue. The Buddha statue waved its hand, and a mountain-like hand blasted towards Chil. Boom! A terrifying vibration sounded. The 2 of them were evenly matched. 9 attacks of the demon god. Xia Ke let out a long roar and unleashed a terrifying attack technique of the immemorial demonic Tao. His body glowed as 5 dragon claws attacked continuously. Each attack was terrifying to the extreme, capable of tearing apart the void and shattering the earth. Fortunately, this battle stage was made by a great emperor and was indestructible. No matter how they fought, they could not destroy it. Buddha Kingdom in the palm. Heartless monk had a dignified appearance as he displayed the great divine ability of Buddhism. He stretched out his hand and a palm stretched out. It rapidly enlarged and pressed towards Chil. There seemed to be a Buddha kingdom in his palm. There were 3,000 golden arhats chanting scriptures. The golden light was more dazzling than the sun. Boom! Boom! Monk Wuliang and Xiaofan's cultivation had both reached the 2-star empty emperor realm. They were extremely powerful. The dragon's roar shook the sky and the chanting of scriptures resounded throughout Destiny Mountain. The two of them continued to exchange blows and exchanged dozens of blows. What terrifying combat strength! I'm afraid that an ordinary 3-star empty emperor would be torn apart instantly. Someone from the empty emperor realm said solemnly. He has just broken through to the martial emperor realm and hasn't comprehended any other laws. Yet, he's already so terrifying. The others exclaimed. There were many factors that determined one's combat strength in the martial emperor realm. However, it was shocking to have such combat strength after just breaking through to the empty emperor realm a few years ago. The two of them fought fiercely. They used all kinds of trump cards and displayed a pinnacle battle. This was the most intense battle in the competition for the top 10 positions. The two of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. The battle lasted for more than 200 rounds. I am the reincarnation of the Buddha God. Little worm, come and protect me. In the future, you will live a good life. If I have meat to eat, you will have soup to drink. Unscrupulous monk shouted as he fought. Chil was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. He was a purple gold true dragon, a royal among the true dragons, yet he was called a little reptile. Also, aren't Buddhists vegetarians? Why the **ck are you eating meat? Ba. Some of the Buddhists who were watching the battle had solemn expressions on their faces. They chanted the name of Buddha and seemed a little embarrassed. However, although Wu Liang was unreliable, his battle prowess was indeed ridiculously strong, making people shudder. From the start of the battle until now, his body was blooming with tens of thousands of rays of Buddha's light. It was as if the more he fought, the more courageous he became. It was as if the Buddha had truly turned around, and the Dharma of Buddhism was boundless. Many people were indignant. This fellow was so unreliable, but his Buddhist divine abilities were inconceivably powerful. It really made them envious. The battle continued, and both of them were injured. Chil's scales fell off, and he was dripping with blood. On the other hand, unscrupulous monk was scratched by the dragon claws, and a few hideous claw marks appeared. One of his arms was almost torn off. This was a tragic battle. You are too cruel. Be careful of retribution. Wu Yang shouted, but he was more ruthless than anyone else. All kinds of Buddhist divine abilities greeted Chil's body, and a large number of scales fell off. These scales are treasures. Don't waste them. And the dragon blood, take it back and make soup. In the battle, unscrupulous monk did not forget to take the dragon scales and dragon blood. Chil was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He was so angry that he attacked crazily. In his anger, he finally revealed a flaw. Unscrupulous monk seized the opportunity and continuously attacked him fiercely. He vomited blood and kept retreating. In a battle between experts, a step behind would lead to a step behind. Once Chil was at a disadvantage, it was difficult for him to reverse the situation. At first, he was suppressed by unscrupulous monk, and finally, he was knocked out of the fighting ring. Unscrupulous won this battle. Me-haired, thank you for letting me win. Well, about the protector I mentioned before, please consider it. Unscrupulous monk's eyes could not leave Chil. He imagined how cool it would be if he had a purple gold true dragon as a mount. Get lost. Chil roared. You and I are really fated. Unscrupulous monk shouted again. Fated my ass. Chil vomited another mouthful of blood, turned into his human form, and ran to the side to heal. Me-haired, little girl, you and I are fated. Unscrupulous monk stared at Bubbles again and walked toward Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming directly kicked Unscrupulous monk's face. Lu Ming, you're too ruthless. I'm injured and you still attacked me. I'll recuperate first. Unscrupulous monk smiled and retreated to the side to heal. Next, Tianming, bow da. The white-haired old man announced. Everyone's eyes lit up. Even Lu Ming was the same. Tianming was going to fight Bao Da. Everyone was curious about what kind of ability Tianming would use in this battle. Previously, Tianming had defeated his opponent without even taking a single step. But now, could he do the same against Bao Da? Bao Da was a primordial physique cultivator. He was extremely powerful and definitely not weaker than Qil and Wu Yang. It would not be easy to defeat Bao Da. Boom! Bao Da landed heavily on the fighting ring. His dark skin was flowing with black light, full of power. He was 3 meters tall, like an iron tower. Tianming, come on, let's fight. I want to see how you can control my fate with the law of destiny. Bao Da shouted, his voice rumbling like thunder. Your fate is sealed. You will lose. Tianming stepped down from the sky, his white robe fluttering. He landed on the fighting ring like an immortal. Whether I lose or not is not up to you to decide. Show me your strength. Bao Da shouted, then took a step forward and rushed toward Tianming like a primordial beast. You are destined to be struck by lightning. Tianming said with a gentle smile on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, countless lightning bolts appeared out of thin air and struck toward Bao Da. Bao Da did not care, allowing the lightning to strike his body. He rushed through it, unharmed. The lightning could not break through his defense at all. Is that all you have? Are you trying to scratch my itch? Bao Da grinned and did not stop. He charged toward Tianming and punched out. The void shook as a fist force blasted toward Tianming. It is destined that you can't hit me. Tianming said. Chapter 21-25. Everyone was shocked. The law of destiny was too invincible. He said that he was fated not to be hit, but his opponent really couldn't hit him. How was he supposed to fight then? Bao Da's attack isn't strong enough. If it was, he could have broken through the law of destiny. An expert spoke up to clear everyone's doubts. You're fated to be burned by fire. You're fated to be cut down. Tianming continued to speak, his speed extremely fast. Then, all kinds of attacks fell from the sky, blasting toward Bao Da. Boom! Boom! Bao Da waved his fist, instantly dispersing the attacks. I've been burning my body with fire and refining it with lightning since I was young. Your attacks can only scratch an itch for me. Bao Da's battle intent grew stronger and stronger. He broke through the layers of attacks and quickly approached Tianming. His muscles wriggled and his bones cracked as he punched with all his might. The power of this punch was even more shocking and powerful than before. At this moment, Tianming's expression finally turned serious. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. Destiny says, absolute defense. A white wall of light appeared in front of him. Bao Da's fist struck the wall of light, causing a terrifying explosion that caused the entire platform to shake. Ha, you've finally made your move. It seems like your strength is only a so-so. Bao Da laughed, then waved his fist, causing the wall of light in front of Tianming to shake continuously. Bao Da, you're fated to be injured. Tianming spoke again. His body emitted a bright light as he stretched out his finger. Roar! At this moment, Bao Da roared. He seemed to have been hit by an invisible and terrifying attack. His body shook and he took a few steps back, blood flowing from his mouth. Everyone was shocked. They didn't see anything attacking Bao Da at all. They only knew that Bao Da was going to be injured, and he was injured. This kind of method was too shocking and unbelievable. Your attack power is limited. If you have the ability, just kill me directly. Let's see if you can do it. Bao De roared and charged toward Tianming again. His body swelled up, and his originally burly body became even more shocking. He was like a giant born into the world. Boom! Bao De stomped heavily on the platform, and like a black lightning, he pressed down on Tianming like a demonic mountain. You're fated to be injured, Tianming spoke again, unleashing a series of profound attacks. Break! Break! Break all techniques with one force. Bao De roared as he punched out with both his fists. The void was pierced through, and Tianming's attacks were all destroyed by Bao De. Bao De's strength is terrifying. His strength is slightly above Wu Yang and Xia Ke's. A natural primordial body cultivator. If such a person were to cultivate in the nomological system, he would be trash. However, if he were to cultivate in the primordial body cultivation, he would be an incomparably rare genius. Experts spoke one after another, all shocked by Bao De's strength. Tianming's expression was a little grave, but it was only a little. Great fate. He spoke softly, and the light on his body became even brighter. Boom! With a wave of his hand, a divine light slashed toward Bao De. Dong! Dong! Bao De continued to swing his fists, bombarding the divine light. However, the divine light was indestructible and unshakable. With every punch, Bao De had to retreat a little. After dozens of punches, Bao De had retreated dozens of miles and was out of the fighting ring. At that moment, the divine light dissipated. Damn it, I haven't fought enough. Let's fight again. Bao De roared like a berserk beast. Then, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You've lost. Tianming regained his indifferent expression and turned to leave. What strength? It's hard to estimate. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Tianming. Tianming gave off an unfathomable feeling. Although Bao De had forced out a part of Tianming's strength, no one knew if that was Tianming's final strength or if he was still hiding it. Not only Lu Ming, but the other geniuses, such as Yuan Xian, Xia Ke, and Yun Haoge, all had grave expressions. Tianming's strength gave them a lot of pressure. I really want to fight with you. I'll prove to everyone who's the strongest in the world. Yuan Xian whispered, his battle intent surging. How am I supposed to fight with this freak? Wu Yang had a bitter face. Alright, the first round of the competition is over. Lu Ming, Bubbles, Wu Yang, Yuan Xian, and Tianming win, each gaining 1 point. Next, the second round, Lu Ming against Bubbles. The old man announced. Huh? Lu Ming and Bubbles were stunned. They met so quickly, that old man did it on purpose, right? I admit defeat. I won't fight with big brother Lu Ming. I admit defeat. Bubbles hung on Lu Ming's neck and refused to come down. The spectators were calm and were not too surprised. They had long known that it was impossible for Lu Ming and Bubbles to fight. One of them would definitely admit defeat. Alright, Lu Ming wins this round. Next, Yun Haoge against Yuan Xian. The white-haired old man announced again. Yun Haoge against Yuan Xian. This was also a pinnacle battle, and the battle was incomparably intense. But in the end, Yuan Xian used 2 types of laws and fused them, defeating Yun Haoge in one fell swoop. This shocked everyone and made them re-evaluate Yuan Xian's combat strength. Yuan Xian had actually comprehended a second type of law, and it was a type of King Dao law. With the fusion of 2 types, his strength had increased exponentially. This made everyone marvel at Yuan Xian's talent. He had only become an emperor not long ago, and he had already comprehended a second type of law. Moreover, his mastery was not low. The third round of the second round, Xia Ke against Heng Xinghe. This was a battle without any suspense. Heng Xinghe was crushed and lost 2 rounds in a row. The fourth round, Ancient Devil against Bao De. Both of them cultivated the ancient cultivation system. Unfortunately, Ancient Devil's cultivation was slightly weaker and was not Bao De's opponent. He was easily defeated by Bao De. The fifth round, Tianming against Monk Wuliang. Monk Wuliang was very straightforward. He did not even go on stage and directly admitted defeat. In his words, he was stupid to fight even though he knew he could not win. The second round of the competition ended. Only Lu Ming, Tianming, and Yuan Xian were still in a winning streak. After 10 rounds of battle, everyone had already begun to predict the rankings of the 10 people. Without a doubt, Tianming is the strongest. He will be the champion this time. It's hard to say. Yuan Xian is not weak either. What he has shown now might not be his full strength. Perhaps he can compete with Tianming. From the looks of it, the first two should be Tianming and Yuan Xian. The third is very likely to be Bao De, but it's not certain. In general, the top 5 should be Tianming, Yuan Xian, Bao De, Wu Liang, and Xia Ke. Everyone made their own guesses, but most people believe that it should not be a problem for Tianming, Yuan Xian, Bao De, Wu Liang, and Xia Ke to get into the top 5. What about Lu Ming? He's not weak either. He has mastered 2 types of ultimate laws. He's not weak. He has no problem suppressing Heng Xinghe and Ancient Devil. However, compared to Yun Haoge and Bubble, his strength is probably inferior. I estimate that Lu Ming's final ranking should be 7th. Chapter 21-26. As the crowd discussed, the third round began. Lu Ming's luck seemed to be pretty good. His first match was against the Ancient Devil. As expected, the Ancient Devil was very strong, but he was no match for Lu Ming. He was defeated by Lu Ming. This was the second time the Ancient Devil had been defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming won 3 consecutive matches. Lu Ming's winning streak will probably end here. The next opponents he will face will not be weak. They will all be stronger than him. That's right. He won 3 matches in a row. I estimate that he will lose 6 matches in a row. Some people discussed, thinking that Lu Ming's winning streak would end here. The second match of the third round was between Bubble and Cheel. This was an intense battle, a battle at the pinnacle. Although Bubble's cultivation was slightly weaker, after transforming into its original form, its strength had increased exponentially. Its control of spacetime had reached an unimaginable level. Cheel was strong, but he could not hit Bubble. Of course, it was not easy for Bubble to defeat Cheel. It could be said that it was very difficult. In the end, after more than 200 moves, Cheel was careless and was teleported out of the stage by Bubble. In this battle, Bubbles won an unexpected victory. This made the crowd reevaluate Bubble's strength. It also made them realize the strength of the top 10 battle beasts. In a battle of the same level, the Elysian Child was not as strong as the top 10 battle beasts. Next was Yuan Xian's match against Heng Xinghe. Needless to say, Heng Xinghe was defeated again. This made his expression turn uglier and uglier. Some people were already certain that Heng Xinghe would be ranked 10th. There was no suspense. The fourth match was between Wu Liang and Bao De. This was another peak battle. Wu Liang used Buddha's golden body and various Buddha's abilities, but Bao De broke through everything. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves. Wu Liang shouted, but it was useless this time. He could not defeat Bao De and was finally defeated and blasted out of the stage. Bao De won this match. The last match of the third round was between Tianming and Yun Haoge. I can see my own fate in the river of time. Yun Haoge roared and fought Tianming with the spacetime law. The spacetime law did have some restraining effect on the fate law. This was because he could peek into his own fate through the river of time. Of course, fate was constantly changing. What he saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Later on, Tianming used the greater fate art to sever Yun Haoge's river of time and defeat him. At the end of the third round, Lu Ming, Tianming, and Yuan Xian won 3 consecutive victories. However, everyone thought that Lu Ming was just lucky in the first 3 rounds. He would lose consecutively in the later rounds. As for Heaven's Will and Yuan Xin, they were obtained through fighting. After a few rounds, the white-haired elder allowed everyone to rest for half a day. Half a day later, the fourth round began. In the first match of the fourth round, Lu Ming was still the first to fight, but this time, his opponent was Yun Haoge. Yun Haoge looked excited. The two of them stepped onto the Colosseum. Lu Ming, your good luck has come to an end. You will suffer a crushing defeat in this round. I will make you understand that the space-time spirit mouse is not something you can possess. Yun Haoge said coldly. Your space-time law is too weak. You are no match for me. Admit defeat, lest I attack you. Lu Ming was very direct. He told Yun Haoge to admit defeat. This stunned everyone. They thought that Lu Ming was boasting too much. Although Lu Ming had mastered two supreme laws, which could be said to be unprecedented, he was only a quasi-emperor after all. How could he be a match for Yun Haoge? Yun Haoge's cultivation had already reached the 2-star Void Emperor level. Moreover, even if they fought at the same level, he was still one of the best among the Elysian children. With such a huge difference in cultivation, how could Lu Ming be a match for him? Ha, you want me to admit defeat? What a joke. I will teach you a lesson. Yun Haoge said sinisterly. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Lu Ming. He shuttled through the void at an astonishing speed. In the process of Yun Haoge dashing out, the void in all directions was distorted. A terrifying force suppressed Lu Ming's body. This force contained the power of time. It contained time deceleration, causing Lu Ming's speed to become as slow as a tortoise's. There was also the power of space. The space around Lu Ming continued to press down on Lu Ming, trying to bind him. On the contrary, Yun Haoge's speed skyrocketed under the support of the space-time law. In an instant, he was close to Lu Ming. He pointed a finger, and the power of space condensed. It contained a terrifying tearing force and charged towards Lu Ming. In the face of such a situation, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. Boom! He struggled with all his might. His physical body and saint power erupted. The void shook, and the power of space that acted on him continued to explode. Then, a long river of two-colored laws appeared. This was the fusion of the chaos law and the death law. Boom! Lu Ming's arms shook, and he struck out with his palm. The void exploded, and the space-time law that acted on him was directly cut open. Lu Ming's palm blasted towards Yun Haoge. But Yun Haoge moved, and his body disappeared in an instant. He appeared behind Lu Ming and blasted towards Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming seemed to have eyes behind him. He struck out with his palm and collided with Yun Haoge's palm. Yun Haoge's body floated back. Then, his body trembled, and a dense crowd of figures appeared from all directions. So many figures charged towards Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This was a terrifying killing move. Don't think that the dense crowd of figures were all illusions. In fact, these figures were all real. They were all Yun Haoge's true body. He was shuttling through the void, walking in different spaces. This move was a move that he used in different spaces. Chaos Calamity Finger. In the face of this move, Lu Ming used the Chaos Calamity Finger. He reached out with both hands and pointed continuously. Whoosh! 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 Finger force burst forth, and each finger force pointed at a figure. Those figures exploded one by one, and finally turned into a figure. Then, Yun Haoge and Lu Ming exchanged dozens of blows, and the various mysteries of the space-time law were displayed incisively and vividly. However, his control of space-time was still not as good as Bubbles. Lu Ming protected himself with two types of laws. He stood firm and broke all of Yun Haoge's attacks. Yun Haoge finally lost his patience. I'll use my cultivation to suppress you. Yun Haoge's eyes were cold, and his 2-star Void Emperor cultivation completely erupted. He charged towards Lu Ming. Wherever he passed, a space-time storm flooded towards Lu Ming. A head-on clash. That's exactly what I want. Lu Ming smiled and stood there without moving. When Yun Haoge was about to reach him, a long river of laws appeared on Lu Ming's body again. It was the long river of laws of formations. The long river of laws of formations fused with the chaos law and death law, causing the long river of laws around Lu Ming to turn into 3 colors. After fusing with another type of law of monarch, Lu Ming's battle strength increased greatly. Boom! He blasted out a palm, and the palm force was like an avalanche, blasting towards Yun Haoge. Chapter 21-27. As soon as Yun Haoge retreated, Lu Ming followed. His speed was astonishing as he approached Yun Haoge. Boom! 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 Lu Ming instantly struck out hundreds of palms. The void exploded as hundreds of palm prints completely enveloped Yun Haoge in all directions, disrupting space-time. At this moment, Yun Haoge could not even escape using the law of space-time. He could only take Lu Ming's palm force head-on. He roared angrily, activating the law of space-time and erupting with the power of the world to fight Lu Ming head-on. After hundreds of consecutive palms, Yun Haoge's body shook violently as if he had been electrocuted. The law of space-time that covered his body was shattered. His arms directly exploded, unable to withstand Lu Ming's palm force. Smack! In the end, Lu Ming slapped Yun Haoge's face, knocking him to the ground and twitching there. Bam! Then, Lu Ming kicked Yun Haoge's face, sending him flying out of the fighting ring. You want to torture me? You're not even close. Lu Ming said lightly. Yun Haoge fell off the fighting ring, his face swollen like a pig's head. He only woke up after a long time. When he realized his situation, he was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, he had embarrassed himself greatly. Big brother Lu Ming, well done, well done. Bubbles clapped her little hands in celebration. Many people looked at Lu Ming in a different light. Lu Ming was able to defeat Yun Haoge, which was beyond many people's expectations. Yes, he has also mastered the law of array Dao. I didn't expect him to have cultivated 3 types of laws to perfection and even fused them together. He is indeed talented. He has cultivated 3 types of laws before becoming an emperor. It's rare. No wonder he has such strong combat strength. Every time a law was fused, its power would increase exponentially. Even many low-level void emperors would find it difficult to fuse 3 types of laws. Putting aside the fact that Lu Ming had mastered 2 supreme nomological laws, even if he had only mastered 3 ordinary nomological laws, his talent was still astonishing. Previously, everyone had thought that Lu Ming would only be able to get 7th place, unable to compete with Wu Yang, Xiaofan, and Baoda. But now, they had changed their minds. Being able to defeat Yun Haoge showed that Lu Ming's strength was already at the level of Wu Yang, Xiaofan, Baoda, and Bubble. He was qualified to compete for the top 5. Even though he had not become a martial emperor yet, he already had such achievements. It was truly shocking. Just like that, Lu Ming obtained 4 consecutive victories. The second match of the 4th round was between Bubbles and Heartless Monk. My hair is rice, little one, you and I are really fated. On the fighting ring, Unscrupulous Monk looked at Bubbles seriously and almost drooled. This was one of the top 10 beasts. Unscrupulous Monk's heart burned with passion. Monk, it seems like you're looking for a beating. Bubbles couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Unscrupulous Monk because this was what Lu Ming had taught her. If she saw Unscrupulous Monk, just attack. Little one, you and I are really fated. Unscrupulous Monk shouted. He didn't hold back and was covered in Buddhist light. Those who didn't know Unscrupulous Monk would really be deceived by his appearance and think that he was an enlightened monk. Bubbles didn't dare to be careless. She directly transformed into her true form and rode on space-time. The space-time spirit mouse's combat strength was strong, and its control of space-time was far above Yun Haoge's. This battle was extremely strange because Unscrupulous Monk couldn't hit Bubbles at all. No matter how he used the Buddhist kingdom in a palm, Buddhist lion's roar, Buddhist palm imprint, and other magical techniques, he couldn't do anything to Bubbles. Instead, he was sometimes caught off guard by Bubbles' sneak attacks. In the end, he was sent flying out of the fighting ring by Bubbles. "Monk, you're thick-skinned." Bubbles curled her lips. Bubbles could only send Unscrupulous Monk flying out of the fighting ring because Unscrupulous Monk's Buddhist golden body was indeed incomparably strong. Bubbles couldn't break it. Of course, if Bubbles' cultivation improved and was on the same level as Unscrupulous Monk, it would be a different story. The third match of the fourth round was between Yuan Xian and Xia Ke. This was another pinnacle battle between the Son of Chaos and the primordial path of monsters. Xia Ke transformed into a 1,000-meter-long purple-gold true dragon. His entire body flowed with purple light. His dragon claws tore through the void and he used the demon race's magical techniques to fight against Yuan Xian. However, although Xia Ke was very strong, he was still a little weaker than Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian unleashed 2 types of laws and defeated Xia Ke. Next, there was no suspense between Tianming and Xinghe. Xinghe directly admitted defeat. And the 5th match was between Baoda and Ancient Devil. There was no doubt that Baoda won. The 4th round ended, and not long after, the 5th round began. The first match of the 5th round was between Lu Ming and Xia Ke. Xia Ke's eyes were solemn. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed before was enough to threaten him. Therefore, Xia Ke used all his strength as soon as he attacked. He transformed into a purple-gold true dragon and pounced towards Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming's body glowed and a shocking dragon roar came out from it, causing Xia Ke's body to tremble and his face to change drastically. 9 dragons, Xia Ke's face was a little ugly. In a battle between experts, milliseconds were crucial. Xia Ke was slightly stunned. Lu Ming had already rushed over and unleashed the law of chaos, the law of death, and the law of array Dao. The 3 types of laws combined and unleashed a storm of attacks, suppressing Xia Ke. Xia Ke barely resisted dozens of moves and was blasted out of the fighting ring by Lu Ming. Lu Ming won. This made many people reevaluate Lu Ming's combat strength once again. They thought that he already had the strength to compete for the top 3. Lu Ming may be able to compete with Baoda, but compared to Yuan Xian and Tianming, he's still a little weaker. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be hovering between 3rd and 4th place. Some people discussed and re-inferred the rankings. The first match of the 5th round ended. The second match was between Bubble and Yuan Xian. This battle was very intense. Bubble transformed into his original body and used the law of time to the extreme, changing unpredictably. However, Yuan Xian's strength was indeed powerful. Just like Lu Ming's previous battle with Yun Haoge, he used his powerful strength to break through the law of time. In this battle, Bubble did not win in the end. After many moves, seeing that he was at a disadvantage, he simply admitted defeat. The third match was between Wuliang and Elder Mo. Wuliang won. After that, Tianming and Baoda won respectively. Entering the 6th round, the atmosphere became heated in the first match. Because the first match was between Lu Ming and Baoda. In the eyes of most people, Lu Ming and Baoda were now at the same level and were strong candidates to compete for 3rd place. In this match, whoever won would be able to get 3rd place. Lu Ming, you're amazing. You haven't become an emperor yet, but you have such combat strength. I, Old Bao, admire you. But this match, the winner will definitely be me. Baoda grinned, his eyes revealing a fierce light like a big black bear. Big guy, don't be so sure. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Then let me see just how strong the fusion of 2 supreme laws of nature is. Baoda revealed a ferocious look. He took a step forward, and his whole body was like a mountain, crashing toward Lu Ming. Chapter 21-28. The fist force whistled and the space trembled. This was pure strength. The strength of the physical body was extremely powerful and shocking. Primordial Body Cultivator, I want to see how powerful your physical body is. Lu Ming did not evade. He erupted with 3 types of laws and used the chaotic divine palm. Dong! The palm and fist collided, and there was an earth-shattering roar. The space where the fist and palm collided was like a ripple of water, constantly shaking. Lu Ming and Bao Da's bodies shook at the same time, and they both took a few steps back. What a terrifying strength! Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Bao Da relied purely on his physical strength. It was simply terrifying. That punch had shaken Lu Ming's 3 types of laws and almost pierced through them. Lu Ming's physical body had refined 3 streaks of chaotic qi and had been tempered by 5 types of laws. It was already extremely powerful, but compared to Bao Da, it was still a far cry. It was said that during the primordial age of the heaven realm, there was a primordial body cultivator who had an invincible physical body. He could cross the sky, stand on the ground, and explode the stars in the sky with a single punch. He was unbelievably powerful. When the physical body was cultivated to the extreme, it would be indestructible and immortal, existing with the heavens and earth. Again. Bao Da roared, and like a wild beast, he charged at Lu Ming. His muscles bulged, and his body swelled again. Come! Lu Ming shouted. 3 types of laws surrounded him, and he erupted his physical strength and saint power to the extreme to fight Bao Da. Dong! 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 The 2 of them were like 2 wild beasts, constantly colliding in the fighting ring. There was no technique, just pure head-on confrontation. Bao Da was a primordial body cultivator. His physical strength was boundless and indestructible. Even an ordinary imperial weapon would be destroyed by Bao Da's punch. As for Lu Ming, his physical body was also very strong, and his saint power was condensed and thick. Most importantly, the chaotic law was originally as heavy as a mountain, suppressing the world. With the support of the chaotic law, Lu Ming's strength was also boundless. The 2 of them had similar styles, and they constantly collided with each other, causing the fighting ring to rumble. If they were fighting outside, it would definitely be a scene of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. How terrifying! Seeing the 2 of them fighting, many people's faces turned pale. It was too ferocious. Under such power, any technique was superfluous. Even ultimate laws would be torn. Even if a 2-star Void Emperor were, he would be easily. The 2 of them fought continuously. Great! Lu Ming let out a long howl. After an intense confrontation, he had become increasingly proficient in the application of several laws, especially the law of chaos. The law of primal chaos and the law of forming a river were already perfect at this stage. But the fog had finally dispersed. Bao Da also laughed, and his attacks became more and more violent. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had fought over 100 rounds. At this point, the more Lu Ming fought, the braver he became. Finally, he began to gain the upper hand and Bao Da began to defend himself. Bam! Bao Da began to retreat. Every step he took caused the fighting ring to rumble violently. Stop, I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore. At this moment, Bao Da suddenly shouted. Lu Ming retreated. Bao Da gasped for breath. He was sweating profusely. It took him a long time to recover. You pervert, I'll admit defeat today. Let's fight another day. Bao Da said. Okay, sure. Lu Ming nodded. It was beneficial for him to have a powerful opponent to fight against. Bao Da leaped and rushed down the fighting ring. Lu Ming won. Many people widened their eyes. Lu Ming defeated Bao Da. It seemed that he would be in the top 3. This was beyond many people's expectations. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming would be good enough to be in the 7th place. Now, the ranking can be seen. Many people began to infer the ranking based on the previous battle results. Everyone thought that the 1st and 2nd place should be between Tian Ming and Yuan Xian. Lu Ming was 3rd, Bao Da was 4th, and Bubbles was 5th. That was the situation for the top 5. Now, everyone was looking forward to the highlight. That was Tian Ming versus Yuan Xian. As long as the 2 of them could defeat each other, the top 10 rankings would be set. Humph, don't underestimate my master. Maybe my master can defeat Yuan Xian and Tian Ming. Lu Xiangxiang pouted when she heard that the people around her thought that Lu Ming could only be in the third place. Ha, little girl, you're really blindly confident. Your master is strong, but it's impossible for him to compete with Tian Ming and Yuan Xian. He's definitely no match for them. We can understand the little girl's confidence in her master, but you have to see the reality. Several gray-haired old men reminded Lu Xiangxiang, kindly. Humph, your eyes are not right at all. Previously, you said that my master could only be in the 7th place. Lu Xiangxiang pursed her lips. We were wrong before, but this time, there's no mistake. Several old men were sure. Lu Xiangxiang pouted, too lazy to pay attention to these old men. The competition continued. Bubble fought Tian Ming. Bubble directly admitted defeat. He was too lazy to compete since he couldn't win anyway. Then, Xiaku defeated Yun Haoge, Yuan Xian defeated Wu Yang, and the ancient demon defeated Heng Xinghe. In this way, Heng Xinghe was already in the last place. He was even inferior to the ancient demon. In general, in this round, except for Lu Ming unexpectedly defeating Bao De, the other matches were expected by everyone. The 6th round ended, and the 7th round began. Tian Ming vs Yuan Xian. The gray-haired old man said. As soon as the voice came out, the scene fell silent, and then there was an uproar. The highlight of the show had arrived. The biggest highlight of the show had arrived. Tian Ming vs Yuan Xian. This seemed to be deliberately arranged by the gray-haired old man. In the previous rounds, Lu Ming fought in the 1st round. Now, the first match of the 7th round was between Tian Ming and Yuan Xian. The atmosphere was suddenly ignited. Countless people revealed looks of anticipation. In the eyes of the crowd, this was a battle between the 2 strongest geniuses of the primordial realm. Tian Ming and Yuan Xian also exuded a strong fighting spirit. Their gazes collided across the air. Although both of them came from the Divine Fate Land and were known as the peerless geniuses of the Divine Fate Land, they had never fought before. Lu Ming's eyes also revealed a look of anticipation. He had a feeling that Tian Ming and Yuan Xian had not used their full strength in the previous battle. This battle was enough to show how strong the 2 of them were. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their figures flashed, and the 2 rushed directly to the battle stage. Boom! Terrifying auras collided across the air, and a violent explosion erupted. Chapter 21-29. I'll defeat you in this battle and break the legend of destiny. Yuan Xian said, full of confidence in himself. Destiny cannot be broken. Everything in the world has its own destiny. Even the birth and destruction of a world has its own destiny. Therefore, the law of primal chaos is also shrouded by destiny. Tian Ming said. His white robe was purer than snow. You can't control my destiny. My destiny is in my hands, not the heavens. It's not up to you. Die. Yuan Xian exploded. His figure was like a phantom as he charged at Tian Ming. The law of primal chaos spread out as he punched out with his primal chaos divine fist. You're destined to be struck by lightning. Tian Ming spoke again, as if his words were law. As he spoke, all kinds of lightning, flames, ice, poison, and swords blasted toward Yuan Xian. Boom! Boom! Yuan Xian waved his fist, and all the lightning and flames were destroyed. Tian Ming, you don't have to test me. Show me your true strength. Yuan Xian took a big step forward and attacked Tian Ming. The aura of 2 laws spread out from his body. The 2 laws fused as he punched out. Boom! The fist force crushed forward, stronger than Bao De's. Great destiny art. Tian Ming stopped probing and used the law of destiny's theurgy. He reached out a finger and pointed forward. A streak of light erupted like a streak of light, but also like a divine blade as it blasted towards Yuan Xian. Boom! Yuan Xian's fist force was defeated, and the light of destiny continued to blast toward Yuan Xian. Break! Yuan Xian's fists were constantly waving, and in an instant, he punched hundreds of times, smashing the space into pieces. The light of destiny was blocked, and in the end, it was defeated. He blocked it. Yuan Xian is indeed powerful. Someone exclaimed. Previously, when Tianming used the Great Destiny art, no one could block it. Even someone as strong as Bao De couldn't block it. But now, Yuan Xian blocked Tianming's Light of Destiny. Perhaps, Yuan Xian could really fight against Tianming. Kill. After Yuan Xian defeated the Light of Destiny, he took the opportunity to attack Tianming. No one can block the Light of Destiny. Your fate is sealed in this battle with me. You will lose. Tianming said softly as he pointed his finger. In an instant, dozens of Light of Destiny burst out. These rays of light took on different shapes. Some were in the shape of swords, some were in the shape of sabers, and some were in the shape of spears. They transformed into all kinds of weapons and shot towards Yuan Xian. The power of each strike was shockingly strong. Yuan Xian waved his fists, trying his best to defend himself. However, there were too many beams of destiny light. Each beam contained boundless power. Yuan Xian was suppressed, retreating repeatedly. Yuan Xian is about to lose. The laws of fate are truly invincible. Some people sighed softly. If even Yuan Xian was no match for him, then who else could be a match for Tianming? No, Yuan Xian can still fight. He's about to erupt. Someone shouted. Boom! At this moment, Yuan Xian's aura skyrocketed once again. His cultivation was still at the peak of the two-star illusionary emperor realm. However, his aura had increased tremendously. Chaotic divine body. Yuan Xian roared. Boundless primal chaos law gathered towards Yuan Xian. His body started to change. It turned gray, as if his physical body had turned into a primal chaos stone. Yes, the chaos stones. When Lu Ming used the chaotic divine palm, his palm would turn gray, like a primal chaos stone. Now, Yuan Xian's body had turned into such a state. This was a terrifying secret technique. Boom! Boom! Yuan Xian's body seemed to have really turned into a primal chaos stone. It was indestructible. He punched out continuously, destroying all the beams of destiny light. For the first time, a trace of seriousness appeared in Tianming's eyes. His body shone brightly as he constantly pointed his finger. Beams of destiny light shot out continuously, blasting towards Yuan Xian. However, Yuan Xian's chaotic divine body had increased his combat strength. Each of his punches was able to destroy a beam of destiny light. Yuan Xian was rapidly approaching Tianming. Everyone was shocked. Was Yuan Xian really going to change his destiny and defeat Tianming today? In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Yuan Xian approached Tianming and punched out, piercing through Tianming's chest. However, Tianming's body was like an illusion. It was illusory and nothing happened to him. Destiny has determined that I won't be defeated. No matter what you do, it's useless. River of Destiny, come out. Tianming said. Then, a large river appeared under his feet. This wasn't a river formed by perfecting the laws, but the legendary River of Destiny. The fate of all things in the world was in the River of Destiny. Everyone's fate was already determined. Tianming stood in the River of Destiny as if he was the ruler of the world. Boom! Boom! Yuan Xian kept punching out, trying to break through the River of Destiny. However, his punches were like stones sinking into the sea. All things in the world are in the River of Destiny. Yuan Xian, you're not an exception. Tianming said. Then, he stretched out a hand and grabbed at the River of Destiny, pulling out a figure. Everyone was shocked because the figure that Tianming pulled out of the River of Destiny was exactly the same as Yuan Xian. However, they could tell that it was just an illusion. You're destined to be defeated. Tianming said softly and pointed a finger. A ray of light shot out and bombarded the illusory figure. A large hole appeared in the figure's chest. At that moment, Yuan Xian's body trembled as if he had suffered a terrifying attack. He tried his best to resist, but in the end, he retreated more than 10 steps. Everyone saw that a bloody hole had appeared in his chest and blood was flowing out. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The laws of destiny were too strange. Tianming had only pulled out a figure that looked exactly like Yuan Xian from the River of Destiny. Yet, Yuan Xian was injured when he attacked the illusory figure. Those who defy destiny will be punished. Tianming said and pointed another finger. The illusory figure was penetrated again. Yuan Xian's body trembled violently as he retreated. Another wound appeared on his body. The scene was silent. It was too strange. Moreover, Tianming was too strong. Who could fight against such strength? Tianming continued to attack. Each time he attacked, Yuan Xian would have to retreat and a wound would appear on his body. In the end, Yuan Xian vomited blood and was heavily injured. Alright, this battle ends here. Yuan Xian, you've lost. At that moment, the white-haired old man stood out and stopped the battle. He was afraid that Yuan Xian's injuries would affect the battle later. Yuan Xian was somewhat unwilling. In the end, he gritted his teeth and left the battle stage. He knew that he had lost. He wasn't Tianming's match and couldn't be the strongest in the world. I'm not strong enough. I need to be stronger. The legendary Primal Chaos scripture recorded all kinds of terrifying abilities that use the laws of chaos as the foundation. I must obtain them. Yuan Xian was unwilling. He looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Chapter 2130. Tianming is number 1 in the world, no one can match him. The rankings are almost clear. Tianming is first, Yuan Xian is second. It's a pity that Lu Ming is still a quasi-emperor. If he becomes an emperor, he might be able to compete with Tianming. How can there be so many ifs? Tianming is one step ahead and will only be stronger in the future. Lu Ming will probably never be Tianming's opponent. Everyone discussed. In the end, someone who was hostile to Lu Ming spoke, deliberately belittling Lu Ming, causing Xiang Xiang, Bubbles, and the others to glare at him. After the 7th round, Tianming and Yuan Xian's battle, the following battles were not too surprising. Those who were predicted to win all won. Lu Ming also won. In this battle, he fought Wuliang. Wuliang dawdled for a long time. After exchanging a few moves with Lu Ming, he directly admitted defeat. Lu Ming, you freak. I thought I could suppress you after so many years, but I didn't expect that I'm still not your opponent. Wuliang said with a bitter face. Hey, how can you say that? What freak? This is my talent, do you understand? Lu Ming glanced at Wuliang from the corner of his eyes. My hair. Wuliang stopped talking and retreated to the side. After the 7th round ended, the white-haired old man let everyone rest for 3 days and continue the battle 3 days later. This was because some people were injured and their battle strength was affected, such as Yuan Xian. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone recovered to their peak state. Lu Ming against Yuan Xian. At the beginning of the 8th round, the white-haired old man announced the most important battle. To be honest, everyone was looking forward to this battle. This was because it was a battle between 2 sons of chaos, and also a battle for the 2nd and 3rd place. Most people thought that Lu Ming would not be Yuan Xian's opponent because the strength Yuan Xian had displayed was too shocking. But after all, it was a battle between 2 sons of chaos, a rare sight. Yuan Xian's eyes were filled with a fiery light. He stepped out and stepped onto the battle stage. Lu Ming also stepped onto the battle stage. Lu Ming, this time, I will make you lose miserably. Yuan Xian stared coldly at Lu Ming. I'm sorry, but I have to tell you something. No one has ever been able to surpass me after being defeated by me, not even you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? Everyone was stunned. What did Lu Ming mean by this? Could it be that Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xian before? How was this possible? Soon, news spread that Lu Ming and Yuan Xian had fought during the Primal Chaos sex assessment, and Yuan Xian had been defeated. Everyone was astonished. There was actually such a thing. It seemed like the two sons of chaos already had a grudge against each other. Back then, I was only suppressed. If I wasn't suppressed, I would have suppressed you with a flip of my hand. Yuan Xian's expression was cold as he continued, Lu Ming, hand over the Primal Chaos scripture. You are not qualified to wield it. I'm not qualified, but you are. Lu Ming sneered and said, you want the Primal Chaos scripture? Sure, why don't we make a bet? Bet on what? Yuan Xian said coldly. Let's bet on this battle. If I lose this battle, I'll give you the Primal Chaos scripture. If you lose, you'll listen to me for the rest of your life. How about that? Lu Ming said. I won't bet with you. Yuan Xian said coldly. You don't dare. Are you afraid of losing? Lu Ming said. I won't lose. I want the Primal Chaos scripture. I'll defeat you and take it from you. Yuan Xian was very confident. After saying that, he did not say anything else and stepped towards Lu Ming. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from his body, and the law of chaos spread out. At the same time, there was another law. It was a kind of law of the king. Although it was not very mature, it still increased Yuan Xian's combat strength by a lot. Primal Chaos Divine Fist. Yuan Xian made his move. He punched continuously, and the void rumbled. Every time he punched out, a mountain would form and suppress Lu Ming. These mountains were evolved from the law of chaos, and they were extremely powerful. Boom! Lu Ming also made his move. 3 kinds of laws erupted, and he rushed up and used the Primal Chaos Divine Palm, striking out a few times in a row. Bang! Bang! Every palm strike was capable of shattering a mountain. Mountains formed from the law of primal chaos exploded in the air. Primal Chaos Finger. After shattering a few mountains in a row, Lu Ming used the Primal Chaos Finger again. A huge Primal Chaos Finger formed and crushed towards Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian threw a few punches and defeated the Primal Chaos Finger. However, at this time, Lu Ming had already arrived. He continuously struck out with the Primal Chaos Divine Palm, and in an instant, he had struck out hundreds of times. Yuan Xian threw a punch and fought with Lu Ming. The two figures fought fiercely, and for a moment, it was difficult to determine the winner. The law of chaos permeated the entire fighting ring. Yuan Xian was very powerful. He was a 2-star Void Emperor. In terms of cultivation, he was much stronger than Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's physical body and saint power had been tempered 5 times. 5 times, he had 2 kinds of supreme laws, 3 kinds of law of kings, and 3 kinds of law of kings. This made up for the lack of cultivation. Lu Ming is really strong. He can actually compete with Yuan Xian. However, Yuan Xian still has a secret skill that he has not used. Lu Ming is destined to lose. Someone said, acknowledging Lu Ming's combat strength. However, they thought that Lu Ming would still lose. Yuan Xian, bring out your strongest battle strength. That's all, it's not enough. Lu Ming said in the midst of the battle. Since you want to see it, I'll crush you. Chaotic Divine Body. Yuan Xian roared, and the law of chaos boiled. His physical body seemed to have turned into a chaotic stone. After using this secret skill, Yuan Xian's combat strength increased greatly. He threw a punch and collided with Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming felt his arm go numb. He could not help but take 5 to 6 steps back. Bam! Bam! Yuan Xian took advantage of the situation and threw out punches. Lu Ming was forced to retreat. Lu Ming, you are no match for me. Hand over the chaos scripture. Yuan Xian shouted and attacked wildly. Why are you in such a hurry? It seems that 3 laws are still not enough to deal with you. Let's use 4 laws then. As he spoke, another law river appeared on Lu Ming's body and merged with the previous 3 laws. In the next moment, a 4-colored law river appeared on Lu Ming's body. With one more law, Lu Ming's combat strength increased greatly. He threw out a palm and collided with Yuan Xian's attack. Both of their bodies shook and retreated. However, Lu Ming took 2 steps back while Yuan Xian took 4 steps back. 4 laws. Lu Ming has comprehended 4 laws. Oh my god, it's the law of devour. 2 supreme laws and 2 monarch laws. It's really heaven-defying. This is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Some people exclaimed. It was mainly because it was too shocking. Previously, Lu Ming did not use his full strength and even held back. Not only did he control 2 supreme laws, but he also comprehended 2 other monarch laws. Moreover, he had reached perfection. How old was Lu Ming? How did he cultivate? Chapter 21-31. Master is invincible. Master will definitely win. Lu Xiang and Ouyang Moli shouted excitedly. Luo Tianyi, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others were also stunned. Although they knew that Lu Ming was abnormal, they did not expect him to be this abnormal. My hair, you pervert. Do you want me to live? Heartless Monk's face became even more bitter. How is this possible? How is this possible? Those who had a grudge against Lu Ming, such as the Heng family, the He family, the Daoyuo Heaven sect, the Wan family, the Golden Crow clan, and other forces, were all shocked and frightened. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more frightened they were. Yuan Xian himself was also shocked. He had also comprehended the 2nd law, so he knew how difficult it was to comprehend other laws. It was even more difficult to merge them together. He had only succeeded in that world. However, Lu Ming had not only mastered 2 supreme laws, but also comprehended 2 other laws of the King Path. A total of 4 laws, and all of them had been perfected and merged together. This was unbelievable. Even with his wisdom, he was still shocked. So what if you have 4 laws? I will still defeat you. Yuan Xian let out a long howl, charging toward Lu Ming with an imposing aura. His body emitted a dark light as if it was made of chaotic stone. Bam! Lu Ming stepped forward and used the chaotic divine palm to fight with Yuan Xian. Bam! Bam! There was another shocking shock in the fighting ring. In an instant, the 2 of them had exchanged more than 50 blows. However, after Lu Ming burst out with 4 laws, his combat strength had surpassed Yuan Xian's. The more laws were fused, the stronger the power would be, multiplying the power. After more than 50 blows, Yuan Xian was completely at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Yuan Xian was not willing to give up. He roared and fought with Lu Ming without fear of death. He could not lose. This time, it was different from the assessment in the Hunyuan sect. This time, it was a real showdown. They went all out without holding anything back. This was also a showdown between Sons of Chaos. If he lost to Lu Ming, he definitely wouldn't be able to obtain the Chaos Emperor's legacy. Furthermore, he would have to live under Lu Ming's shadow for the rest of his life. This was a fatal blow to his path of martial arts. Lu Ming, you can't break my chaotic divine body. I won't lose. Yuan Xian roared. You think too much. Lu Ming continuously waved his palms, repelling Yuan Xian, and then bombarding Yuan Xian's chest with a palm. Boom! Yuan Xian's body trembled violently as he retreated continuously. His face paled as he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Following that, Lu Ming continued to attack with his palms, striking out several hundred palms in an instant. Palm imprints enveloped Yuan Xian's entire body. Yuan Xian did his best to resist, but there were still palm imprints that landed on his body. Bang! Bang! Yuan Xian's body continued to tremble. In the end, cracks actually appeared on his body, as if it was about to split apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying and fell heavily on the fighting ring. Defeated. Yuan Xian was defeated. The entire place was silent. Before the battle, not many people had expected this result. Most people had always thought that Tian Ming was first, Yuan Xian was second, and Lu Ming was third at most. They thought that it was impossible for him to be a match for the two people in front of him. But now, Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xian. His next opponent was only Tian Ming. Master is invincible. Xiang shouted excitedly. She then looked at the few elders not far away and said, I told you, my master is invincible. No one is a match for him. This, the few elders blushed. Previously, they had said that Xiang was blindly confident and told her to see the reality. Lu Ming was no match for Yuan Xian and Tian Ming. But now, it was Lu Ming who had defeated Yuan Xian. Even though the few elders had lived for many years, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Uncle Kong and martial monarch Wuxia smiled too. Lu Ming being able to come this far had far exceeded their expectations. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards Yuan Xian. I haven't lost. I won't lose to you. Yuan Xian howled madly. He was extremely indignant. He charged toward Lu Ming again. But he was already injured. How could he be a match for Lu Ming? After a few moves, he was sent flying again. His body was covered with cracks and blood was seeping out. With Lu Ming's current strength, a palm strike could shatter the void and destroy a 10,000 feet tall mountain. The power was shocking. It was already very shocking that Yuan Xian could survive after taking so many palm strikes. Yuan Xian roared and wanted to continue fighting. The white-haired elder stepped down and stopped him. You have lost. Go down. The white-haired elder said. Yuan Xian finally stopped and looked at Lu Ming with unwillingness. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. After today's defeat, you will never be a match for me. Also, you don't deserve to control the primal chaos scripture. Lu Ming glanced at Yuan Xian indifferently and turned to leave. Yuan Xian's body trembled and he spat out another mouthful of blood. After that, the competition continued. But the rest of the competition was within everyone's expectations. There were no surprises. Everyone was looking forward to the last round. The 9th round was the last round. After this round, the 10 of them had fought the other 9. And in the 9th round, Lu Ming would fight against Tian Ming. Originally, everyone didn't have much expectations for this battle. They thought that there was no suspense and that Tian Ming would win. But after Lu Ming defeated Yuan Xian, everyone changed their minds. At least, Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xian and was qualified to fight against Tian Ming. After the 8th round ended, there was a break. The 9th round was about to begin. In the last round, the white-haired elder seemed to have intentionally put the battle between Lu Ming and Tian Ming at the end. Everyone was itching, but they could only wait for the previous matches to end. There were no surprises in the previous matches. By the time the previous matches were over, the crowd already knew the rankings for this round. Except for the first and second place, the rest of the rankings were already confirmed. Third place, Yuan Xian. He had only lost to Lu Ming and Tian Ming. Fourth place, Bao Da. Fifth place, Bubble. Sixth place, Heartless Monk. Seventh place, Xia Ku. Eighth place, Yun Haoge. Ninth place, Ancient Demon. 10th place, Xinghe. Xinghe had lost all 9 matches and didn't win a single one. His expression was extremely ugly. Especially when he saw the last battle between Lu Ming and Tian Ming, his expression became even gloomier. By now, Lu Ming had left him far behind. The last battle, Tianming versus Lu Ming. The white-haired elder finally announced the names of the two. Countless people's hearts were in their mouths. It was finally the last battle. This battle would determine who was the strongest genius of the younger generation of the Yuan realm. Would it be Lu Ming or Tianming? One of them had yet to become an emperor, but he had already mastered 2 types of supreme laws. 2 types of monarch laws, which was unprecedented in history. The other was a rare child of destiny, who controlled destiny and was unparalleled in the world. Chapter 2132. 2 figures appeared in the air and landed on the fighting stage, attracting everyone's attention. Tianming, dressed in white, was shrouded in a mysterious light. He looked like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. He looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile and said, "You're strong, but you're still destined to lose." "Bullshit, I control my own fate. No one can control my fate. If there is, I'll crush them all." Lu Ming was incomparably domineering. He didn't believe in fate at all. His fate was in his own hands, not the heavens. As long as he was strong enough, he could change his fate or even reverse it. The previous people didn't believe in it either. They thought they could resist fate, but in the end, they couldn't escape it. Tianming wasn't angry and continued speaking as if he was in control of everything. "Oh, then have you seen your own fate? You'll be beaten into a pig's head by me?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. "My fate is already determined. I won't lose." Tianming said softly. "Then I'll change your fate and let you lose once." Boom! 4 types of laws erupted from Lu Ming's body and fused together. Lu Ming's body was like a cannonball that smashed toward Tianming. "You're destined to be injured," Tianming said softly and pointed with his finger. There were no energy fluctuations, but at this moment, Lu Ming's hair stood on end and his pupils constricted. He felt a terrifying force bombarding and crushing him out of nowhere. Buzz! Lu Ming vibrated his laws and the 4 types of laws gathered into a 4-colored river that surrounded his body and blocked the strange energy attack. Is this the fate law? It's just a type of law. Although it's mysterious and strange, it can't really decide one's fate. It still needs an energy attack. Lu Ming had some understanding of the fate law. Boom! Lu Ming broke through the energy attack and charged toward Tianming. "Tianming, don't bother with these useless things. Use your divine ability." His figure was like lightning as he approached Tianming at lightning speed. "As you wish." Great fate art. The light on Tianming's body grew even denser. His figure was almost invisible as he was covered by the light. He pointed with his finger, and a beam of destiny turned into a sword that slashed at Lu Ming. Chi! Lu Ming also pointed out with a finger and used the chaotic finger of calamity. An extremely condensed finger force burst forth and destroyed the light of destiny. However, Tianming's finger continued to point out, and rays of light of destiny transformed into various weapons that shot towards Lu Ming. The power of these weapons was extremely shocking. All of them had terrifying killing power. Tianming's cultivation was also at the peak of the 2-star illusionary emperor realm. However, his combat strength was absolutely shocking. Every ray of destiny light could instantly kill an ordinary 2-star illusionary emperor or even an ordinary 3-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming operated the law and covered his palm. He executed the chaotic divine palm and continuously struck out. Bang! 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 Lu Ming defeated the rays of destiny and scattered them like fireworks. Lu Ming was valiant and invincible. He continuously destroyed the rays of destiny that were attacking him. His figure rapidly approached Tianming. In the end, Lu Ming broke through the obstruction. He pointed out with a finger and a chaotic finger of calamity shot towards Tianming. Tianming's eyes narrowed. A river of destiny formed under his feet and he was in the middle of it. However, Lu Ming's current attack power was stronger than Yuan Xian's. The chaotic finger of calamity crushed over and caused the river of destiny to tremble. Everything is shrouded by the long river of fate. Lu Ming, be defeated. Tianming roared and reached out with his hand. He grabbed a figure from the river of destiny. That figure was exactly the same as Lu Ming. However, it looked very illusory and struggled in Tianming's hand. It was as if Lu Ming's fate was really in Tianming's control. Whoosh! Tianming pointed out with a finger, and a ray of light pierced through the illusory figure's body. At the same time, a terrifying force appeared out of thin air and blasted towards Lu Ming. It wanted to pierce through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming let out a loud roar. The power of the four laws vibrated continuously, blocking that surge of power. Bang! Bang! The four types of law power constantly vibrated and collapsed bit by bit. That force was ancient and terrifying. It was unknown where it came from. Even the fusion of the four types of law power couldn't block it. Bang! In the end, Lu Ming frantically retreated. The four types of law power were penetrated. However, after the force penetrated the four types of law power, it was more or less neutralized. It only left a shallow mark on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming wasn't injured. Lu Ming isn't going to be a match for him. However, this is enough to show how terrifying Lu Ming is. Yuan Xian was no match for that move and was seriously injured. However, Tianming's move is too terrifying. Seeing Lu Ming being repelled, everyone guessed that the final victor of this battle would be Tianming. Some of the forces that had a grudge against Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lu Ming wasn't that heaven-defying. Fate can't be defied, Tianming said. He stood in the river of fate as if he was about to reach divinity transformation. Whoosh! Whoosh! He pointed out two fingers in a row and pierced through the illusory figure in his hand. At the same time, Lu Ming suffered a terrifying attack. The law power vibrated. Lu Ming's figure frantically retreated. However, he was blocked in the end and wasn't injured. Bullshit! Lu Ming stepped forward and charged towards Tianming. Tianming continued to attack with his finger. The force of his finger pierced through the phantom. Lu Ming encountered a terrifying attack. Several terrifying forces were attacking him. Boom! Lu Ming was blasted a few hundred meters away. His body trembled and he felt his blood boil. Lu Ming, I admit that you're a rare genius. However, you can't defy the heavens and defy fate. Tianming said coldly and arrogantly. You're so full of yourself. Is that all you've got? Lu Ming sneered. Tianming frowned. How can you defeat me with this little strength? You can't hurt me at all. Lu Ming said. Many people were shocked. Indeed, Tianming could only repel Lu Ming, but he couldn't seriously injure Lu Ming. Lu Ming could use his powerful defense to drag on and make this battle difficult to determine the winner. Tianming's face darkened. His body shone brightly as he continuously pointed his finger. However, he could only repel Lu Ming, but he couldn't injure Lu Ming. Is this your limit? Then today, let me break fate. Lu Ming roared. His body was like lightning as he rushed towards Tianming. Boom! In the process of rushing out, the aura on his body became stronger. The four-colored Law River turned into five-colored Law River. This time, the entire audience was ignited. Gosh, 5 colors, 5 types of laws. Lu Ming has mastered 5 types of laws. Am I seeing things? It's true. It's too terrifying. There's no limit. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Previously, Lu Ming had revealed 4 laws, which was already shocking enough. Everyone guessed that it was most likely Lu Ming's limit. Chapter 2133. Lu Ming displayed 5 types of laws. The integration of the 5 types of laws caused an uproar. Many people found it difficult to remain calm. Lu Ming simply had no limit. Now that he had 5 types, no one was sure if he would reveal 6 later. As for Lu Xiang and Ouyang Moli, they jumped in excitement. Swish! Lu Ming traversed the void and approached Tian Ming in an instant. Tian Ming's pupils constricted, and his expression was incomparably solemn. His body was almost fused with the river of destiny, becoming illusory. At the same time, he continuously pointed at the illusory figure. This time, he pointed at the illusory figure's forehead. Pfft! The illusory figure's forehead was pierced. Lu Ming, who was charging over, encountered a terrifying attack. An incomparably sharp force attacked Lu Ming's forehead. However, now that Lu Ming had fused 5 types of laws, his combat strength had increased greatly. His laws trembled, blocking the force. Then, Lu Ming struck out with his palm, bombarding the attack. Boom! A shocking explosion erupted, and the void trembled. The force that attacked Lu Ming was extremely shocking, but it was still defeated by Lu Ming. Try my finger. Lu Ming rushed over and pointed with his finger at the same time. Energy surged between heaven and earth, converging into an incomparably huge primal chaos tribulation finger that crushed toward the river of destiny. Whoosh! This time, the river of destiny couldn't withstand the power of the primal chaos tribulation finger. The river rolled and shook, and the water surged, stirring up thousands of waves. Rumble! As the primal chaos tribulation finger pressed down, the river of destiny seemed to be about to collapse. At this moment, the scene was dead silent. Many people didn't even dare to breathe loudly because they knew that this was the critical moment. It was time to determine the victor. Who would win? River of Destiny / Tian Ming roared. He was absorbing the power of the river of destiny, turning into a ray of light that slashed at the primal chaos tribulation finger. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded in the sky. The light that Tian Ming slashed out blocked the primal chaos tribulation finger, and the two dissipated. Again. Lu Ming pointed a few more times. Boundless energy gathered, and a total of 3 chaos tribulation fingers shot toward Tian Ming. Tian Ming could only do his best to resist. The situation had completely reversed from before. Earlier, Lu Ming had been at a disadvantage when Tian Ming used the River of Destiny, but now, Tian Ming was at a disadvantage again. The situation was rapidly changing. Boom! 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 Another 3 rumbling sounds rang out. The 3 chaos fingers of calamity were blocked, but Tianming's figure retreated frantically. The river of fate trembled, and the radiance became somewhat dim. You broke through my defense. Tianming roared. Even now, you're still so confident. Let's shatter your confidence. Lu Ming stepped into the void and clenched his fist. A massive sword light condensed in the air. Sword of Death. This was a killer move that Lu Ming had created himself. It contained the 4 laws of death, devour, array Dao, and extreme energy. This was not a simple fusion of laws. Instead, it was a divine ability constructed from the various miraculous effects of the 4 laws. This kind of divine ability was many times stronger than a simple law fusion. Although Lu Ming could only use the 4 laws, he couldn't block it. This divine ability had become one of Lu Ming's strongest killer moves. Slash! Lu Ming roared and slashed down with his sword. This sword cut through the void and slashed at Tian Ming. Tian Ming tried his best to resist, but it was useless. His river of fate trembled violently before it was cut in 2 by the sword of death and exploded. Tian Ming retreated frantically, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood that dyed his snow-white robe red. Tian Ming was injured. With his river of fate broken, he was severely injured. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming did not stop there. He used the Chaos Calamity finger and continuously pointed. A few huge fingers shot toward Tian Ming. Tian Ming wasn't blasted out of the battle stage, but he didn't admit defeat either. The battle wasn't over yet. Tianming was unwilling to give up and tried his best to resist. However, he was severely injured and his battle strength was weakened. Moreover, his river of fate had been cut. He couldn't resist Lu Ming at all. After a few moves, he was sent flying 100 miles. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and his face was pale. He had been sent flying out of the battle stage. You've lost. Lu Ming stood in the middle of the battle stage and said indifferently. Defeated. Tianming had lost. The crowd was silent at first, but when they came to their senses, there was an uproar. Lu Ming is really heaven-defying. He defeated Tianming as a quasi-emperor. The legend of the law of fate has been broken. Fate can be broken. Man can conquer the heavens. The crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected that Tianming would be defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had defeated Tianming and stood at the peak. At first, no one thought highly of Lu Ming. When they found out that Lu Ming hadn't broken through to the martial emperor realm, they even mocked him. At that time, no one thought that Lu Ming would be able to enter the top 10. Even more so, no one thought that Lu Ming would take first place in the end. Master is invincible. I know that my master is invincible. Xiang jumped up in excitement and didn't forget to look at the few elders nearby. Those elders were also in a daze. When they saw Xiang's gaze, they couldn't help but blush. Young master is really amazing. Qiu Yu's face was full of smiles. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Luo Tianyi, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others also had smiles on their faces. Death Blade looked at Lu Ming in silence. As for Heng Xinghe, his face was extremely dark. There was even a hint of fear. Lu Ming's battle strength had exceeded his expectations. If Lu Ming attacked with his full strength, he could kill him in a single blow. Brother Wuxiang, Brother Kong, Brother Heng, Brother He, I heard that Lu Ming came from Yuan Mountain. Who would have thought that Yuan Mountain would have such a genius? Congratulations. Some great emperors congratulated Uncle Kong, Great Emperor Wuxiang, Great Emperor Heng, and He clan. Ha ha ha. Both Uncle Kong and Emperor Wuxiang laughed heartily. Emperor He and Emperor Heng harumphed coldly. Their faces were extremely dark. They couldn't wait to slap Lu Ming to death. How could they be happy when others congratulated them? How could this be? The ones with the worst expressions were the Heng clan, He clan, Ancient Moon's Sacred Land, Golden Crow clan, Wan clan, and other forces. Their faces were pale. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. If Lu Ming was allowed to grow, they would all be destroyed in the future. Thinking of this, their hearts were filled with fear. Damn it! Yuan Xan roared. He couldn't accept that Lu Ming had taken first place. Tianming couldn't accept it either. His eyes flashed, but they eventually fell silent. Alright, the Battle of 10 Earths ends here. It's all over. The white-haired elder walked out and smiled. Now, I announce the top 10 in the Battle of 10 Earths. First place, Lu Ming. Second place, Tianming. Third place, Yuan Xan. Chapter 2134. There was a deafening cheer at the scene. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was the center of attention. The Battle of the 10 Earths had gathered all the geniuses of the entire primordial realm. Moreover, this generation was known as the Golden Age. Geniuses came out in large numbers and experts gathered. Many of the sons of heaven were reduced to foils and attracted the attention of the world. And Lu Ming stepped over all the geniuses and fought at the peak. He used his strength to prove to everyone that he was the strongest. He's already so terrifying before becoming an emperor. His future is limitless. With such heaven-defying talent, if he continues to grow, he'll probably become a top expert in the world. Most people were discussing Lu Ming. However, Yuan Xian and Tianming were ignored. The Son of Destiny and the Son of Chaos were originally dazzling and eye-catching, but at this moment, all of their glory was snatched away by one person. Big brother Lu Ming, you're really too powerful. Bubbles hung on Lu Ming's body, unwilling to let go. Master is so powerful. Xiang Xiang and Ouyang Moli also came over and looked at Lu Ming with admiration. In their eyes, Lu Ming was invincible. Lu Ming, congratulations. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others also walked over and congratulated Lu Ming. To be honest, Lu Ming being able to defeat Tian Ming was also beyond their expectations. Everyone, this is not over yet. Now, it's time to give you your rewards. At this moment, the white-haired old man's voice sounded again, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Yes, there were rewards for passing the selection previously. They could enter that corner of the world and obtain great opportunities. How could there be no rewards now? At least, the rewards for the top 10 were definitely amazing. Especially the first place. Many people revealed envious expressions and looked at the white-haired old man, guessing what the rewards were. But there was no doubt that the rewards would be better than the previous selection. The reward this time is a little special, so you'll have to wait for a while. You'll know when the time comes. After the white-haired elder finished speaking, he went to an ancient altar at the peak of Heaven's Mandate Mountain. He waved his hands, and rays of light entered the altar. The altar emitted a resplendent light, and a ray of light pierced through the void and into the depths of the heavens before disappearing. Everyone was curious, but they didn't ask and waited patiently. This wait lasted for 2 days. On this day, a muffled rumble suddenly came from the depths of the sky. Then, a resplendent golden light covered half the sky. Look, there's a door. Someone exclaimed. In the depths of the sky, where the light was the brightest, a door suddenly appeared. This wasn't a gate of light, but rather something that seemed to be made of bronze. Roar! Roar! The door was open, and roaring sounds could be heard from behind it, shaking heaven and earth. Dragon roar. Many people could tell that it was the roar of a true dragon. Then, everyone saw the sound of footsteps coming from the door, and the dragon's roar was getting louder and louder. Then, the crowd saw 9 true dragons rushing out from the gate. The 9 true dragons were side by side, pulling a huge chariot that appeared in the depths of the sky. On the chariot stood a number of figures. Most of them were young people who looked to be in their 20s. There were both men and women, and all of them had extraordinary temperaments. There was only one middle-aged man on the chariot. He was wearing iron armor, and his body was emitting a terrifying aura. That was the aura of a great emperor. At the highest point of the chariot sat a figure, but this figure was shrouded in divine light, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Many people were shocked. Who was this person? He appeared from the depths of the sky, and he was being pulled by 9 true dragons. There were also true dragons on Yuan Mountain, and at this moment, many of them had ugly expressions. Using 9 true dragons to pull a chariot was a humiliation to the true dragon race. However, the aura emitted by the middle-aged man was too shocking. It was filled with killing intent and endless murderous intent. It was as if they were in an endless hell. Even many great emperors had solemn expressions. The true dragon stepped into the air and arrived above Tianming Mountain, floating there. The white-haired old man and some other great emperors stepped forward and cupped their fists. Greetings, Heavenly Realm emissaries. What? Heavenly Realm emissaries? Everyone was shocked. They finally understood that these people were actually from the Heavenly Realm. The Heavenly Realm might not be unfamiliar to some great emperors because great emperors should have channels to enter the Heavenly Realm. But for those below the great emperor level, the Heavenly Realm was a legend. Many powerful forces knew that the Heavenly Realm was at war, but they had never been to the Heavenly Realm. It was even more so for the younger generation. Now, they finally saw the people from the Heavenly Realm. Many people's eyes lit up as they sized up the people from the Heavenly Realm. It's them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. On the Heavenly Realm's chariot, he saw 2 young men that he had seen before. Previously, when he entered the primordial realm, he had seen 2 young men in the corner of the world that he had left behind. One had purple hair and an extraordinary temperament, unfathomable. The other was dressed in a black robe and controlled the law of reincarnation. He was a son of reincarnation and had fought with Lu Ming before. These two are indeed from the heavenly realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he thought of many things. It seemed that the primordial realm's prodigies were not the only ones who had entered that corner of the world. Perhaps the heavenly realm's prodigies had also entered. Could it be that the so-called opportunity is related to the heavenly realm? The heavenly realm has been around for countless years. It's much older than the primordial realm. Legend has it that there are endless opportunities. Some people discussed softly. Although many people knew that the nine heavens domain in the heavenly realm had been mostly occupied by the foreign tribes, there was still the strongest and largest heavenly domain in the heavenly realm, the Tai Ching heavenly domain, which was still under control. Legend had it that the Tai Ching heavenly domain's area was not smaller than the Yuanlu. It also contained all kinds of opportunities from the heavenly realm over countless years. Many people's eyes burned with passion. Who are the top 10 prodigies of the primordial realm? Step forward and take a look. The middle-aged man in iron armor stepped forward, his voice spreading throughout the area. Many people retreated, while Lu Ming and the other top 10 prodigies stepped forward and appeared in the middle of the Destiny Mountain. The middle-aged man's gaze swept across the 10 prodigies like lightning. A layer of goosebumps appeared on Lu Ming's body. It was as if the armored man's gaze could see through them. After the armored man swept his gaze around, he nodded and said with satisfaction, "Not bad." It's said that the primordial realm is also full of prodigies. You didn't let me down. This time, many of you can enter the heavenly realm and obtain great opportunities. As the armored man spoke, many people's eyes lit up. It was indeed so. The reward this time was related to the heavenly realm. General, I heard that the primordial realm has also reached its golden age. Many prodigies have gathered. Now that the top 10 strongest prodigies have been determined, I'm itching to spar with the prodigies of the primordial realm. Chapter 2135. Many people's eyes flickered. The prodigies of the heaven realm were going to challenge the prodigies of the Yuan realm. However, it was normal. They were all young and full of vigor and confidence. When they saw a strong opponent, it was inevitable that they would want to learn from each other. The eyes of the Yuan realm prodigies also lit up. They also wanted to know how strong the prodigies of the heaven realm were. Alright, then let's learn from each other. The armored burly man nodded. They had brought the prodigies of the heaven realm over with such a plan. Thank you, General. The burly young man cupped his fists and stepped forward. His gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others. He had short hair, each strand like a needle. His gaze was sharp like a lion's. I cultivate the Archean martial arts of the Archean system. Among you, there should be someone who cultivates the Archean system. The short-haired young man spoke. His gaze swept over the 10 people with a faint arrogance. Bam! 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 Baoda, Xiaofan, and the ancient devils stepped forward at the same time. A powerful aura erupted from their bodies. I'll take you on. Baoda spoke. His body was like an iron tower, filled with infinite power. He's mine. Xiaofan also spoke. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He was a purple gold dragon, a royal of the true dragon clan. However, the other party used 9 dragons to pull the carriage, which made him extremely unhappy. The short-haired young man glanced at the 3 of them. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That trace of contempt was not concealed at all. An Archean physique cultivator, an Archean demon cultivator, and an Archean demon cultivator. Very well, the 3 of you, come at me together. The short-haired young man said indifferently. His contempt was even stronger. What? Many people's faces changed. This short-haired young man was too arrogant. He actually asked Baoda and the others to come at him together. After all, Baoda had obtained 4th place. His combat strength was extremely powerful. With Xiaofan and the ancient devil, they could even fight Yuan Xian. This short-haired young man had such strong combat strength. Arrogant, I'll take you on. Xiaofan was already angry. Now that he was being looked down upon by the other party, how could he bear it? He roared and transformed into his original form. He charged at the short-haired young man. His 5 dragon claws continuously stepped out, wanting to tear the short-haired young man apart. Boom! The short-haired young man struck out with his palm. His palm directly pierced through the void and collided with Xiaofan's dragon claw. Roar! Qiu roared, his entire dragon body trembling violently as he retreated. That is, everyone saw that Qiu's dragon claw had cracked open. It was covered with cracks and blood was flowing out. With just one move, he had injured Xiaofan, which was shocking. Many people's gazes were solemn. This short-haired youth's combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Tianming and Yuan Xen both had serious looks on their faces. I said, the 3 of you should come at me together. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand a single blow. The short-haired young man said with even more disdain. Then let's meet you. Bao De let out a furious roar. His muscular body swelled as he threw out a punch. Similarly, he punched through the void. At the same time, the ancient devil also made his move. A demonic light slashed toward his opponent. Roar! Chalk roared. Blood energy filled the air, and the wound on his dragon claw quickly healed. His body emitted a purple-gold light as he charged towards the short-haired youth. 3 geniuses from the archaic system attacked at the same time, shocking the heavens and earth. Ha ha ha, that's more like it. The short-haired youth laughed. One of his palms changed, as if it had turned into jade. It was so transparent that even the blood vessels in his flesh could be seen. Boom! 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 The short-haired youth attacked, throwing out 3 consecutive palms. Pang! The ancient devil collided with a palm print. His body shook violently as he was sent flying a few thousand meters away. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and his aura was weak. He had been severely injured. Pang! Pang! Next, it was Qiu and Bao De. Both of them retreated frantically. Is that all you've got? Not enough. Come again. The short-haired youth charged towards Bao De and Qiu. His palms struck out continuously. Bao De and Qiu tried their best to resist, but they were no match for him. The short-haired youth's palms seemed to have the power to split open the heavens. After more than 10 moves, Bao De and Qiu coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their arms were shattered, and they were severely injured. They were unable to continue fighting. Everyone was shocked. This short-haired youth was too terrifying. There were no law fluctuations on his body. It was obvious that he also cultivated the archaic system. However, his strength was astonishing. He easily defeated Bao De, Qiu, and the ancient devil. He should be one of the top sky prides in the heavenly realm. Someone guessed. You guys are too weak. The short-haired youth glanced at Bao De and the other 2 and stepped back. Bao De, Qiu, and the ancient devil's faces were ugly. However, the other party was indeed powerful. This made them feel helpless and they had suffered a great blow. I'll spar with the sky prides of the primordial realm. After the short-haired youth returned, another youth walked out from the heavenly realm. This person was wearing a gray robe. His eyes were as bright as the stars. He looked at the crowd and said, I cultivate the law system. Who wants to spar with me? I'll spar with you. Yun Haoge was the first to speak. He stepped forward. The void around his body undulated like waves. His 2-star void emperor cultivation was undoubtedly revealed. The spacetime child, 2-star void emperor. How about this? I'll suppress my cultivation to 2-star void emperor. The gray-robed youth said. Then, a powerful aura emanated from his body. He was a 2-star void emperor. Everyone was shocked. The gray-robed youth's words were very obvious. His true cultivation had surpassed that of a 2-star Void Emperor. Now, he wanted to fight with Yun Haoge at the same level. In that case, don't regret it, Yun Haoge said. As soon as his voice fell, he made his move. He shuttled through the void and charged towards his opponent. His speed was astonishing. The gray-robed youth's face remained calm. At this moment, he waved his hand, and the law erupted. A large cauldron appeared in his hand. The primordial law. This person was a son of primordial chaos. At this moment, the large cauldron in his hand was formed by the primordial law. The primordial cauldron quickly expanded to the size of a mountain and suppressed Yun Haoge. The power of the primordial cauldron was too shocking. It directly crushed the void and caused space-time to become chaotic. Boom! Wherever the primordial cauldron passed, the space constantly exploded. Yun Haoge's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he felt a shocking force crushing towards him. He wanted to escape, but he could not. He could only face it head-on. He used all his strength and blasted out a blow, bombarding the primordial cauldron. However, the result was that his body was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his arm exploded. It was a tragic sight. Many people gasped in shock. One move, just one move, and Yun Haoge was defeated. The other party did not use too high of a cultivation. Instead, he suppressed his cultivation to that of a 2-star Void Emperor and fought with Yun Haoge at the same level. However, he defeated Yun Haoge with one move. How was this possible? Many people found it hard to believe, but this was the truth. Too weak. Chapter 2136. The young man in a gray robe from the heaven boundary had challenged Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian squinted his eyes. He was not confident that he could win against the young man in a gray robe. However, since the other party had challenged him, he could not avoid the challenge. Yuan Xian stepped out and his aura exploded. 2 types of laws spread out. The young man in a gray robe was surprised and he said, "You have comprehended 2 types of laws and merged them together. Not bad. I wonder how strong you are now. I will show you." Chaotic Divine Body. Yuan Xian did not dare to be careless against the young man in a gray robe. He immediately used his strongest attack and used his Chaotic Divine Body. Yuan Xian's body was covered in the color of primal chaos, as if it was made from primal chaos stones. His aura had reached its peak. Interesting. Come on, let me see your strength. Don't worry, I will still suppress my cultivation to that of a 2-star empty emperor. The young man in a gray robe revealed a faint smile and a tinge of interest. However, he did not panic at all. His attitude showed that he was looking down on Yuan Xian. Yuan Xian's eyes were filled with anger. He let out a roar and stepped into the air, charging towards the young man in a gray robe. Boom! Yuan Xian threw out a punch. His fist was like a chaotic stone and it flew towards the young man in a gray robe. The young man in a gray robe stretched out his hand and a primordial cauldron appeared in his palm. It grew rapidly and became the size of a mountain. The young man in a gray robe waved his hand and the primordial cauldron flew towards Yuan Xian to suppress him. Dong! Yuan Xian's punch landed on the primordial cauldron. The cauldron shook violently and sound waves swept out in all directions. Many top powers emitted light from their bodies and blocked the sound waves. Yuan Xian also suffered a terrifying impact. His body trembled and he was forced to retreat. He stepped on the air and exploded. Not bad. You can block one of my attacks. You have some strength. Let's see how many of my attacks you can block. The young man in a gray robe said. He seemed surprised. He then pressed his hand down and the primordial cauldron flew towards Yuan Xian again. Break! Yuan Xian roared. Both of his fists continued to bombard. One punch after another, it was like a violent storm. However, what was unbelievable was that after every attack, Yuan Xian was forced to retreat. He was no match for the young man and he was suppressed. After more than 10 attacks, he had retreated a few hundred meters and blood flowed out of his mouth. Suppress. The gray-robed young man whispered. His eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he pressed down with his hand again. The cauldron trembled and grew even larger as it pressed down on Yuan Xian. Boom! This time, Yuan Xian was in an even more miserable state. His body directly fell down and heavily smashed into the battle stage at the top of Destiny Mountain, causing the battle stage to tremble violently. How could this be? In the primordial realm, many young geniuses roared in disbelief. Yuan Xian, the son of chaos, a peerless genius. This time, he was ranked third among all the geniuses in the primordial realm. Even such an expert had been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated so easily. Most importantly, the other party had already suppressed his cultivation to the level of a 2-star illusionary monarch, yet he was still able to suppress Yuan Xian with ease. What was going on? The son of chaos was supposed to be invincible among cultivators of the same level as him, so how could he have been suppressed so miserably? Second level laws. The other party's laws have already reached the second level. A powerful true emperor said. The second realm of laws. Some people didn't understand. Immediately, a senior figure explained. When one cultivated to quasi-emperor, one's laws would be consummation, forming a river. However, this so-called consummation was only the consummation of a certain stage. To be precise, it was only the consummation of the first realm of laws. The cultivation of laws was divided into 3 realms. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, some experts could break through their laws again and cultivate them to the second or even the third realm. Of course, the difficulty of that was extremely shocking. However, once a breakthrough was made, the power would also be shocking. Once a person broke through to the second realm, the power of their laws would increase exponentially. Even the path of the monarch would be able to contend with the strongest laws after reaching the second realm. The gray-robed young man's primordial laws had already reached the second realm. In a battle of the same level, he could easily defeat the son of chaos. However, according to the senior figures, only high-level illusionary monarchs could cultivate their laws to the second realm. Some people would never be able to break through in their lifetime. However, the other party had broken through to the second realm of the primordial laws at such a young age. It was shocking. The geniuses of the primordial realm are really flowers in a greenhouse. They can't even withstand a single blow. How boring. The gray-robed young man looked down at Yuan Xian and said indifferently, his voice full of disdain. Damn it. The geniuses of the primordial realm were all furious. It was really uncomfortable to be looked down upon like this. However, the other party's combat strength was too shocking. Even Tian Ming and Lu Ming would probably be defeated if they went up against him. Therefore, they could do nothing about being looked down upon by the other party and could only swallow their anger. After the gray-robed young man finished speaking, he seemed to have lost interest and returned to the war chariot. At that moment, a woman walked out. This woman was wearing a suit of iron armor. She was heroic and had a murderous aura. She glanced at Lu Ming and the others and said, I heard that the child of destiny has been born in the primordial realm. I'm very curious about how wonderful the path of destiny is. Do you dare to fight with me? Tian Ming's eyes flashed. The other party had directly challenged the child of destiny. He could only accept the challenge. Stepping out, his white robe fluttering, Tian Ming looked at the heroic woman and said, I am the child of destiny. What's your cultivation level? The heroic woman asked. 2-star illusionary monarch. Tian Ming said. 2-star illusionary monarch. Great, I'm also a 2-star illusionary monarch. The heroic woman said, and the aura of the laws emanated from her body. Path of the monarch laws. You have a monarch body. Tian Ming was stunned, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. The other party had a monarch body. She dared to challenge him with a monarch body. This was looking down on him. So what if I have a monarch body? Even a monarch body can defeat you. The heroic woman's aura became stronger. A long spear appeared in her hand. The long spear stirred up the wind and clouds as it pierced toward Tianming. As the long spear pierced out, the aura of the heroic woman's body skyrocketed. She was like an invincible war goddess. Great art of destiny. Tianming did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He displayed the great art of destiny and turned into a rainbow light, charging toward the heroic woman. Boom! The light of destiny collided with the opponent's long spear, and an astonishing fluctuation erupted. The heroic-looking woman was successfully blocked. Second-level laws. However, you're no match for me even though you're at the second level of the path of the monarch laws. Tianming shouted and launched a counterattack. He could see that the other party's laws had already reached the second level. However, he cultivated the path of destiny, while the other party only cultivated the path of the monarch laws. He was fearless and could crush the other party. Whoosh! Whoosh! Tianming's finger continued to point out, and rays of light of destiny bombarded the other party. If one doesn't work, then I'll use 2, 3. The heroic woman said coldly. Her aura became stronger as 3 types of laws erupted. Moreover, she had completely mastered them. 3 path of the monarch laws and 2 of them have already reached the second level. How is this possible at such a young age? A true emperor with snow-white hair roared in disbelief. Chapter 2137. The others were also shocked. This heroic woman looked so young, but she had already comprehended and fused 3 King Dao laws. Moreover, 2 of them had already reached the second level. This was simply shocking. The heroic woman's aura was like a rainbow. She wore iron armor and held a long spear in her hand. She was like a goddess of war. She stabbed out with her spear, causing the wind and clouds to change color. 3 types of laws exploded out at the same time, and a terrifying spear stabbed towards Tianming. Tianming's eyes narrowed. His body glowed, and the river of destiny appeared. He stood in the middle of the river of destiny and used it to resist. However, the huge spear seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. It directly pierced into the river of fate, causing the river of fate to tremble and create huge waves. The laws of destiny were extremely profound, powerful, and unparalleled. When he made a move, it was as if his words were the law. With a single word, he could determine the success or failure of others, determine their life or death, and determine their fate. However, that was only relative to those with weak cultivations. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, one would be able to break through the laws of fate with one's strength. Previously, Lu Ming was like this. And now, the heroic woman was the same. The river of fate surged before finally exploding. Tianming's body trembled violently as he staggered backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Tianming had lost. The scene was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. Was this the prodigy of the heaven realm? He was just a king body, yet he was able to defeat the child of destiny of the primordial realm. It was like a dream. So what if you're a son of heaven? So what if he was the child of destiny? Below the martial emperor realm, they might have an absolute advantage. However, after the martial emperor realm, anything is possible. In the future, I will also use the law of kings to derive the strongest law and trample all the Elysian children under my feet. The heroic-looking woman spoke. Her voice was filled with confidence. She had a king-type body. Under the martial emperor realm, it was impossible for her to fight against an Elysian child. However, after she had broken through to the martial emperor realm, she had broken through to the martial emperor realm and comprehended 3 king-type laws. 2 of them had even reached the second level. Many Elysian children of the same level were no match for her. The heroic woman's words shook the hearts of many people. It also made the eyes of many king bodies and even young people who cultivated ordinary laws light up. Indeed, so what if they fell behind now? They still had a chance. After breaking through to martial emperor, they might erupt with power and surpass the Elysian child. They would charge all the way to the peak. Some of the older generation figures shook their heads. It was easier said than done to achieve this. Even after breaking through to martial emperor, it was extremely difficult to comprehend the laws of kings. As for comprehending the strongest laws, the difficulty was even more astonishing. It was as difficult as ascending to the blue sky. For a woman with a heroic spirit to be able to reach this step, she was already a rare genius. However, they naturally wouldn't say anything to dampen the enthusiasm of those young people. The heroic woman didn't say anything and returned to the war chariot. Tianming's expression turned ugly. In the past, he had been invincible, sweeping through the world. Among the younger generation, there was no one who could match him. However, during this period of time, he had suffered consecutive defeats. First, he lost to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had yet to become a martial emperor. Now, he had lost to someone with a king physique, which dealt a great blow to his confidence. At the same time, the youths of the primordial realm also looked dejected. The geniuses of the celestial realm were too strong. No one in the primordial realm was a match for them, and they suffered consecutive crushing defeats. These geniuses from the heaven realm should be the strongest group of geniuses in the heaven realm. The resources in the heaven realm are better, so it's normal for them to have such cultivation. That's right, they must be the strongest group of people in the heaven realm. Some of the youths discussed. Although they were whispering, they were still heard by the people from the heaven realm. The gray-robed youth from before sneered and said, "Don't comfort yourselves. In the heaven realm, we are not the strongest group of people at all. At most, we can only be considered second tier. The strongest group of people are much stronger than me." What? These words stunned the geniuses of the primordial realm. Even many of the older generation were a little stunned. The youths of the heaven realm were not the strongest. In the heaven realm, there were people stronger than them. They could only be considered second tier. Many of the geniuses of the primordial realm had ugly expressions. Even Tianming, Yuan Xian, Bao De, and the others had ugly expressions and were somewhat discouraged. Is the gap between our primordial realm and the heaven realm that big? I heard that the heaven realm only has one celestial realm left. How can it still be so terrifying? If it was at its peak, how strong would it be? Many people discussed and became even more dejected. You don't have to be discouraged. At this moment, the armored burly man stepped out, and his voice spread throughout the entire place. Many people looked at him. Your talents are actually not bad. Many of your talents are not inferior to the top geniuses of the heaven realm at all. What you lack is resources and training. The heaven realm has existed for countless years. Although there is only one celestial realm left now, it is the largest celestial realm. The resources, treasures, and various cultivation holy lands that have been accumulated over countless years are incomparable to the primordial realm. That is why their cultivation is stronger than yours. Also, the heaven realm is now at war with the foreign tribes. Sometimes, they will also step onto the battlefield and fight to the death. Only by training through life and death can they become stronger. The armored burly man said. These words made the eyes of many geniuses of the primordial realm light up again, and they regained their confidence. Yes, it was not that their talents were bad. It was just that their resources were not as good as the geniuses of the heaven realm. How could the children of the heavens be bad? So, this time, I will bring a group of geniuses of the primordial realm to the heaven realm. The resources of the heaven realm will be completely open to you. The armored burly man said again. Many geniuses' eyes shone with ecstasy. The resources of the heaven realm and various cultivation holy lands were not something the primordial realm could compare to. They were tempted and wanted to go. They understood that this was the reward of this battle of 10 earths. It was indeed tempting. Obviously, the heaven realm wanted to cultivate geniuses so that this generation of geniuses could rise quickly. As long as you obtain the resources of the heaven realm, you may be able to compete with them in the future. The armored burly man pointed at the geniuses of the heaven realm and encouraged them. Senior, actually, the number one genius of our primordial realm has not made a move yet. If he does, he may not lose. A youth from the primordial realm spoke up. Previously, their primordial realm had been losing consecutively, and some of the youths were still uncomfortable. At this moment, someone could not help but speak up. Oh. The armored burly man and the geniuses of the heaven realm all looked surprised. At first, they all thought that Tian Ming was the number one genius of the primordial realm. They did not expect that the number one genius of the primordial realm was someone else. Who is the number one genius of the primordial realm? The armored burly man asked. Many people looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was speechless. Originally, he did not want to stand out because the cultivation of the geniuses of the heaven realm was too high. Even if he made a move, he might not be able to win. But now, he was pushed forward.
Chapter 1264. Is that true? Then what happened to him? As Xiaofan asked, he was secretly shocked. Could it be that there were cultivators among those evil cultivators? If Gongsun Yan wasn't lying, then there would be big trouble. It should be known that ordinary cultivators were no match for evil cultivators of the same level. After all, evil cultivators' cultivation methods were cruel and tyrannical. The evil techniques they used were also strange and unpredictable. Their explosive strength was much higher than that of ordinary cultivators. If there were cultivators among them, then it meant that there was basically no one who could resist them. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Later on, Situ Haotian recovered from his injuries with great difficulty. He felt that this battle was an unforgettable shame, so he decided to take a risk and go to the world of cultivators. He wanted to see if he could obtain more strength. Gongsun Yan's voice was somewhat low. It was obvious that he didn't want to recall this part of the past. Oh. I heard that he came back later, right? Then did he have another showdown with the ghost cultivation sect? Xiaofan asked as he rubbed his chin. Gongsun Yan curled his lips and answered reluctantly, about 20 years ago, Situ Haotian came back once. He thought that he had obtained strength in the world of cultivators and could easily defeat Xishan Giant Ox. However, after he came to challenge them, apart from killing a few low-level evil cultivators, he could only fight to a draw with Xishan Giant Ox. He was helpless and could only return empty-handed. So he was ashamed and couldn't face the people of your sect, so he chose to leave? Xiaofan asked with great interest. Who knows what he was thinking? Gongsun Yan suddenly flew into a rage. He gritted his teeth and said, he didn't tell us the reason and just ran away. I don't know if he died of guilt or if he took his concubine to live in seclusion in the world of cultivators and live happily ever after. At the mention of Situ Haotian's name, Gongsun Yan had a belly full of anger. This guy had obtained strength, but he didn't allow others to enter the world of cultivators to advance. He even set those strange rules. Gongsun Yan didn't know if he was crazy, but it made Gongsun Yan very unhappy. Hearing Gongsun Yan's words, Xiao Chen's face became a bit gloomy. He didn't care whether Situ Haotian could defeat the giant ox or not, but Gongsun Yan actually insulted his mother, saying that she was Situ Haotian's concubine. Xiao Chen hated people who talked about his parents the most in his life. Fortunately, elder son, who was standing to the side, had sharp eyes. He noticed that Xiao Chen's expression had become very unsightly. After pondering for a moment, he understood the reason. He hurriedly whispered a few words into Gongsun Yan's ear. Master. That hero Xiao Chen is Xiao Feng's biological son. He is also the son of the woman that Situ Haotian has a crush on. This. Gongsun Yan was stunned for a moment. He felt a gust of cold wind blowing over, and his whole body shivered. His back suddenly became cold. He touched it with his hand and found that his back was completely soaked with sweat. Gongsun Yan felt a strong sense of danger when he saw Xiao Chen staring at him coldly. He hurriedly said apologetically, "Little friend Xiao, about that, we're all working hard to enter the cultivation world. I'm very sorry about what happened to your parents, but this was all Situ Haotian's despicable actions. I'm only his subordinate. You can't blame it all on me, right? Oh, according to what you said, this matter should be blamed on me and my parents being unlucky?" Xiaochen laughed coldly and said, "You can only blame my mother for being too careless, catching the eye of that foolish old sect master of yours. You can only blame my father for being too careless, getting captured by the current sect master for no reason. You can only blame me for being too careless, getting targeted by you. You have no choice but to chase me down and kill me, right?" "No. I didn't." Gong Sun Yen was dumbfounded. He just wanted to shirk his responsibility. Why did he feel that something was wrong when he listened to Xiao Chen's words? "I think you are itching for a beating. You want me to beat you up to loosen your muscles and bones. Only then will you come to your senses." Xiao Chen thought that his parents might all be suffering, and his heart became more and more upset. He looked at Gong Sun Yen in front of him and felt even more disgusted. He could not help but clench his fists and take 2 steps forward. He knocked Gong Sun Yen down with one punch and then pounced on him. "Ouch, it hurts. Master Xiao, please don't hit me. I don't mean to blame your parents. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." Gong Sun Yen had no time to dodge. He could only passively defend against the punches and kicks that fell on him like raindrops. He secretly cursed his bad luck. Although Xiao Chen only used ordinary punches and kicks, when they hit Gong Sun Yen's body, Gong Sun Yen felt unbearable pain. No matter how hard he tried to defend, it was useless. If he had not tried his best to protect a few vital parts of his body, he might have been beaten into a cripple. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not care about Gong Sun Yen's screams. He continued to beat Gong Sun Yen to vent the long-suppressed resentment and anger in his heart. After beating Gong Sun Yen for half an hour, Xiao Chen's anger finally dissipated. He stopped and looked at Gong Sun Yen condescendingly. He said coldly, "In order to enter the world of cultivators, you tried everything you could. This is not a big deal. But you actually took my father away and sent people to deal with me. This is your fault. Hehe, great hero Xiao, you can't say that. I didn't actually want to harm you after that. I just ordered people to protect you." Gong Sun Yen struggled to get up and said with a smile, his face bruised and swollen. "Old fart, you still have the nerve to say that? If it weren't for this young hero's intelligence and strength, I would have been killed by you a long time ago. Even the grass on my grave is taller than me now." Xiao Chen glared at him fiercely and said angrily. Yes. Master Xiao is very lucky. How could you die so easily?" Gong Sun Yen did not dare to refute. He could only put on a bitter face and smile apologetically. He also secretly glared at Elder Sunday. The meaning of this glare was obvious. Gong Sun Yen was reprimanding Elder Sunday. "Why didn't you explain the situation earlier? You made me get beaten up again for nothing. And I don't even have a place to reason with. You are really too blind." Feeling the anger and resentment in Gong Sun Yan's eyes, Elder Sun felt a little helpless. "Master, who told you to speak nonsense? You should at least wait for me to finish introducing Xiao Chen's identity. Once you know the ins and outs of the situation, it won't be too late for you to explain yourself. Alright, don't talk about these useless things." Xiao Chen waved his hand impatiently and said, "I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you now. Immediately go and arrange for the person in charge of the Immortal Cultivator sect and the Ghost Cultivator sect to come here. I want to ask them personally what method is needed to allow people to enter the world of cultivators safely." Chapter 1265. Xiao Chen had already thought it through. Since Gong Sun Yen had some understanding of these two sects, he might as well let him run errands for them. There was no need for Xiaochen to ask around and save a lot of time. This. Hero Xiao, you may not know much about the immortal cultivation sects and the ghost cultivation sects. When Gongsun Yan heard this order, he immediately revealed a difficult expression. He hesitantly said, "They've always been arrogant and looked down on the other martial arts and demonic cultivators in the martial arts world. Even if I invite them, I'm afraid they won't listen to me." This request was really difficult for Gongsun Yan. After all, the immortal cultivation sects and the ghost cultivation sects were very arrogant. Even if Situ Haotian personally invited them, they might not be willing to come. "I don't care about this, you think of a way yourself." Xiaochen casually waved his hand and glanced at Gongsun Yan. "I'll give you 1 day. If you can't find them in 1 day, then I'll take your dog life. There's no point in keeping you alive anyway, what do you think?" After saying that, Xiaochen shook his fist in front of Gongsun Yan. Then, he turned around and whispered a few words to Miss Xing. Afterward, he mounted the bay's spirit beast and sped towards the teleportation formation. Since there was nothing else for him to do here, and Cheng Menjing and the others were still guarding the array, Xiaochen planned to bring the girls into Awakening Heaven Gate and settle them down. Jia Muzin had also been out for a long time, so he should go back to take care of his family's affairs. He couldn't stay outside for a long time with Xiaochen. Seeing Xiaochen disappear into the horizon, Gongsun Yan and elder son looked at each other in dismay. They were very depressed. Xiaochen had given them a difficult problem. How could he invite those 2 secluded sects to come out in such a short time? Gongsun Yan and elder son did not dare to escape. Firstly, they had nowhere to go. Secondly, there were too many people in the martial arts world who hated Awakening Heaven Gate. Once they left, they would probably be chased by their enemies endlessly. The 2 of them first asked little Miss Xing to disperse the crowd of disciples standing foolishly in the plaza. Then, after a careful discussion, they finally managed to come up with a plan. Gongsun Yan first sent someone to pass a message to the Immortal Cultivation Sect and the Ghost Cultivation Sect. He lied that he had found the perfect way to enter the immortal cultivation world and that the test was successful. He had already sent his subordinates over. Then, he claimed that he was willing to share the results with the 2 sections. However, he needed each of them to send someone to Awakening Heaven Sect to discuss the follow-up matters. Although this statement was a little unrealistic and Gongsun Yan also felt that it was slightly inappropriate, there was no other way. At least, he did not think that he was lying. After all, they had indeed sent the cyborgs into the immortal cultivation world. Even the current, former sect leader of Awakening Heaven Sect, Situ Chitian, had followed them in. It was just that they did not know the results for the time being. After receiving the news, the Immortal Cultivation Sect and the Ghost Cultivation Sect attached great importance to it. After all, this time, they were personally invited by the Supreme Elder of Awakening Heaven Sect. Moreover, they were indeed studying whether there was any other way to successfully enter the immortal cultivation world other than offering human sacrifices. They were in a state of panic. They did not expect the opportunity to take the initiative to send itself to their door. On the other hand, the immortal cultivation sects and the ghost cultivation sects were also quite vigilant. After they received the news, they held a meeting in their sections. They wanted to determine what was going on and what Gongsun Yan's purpose was. However, after discussing for a long time, the 2 sects could not figure out why Gongsun Yan wanted to do this. Although the news seemed to be very suspicious, they were not willing to miss this opportunity. In the end, after thinking about it, they decided to send people to Awakening Heaven Sect to see the specific situation before making a decision. Early the next morning, the 2 people in charge of the Immortal Cultivation Sect and the Ghost Cultivation Sect rushed to Awakening Heaven Sect with their subordinates. The person sent by the former was the old master of the Song family, Song Weizong, while the person sent by the latter was the great elder of the Ghost Cultivation Sect, West Mountain Mad Demon. Both of them were influential figures in their respective sections. West Mountain Mad Demon of the Ghost Cultivation Sect arrived at Awakening Heaven Sect first. As soon as he was led into the living room, he heard a series of footsteps behind him. He turned his head slightly and glanced with the corner of his eye. He found that Song Weizong of the Immortal Cultivation sect had also arrived. "Hey, old ghost Song, I didn't expect it to be you. A few years ago, you were hit by Junyo's sect leader. I thought you were already dead. I didn't expect your old bones to be so tough. You're still struggling at death's door." West Mountain Mad Demon sneered. He didn't even bother to turn his face back as he sneered. In West Mountain Mad Demon's memory, Song Weizong had once led a group of disciples of the Immortal Cultivation sect to encircle and annihilate the Ghost Cultivation sect. In the end, he was suddenly attacked by his sect leader, Junyo, and was hit right in the heart. He almost died on the spot. That encirclement and annihilation failed miserably. West Mountain Mad Demon still remembered the panicked scene of the group of little ghosts of the Immortal Cultivation sect carrying Song Weizong back in a panic. It seemed that Song Weizong had been rescued. Finally, this Immortal Cultivation sect still had some ability. Humph. Before your Ghost Cultivation sect is completely eradicated, Song Weizong will certainly not die easily. Song Weizong snorted coldly. Then you have to be careful. If one day, lightning falls from the sky and strikes you to death, don't blame me for warning you. West Mountain Mad Demon sneered with a faint smile. I'm too lazy to talk to you about this kind of glib talk. Song Weizong glared at him and warned him with a murderous look. After you go back, tell that Junyo to be careful. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll definitely make him die without a burial place. Song Weizong was obviously unwilling to talk to West Mountain Mad Demon. After saying this, he turned around and ordered the disciples of Awakening sect to pass the message. Hee, I think you can't wait for this day. West Mountain Mad Demon retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Seeing that Song Weizong ignored him, he curled his lips and strolled around the living room. After Song Weizong sent the disciples of Awakening sect away, West Mountain Mad Demon rolled his eyes and pretended to be careless. I heard that in order to prepare for the opening of the Immortal Cultivation world, your Immortal Cultivation sect specially found a lot of women with spiritual chi from the secular world. Among them, there was a top-grade girl with a mysterious Yin constitution. It seems that she was snatched from our Ghost Cultivation sect. Do you know about this? West Mountain Mad Demon had only received the news a few days ago. He heard that in order to capture a certain woman with spiritual chi in Songning City, the West Mountain Old Man had specially brought his disciples from the secular world to capture her. Chapter 1266. In the end, the Ghost Cultivation sect did not expect that the two of them would have a bad start. Not only did West Mountain Elder lose his life, but even the little girl who was supposed to be in his hands was also snatched away. Only Sun Abayo managed to escape with great difficulty to report the news. What a bunch of trash. Are you talking like a human? What do you mean by snatching it away? Song Weizong frowned and said disapprovingly, even if we want to let people participate in the sacrifice, we have to ask for the consent of the person involved in advance. Unlike you Ghost Cultivation sect, who are worse than animals, you run into the secular world and casually capture those defenseless people. Song Weizong's tone was filled with deep disgust. Obviously, he was extremely dissatisfied with the Ghost Cultivation sect's approach. Ha ha ha. You're just using some sanctimonious words to gain the sympathy of those inexperienced little girls, and then promising them some money or cultivation as a lure? West Mountain Mad Demon laughed loudly, his voice full of contempt. Do you really think I don't know? What do you know? Song Weizong immediately retorted, we let them choose voluntarily. If they are unwilling, we will naturally not force them. West Mountain Mad Demon snorted from his nostrils and sneered unscrupulously, forget it. Coercion and temptation are two means to achieve the same goal. In essence, what is the difference between you and the Ghost Cultivation sect? You actually have the nerve to laugh at us. Your Immortal Cultivation sect is simply too hypocritical. You! Song Weizong was furious. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush over and teach West Mountain Mad Demon a lesson. However, he was stopped by a disciple of the Awakening Heaven sect who rushed over. The disciple felt the waves of killing intent echoing in the reception hall. He first panted a few times, then swallowed his saliva, braced himself, and stood between the two of them. He carefully reported, "Two distinguished guests, the Supreme Elder has been waiting in the conference room for a long time. I hope that the two of you can temporarily move to the conference room for a discussion. If there is anything else, we can talk about it later." Since the disciple of the host who invited them had said so, Song Weizong naturally could not continue to argue with Xiaofan Mad Demon. He could only glare at him angrily, then under the guidance of the disciple, he turned around and walked toward the conference room. Mad Demon Xiaofan snorted disdainfully and looked at Song Weizong's back with a gloomy smile. Then, he put away the evil aura on his body and followed the two of them to the conference room unhurriedly. Pushing open the door of the conference room, the two of them walked in one after another. They originally thought that they would see Grand Elder Gongsun Yen of Awakening Heaven sect on the main seat, but when they raised their heads, they were stunned to see Gongsun Yen standing obediently to the side, and a handsome young man sitting on the main seat. At this moment, the young man was sitting with his legs crossed, holding a cup of tea with a leisurely look on his face. He had no intention of standing up to greet them. It seemed that he didn't care about the two of them at all. Beside the young man, there was another fair-skinned man sitting there silently. However, Song Weizong and Mad Demon Xiaofan were both experienced cultivators, so they could tell that there was something wrong with this man. It was obvious that he was a woman dressed as a man. "Please take a seat, the two of you. Thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come. Awakening Heaven sect is deeply honored. I represent the sect master to express my gratitude to the two of you." Gongsun Yen bowed slightly as thanks. "There's no need for formalities. Elder Gongsun must know why we are here, right?" Song Weizong waved his hand and looked around the conference room. Other than the two sitting young men and Gongsun Yen, there was no one else. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "I wonder why the Awakening Heaven sect master isn't here? Is he preparing materials to enter the immortal cultivation world? Hehe, Song family master doesn't need to be anxious. Let me first introduce you." Gongsun Yen made an inviting gesture and let Song Weizong and Mad Demon Xiaofan take their seats. Then, he respectfully pointed at Xing Gongzi and said, "This is the new sect master of our Awakening Heaven sect, Xing Gongzi." Song Weizong and Mad Demon Xiaofan were stunned when they heard this. They didn't bother to move their feet and looked at the fair-skinned little brother, in confusion. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Gongsun Yen felt that their surprised reactions were quite normal. Without waiting for them to ask, he immediately answered, "Because our former sect master, Situ Chitian, had important matters to attend to, he could no longer continue to manage the affairs of Awakening Heaven sect. Therefore, a few days ago, he specially passed the position of sect master to Xing Gongzi. Now, Xing Gongzi is in charge of Awakening Heaven sect." Song Weizong and Mad Demon Xiaofan were still very surprised. Awakening Heaven sect was an outstanding demonic sect in the inner martial arts world. How could the sect master be changed just like that? Moreover, they didn't inform the other sects of this news in advance. Could it be that there was some unknown inside story? Besides, since Xing Gongzi, who was disguised as a man, was the sect master of Awakening Heaven sect, why wasn't she sitting in the main seat, but another kid that they had never seen before? What was that guy doing here? The other one is. Gongsun Yen saw the puzzled eyes of the two people. When he was about to introduce Xiao Chen to them, he hesitated a little. Xiao Chen suddenly took the initiative to introduce himself. "Oh, I'm the personal bodyguard of Xing Gongsun. I'm also an assistant, driver, accountant, administrative, and so on. My nickname is Jian." Gongsun Yen suddenly had a few black lines on his forehead. He didn't understand what Xiaochen was up to, but since he had said so, he couldn't directly refute it. He could only nod silently with a strange expression on his face. The two people on the opposite side looked at each other and were even more puzzled. How could a small bodyguard and assistant sit in the main seat so openly? What was the background of this guy called Jian? Didn't they agree to discuss a way to enter the immortal cultivation world? Why did such a person suddenly appear out of nowhere? Turning around, the two saw that Xing Gongsun didn't raise any objections, and Gongsun Yen, the supreme elder, also tacitly agreed with the statement of Jian, as if what he said was reasonable. Although Song Weizong and Mad Demon Shishan were a little puzzled, after all, they were now in someone else's territory, so it wasn't good for them to express any opinions. They could only silently find a seat and sit down. Naturally, Xiaochen could see the doubts in the hearts of the two, but he didn't intend to explain. He just put down the cup in his hand, glanced at the two lightly, and then said, "Well, since everyone is here, let's not waste everyone's time. Who wants to talk about the plan to enter the immortal cultivation world first?" Chapter 1267. Boy, everyone here is a reputable figure in the martial arts world. You are just a little assistant who runs errands. What qualifications do you have to discuss the plan of the world of cultivation with us? Mad Demon of West Mountain knocked on the table slowly and asked in a neutral tone. Of course, West Mountain Mad Devil did not really think that Xiaochen was just a handyman. However, since this guy was pretending to be stupid and refused to tell the truth, he did not intend to let him have his way. He simply played along and taunted him first. Anyway, there was no loss in taking advantage of him verbally. Song Weizong was relatively calm. Although he also had doubts about Xiaochen's identity, he would not choose to act rashly before he figured out the situation. What's wrong with you? Have you become stupid after practicing evil arts? Didn't I just say that I can manage everything? Going to the world of immortal cultivation is a big thing, and I have to supervise it carefully. Xiaochen rolled his eyes at West Mountain Mad Devil and shouted impatiently. You are just a little assistant. What the hell is there to supervise? Don't talk nonsense over there. I don't believe you. West Mountain Mad Devil suddenly became furious and shouted, slamming the table. Don't talk nonsense. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Hurry up and tell me everything you know, then get out. Xiaochen waved his hand decisively and did not even bother to look at him. Xiaochen had never liked evil cultivators. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to inquire about the situation of the world of immortal cultivation, he would have killed West Mountain Mad Devil long ago. West Mountain Mad Devil was furious at Xiaochen's arrogance. He jumped up and pointed at Xiaochen fiercely, gritting his teeth and saying, "Say your grandmother's leg. I think you are looking for death." Before his voice died away, West Mountain Mad Devil had already activated his mental cultivation method. A black mist condensed on his body and tightly wrapped his arms. Then, he quickly rushed in front of Xiaochen, waving his fists and smashing them fiercely. Bang! A loud bang was accompanied by a cry of pain. A figure suddenly flew backward and hit the wall of the conference room before falling to the ground. It was the West Mountain Mad Demon who had just punched. Just now, at the moment when West Mountain Mad Devil punched out, he thought that Xiaochen would definitely die. However, he suddenly felt his vision blur, and he instantly lost track of Xiaochen. Then, there was a sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Mad Demon Shishan cursed in his heart, but it was too late for him to react. He could only grit his teeth and take the hit. Although he was prepared to defend himself, he was still sent flying. Everyone in the conference room was dumbfounded, especially Gongsun Yen and Song Weizong. They were extremely shocked and couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Just now, West Mountain Mad Devil's punch was extremely domineering. The two of them speculated that even they might not be able to escape unscathed. They did not expect that not only was Xiaochen unscathed, but he had also circled behind West Mountain Mad Devil at a speed that ordinary people could not see with the naked eye and kicked him hard. Song Weizong, who was originally rather indifferent, now had a somewhat grave expression on his face. He could not help but re-evaluate Xiao Chen, secretly estimating this fellow's strength. In all fairness, this guy was definitely not as simple and naive as he looked. This was because when he dodged West Mountain Mad Devil's attack and took the initiative to attack, he did not show his cultivation at all. In other words, Song Weizong couldn't even see Xiao Chen's dodging movements clearly. He could only feel that Xiao Chen was using extremely ordinary punches and kicks. However, just a few ordinary punches and kicks were enough to send Xishan Mad Demon flying into the wall. What exactly was this guy's strength? In the martial arts world, besides the giant bull of Xishan and the old man of the Hong family, there was no one who could make Song Weizong feel fear. Who would have thought that such a young junior would appear out of nowhere today? Which sect was he from? Xiao Chen watched West Mountain Mad Devil fall heavily to the ground, wiped his hands casually, stared at him and scolded, "Damn it, you're just an elder of a sect. Do you really think you're someone important? You really shine with a little sunlight and lay eggs with a chicken coop. If it weren't for the fact that you're still useful, I would have killed you long ago." After scolding him for a while, Xiao Chen did not seem to be satisfied. He rolled up his sleeves and walked over. He aimed at his stomach and kicked him hard, sending him flying into the air. Then, he punched him hard in the face. Even the bystanders could feel the pain. Ah! West Mountain Mad Devil could not resist at all. He only had time to scream. He felt that his entire face was about to be deformed by Xiao Chen's fist. However, this was not the end. Next, Xiao Chen's fists came surging like a storm. West Mountain Mad Devil did not even have the chance to beg for mercy. He could only use his hands to protect the vital parts of his body, struggling to support himself. "Elder Gongsun, you deliberately invited us here. You didn't invite us here just to beat West Mountain Mad Devil up, did you?" Song Weizong could not stand it anymore. He turned his head and said to Gongsun Yen, "Although this guy really deserves a beating, I'm not interested in watching him get beaten up. If there's nothing else, I want to leave first." The entire conference room was filled with the sound of Xiao Chen's punches and kicks. Occasionally, West Mountain Mad Devil's screams could be heard. It was painful to listen to. Not to mention Song Weizong, anyone else would not be able to bear it. In fact, Song Weizong felt quite happy watching West Mountain Mad Devil being beaten up by Xiao Chen. It felt like he had vented his anger. However, his main purpose of coming here today was not to see West Mountain Mad Devil make a fool of himself. He wanted to understand the opening of the world of cultivation. Therefore, he did not want to waste any more time. "Master Song, please wait a moment." Gongsun Yen quickly comforted Song Weizong. He then turned to Miss Xing with a bitter face and said, "That sect leader Xing, do you think you can ask Xiao Jian to stop for a while? After all, we still have other things to discuss. It's not a good idea to keep him waiting. What do you think?" Gongsun Yen naturally did not dare to provoke Xiao Chen directly. Wouldn't it be over if he got involved? Helplessly, he could only look for Miss Xing to help persuade him. From Gongsun Yan's point of view, Xiao Chen seemed to be interested in Miss Xing, otherwise, he would not have helped her seize the position of sect leader. Therefore, Miss Xing should be able to persuade him. Miss Xing also understood what Gongsun Yen meant. She nodded, stood up and walked over. She gently pulled on the corner of Xiao Chen's clothes and said in a low voice, "Hey, that's enough. Don't you want to ask about the world of cultivation? Don't accidentally kill him. Otherwise, you won't be able to get anything out of him." Chapter 1268. "Oh, since Sect Master Xing is pleading on your behalf, I'll give her face and spare your life." Xiao Chen didn't object. He snorted and stopped what he was doing. He turned around and walked towards the main seat. Xiaochen knew that West Mountain Mad Devil still had some value, so he did not go too hard on him. At most, he would make the old man feel pain for a while, but it would definitely not be fatal. However, although Xiaochen stopped hitting, West Mountain Mad Devil did not have any intention of standing up. He was still curled up on the ground with his eyes closed. From time to time, he would let out a low moan. It seemed that he was going to continue playing dead and did not intend to cooperate with Xiaochen and the others. Slowly returning to his seat, Xiaochen found that West Mountain Mad Devil was still lying on the ground and wailing. He was not angry, but said slowly, "Trash from West Mountain, what's wrong? Are you trying to blackmail me? If you think that lying on the ground is more comfortable than sitting in your seat, then I will suffer today and directly cripple your limbs. This way, you can lie on the ground for the rest of your life. What do you think?" "Humph. You win." Xiaochen's threat fell into West Mountain Mad Devil's ears. He knew that Xiaochen would do what he said, so he could only endure the pain on his body and stand up, grimacing in pain. He glared at Xiaochen fiercely, but his face was already swollen, so the angry glare did not seem to have any deterrence at all. As West Mountain Mad Devil and Song Weizong's subordinates were blocked outside the gate of Qitian Gate, he had to rely on himself and limped back to his seat. Xiaochen ignored West Mountain Mad Devil's muttering. After he sat down, he said lightly, "Okay, I don't want to talk nonsense. This time, I invited the two of you here to ask how your preparations are going." Mad Demon of Xishan was still gasping for air due to the pain from the beating. Song Weizong was already surprised. Why couldn't he understand what Jian was saying? "Since we're all going to enter the world of cultivation, then we should all work together. Don't split into 3 groups. You go in your group and I go in mine. That's a waste of time and energy. Moreover, if there's a problem, there's no way to solve it in time." Xiaochen waited for a while, and seeing that no one spoke, he added another sentence. Song Weizong couldn't help but say, "Ah. Friend Jian, I've come to the Awakening Heaven sect to participate in this meeting because Elder Gongsun sent us a message saying that the Awakening Heaven sect has already discovered a way to enter the cultivation world. That's why we've come to discuss it with him." Xiaochen glanced at Gongsun Yen. Gongsun Yen was sweating profusely, but he didn't know how to explain. He could only nod with difficulty. Song Weizong looked at the two of them strangely and continued, "So why don't you talk about how to enter the world of cultivation first, and then everyone can analyze it in detail. What do you think?" Song Weizong was a little puzzled. It was clearly the Awakening Heaven sect who called him here, and from the looks of it, it seemed that the Immortal Cultivation sect and the Ghost Cultivation sect were going to cooperate with them. But now, they didn't mention a word about the way to enter the world of cultivation. What was the point of cooperating? "Oh, that method won't work now because the only transmission array has been destroyed by that idiot Situ Qitian. It can't send anyone else to the world of cultivation." Xiaochen spread his hands and said unhurriedly. "What? That Awakening Heaven palm? Did the former sect leader go to the world of cultivation?" Song Weizong was shocked and immediately asked. "He went in, but whether he's dead or alive is still unknown." Xiaochen knocked on the table and said his final purpose, "Because of this, I've specially asked the two of you to come here today. I want to ask you, is there any other way to enter the world of cultivation? If there is, you might as well share it with everyone." Song Weizong and West Mountain Mad Devil finally understood the ins and outs of the whole matter. Although Song Weizong was stunned when he learned that Situ Qitian had entered the world of cultivation in advance, he quickly calmed down and was not too surprised. He lowered his head to think about something and did not immediately choose to agree or refuse. West Mountain Mad Devil was silent. He was very dissatisfied with Xiaochen's attitude. It was obvious that the Awakening Heaven sect could not get any benefits themselves, so they took the initiative to cooperate with the Immortal Cultivation sect and the Ghost Cultivation sect, wanting to get a share of their plan. In the end, he even put on the posture of a master. This was simply treating others as fools. However, due to Xiao Chen's high strength, West Mountain Mad Devil did not dare to complain. He could only choose to remain silent. He planned to see how Song Weizong would deal with it before making a decision. As for Gong Sun Yen, who was standing on the side with his head down, he had long been defeated by Xiao Chen. Naturally, he had no opinion at all. Moreover, the Awakening Heaven sect's plan had completely failed. Of course, he was anxious to use other ways to enter the world of cultivation, so he could only listen to Xiao Chen's instructions at the moment. Seeing that both of them were in deep thought, Xiao Chen was not in a hurry to urge them. Instead, he said lightly, "You don't have to rush to give me an answer for the time being. You can think about it for a while. Anyway, in addition to you, the people of the Awakening Heaven sect are also looking for other ways to enter the world of cultivation. When the time comes, they may enter before you." Song Weizong's expression changed for a while, as if he had suddenly made up his mind. He said, Jian, my little friend, please allow me to go out for a while and report to the sect first. After all, this matter is of great importance. I must discuss it with the people in charge of the other sects before I can give you a confirmation." After that, Song Weizong took out his mobile phone and apologized to Xiao Chen. Then, he walked out of the door. It seemed that he was going to make a phone call. Xiao Chen waved his hand, leaned on the chair, and put himself in a comfortable position. Then, he closed his eyes and rested, waiting for Song Weizong's return. When West Mountain Mad Devil saw this scene, he frowned slightly and thought to himself, Song Weizong, this fool, won't be swayed by this, will he? In fact, as long as both the Immortal Cultivation sect and the Ghost Cultivation sect keep their mouths shut, that kid won't be able to get anything out of them. Since this guy named Jian claimed that they were confident of finding a way to enter the world of cultivation, then let him go and find it. Who knew when he would find it? Why should he share his own achievements with him? After waiting for a while, Song Weizong finished the phone call and returned to the conference room. As soon as he entered the door, he nodded slightly to Xiao Chen and said, Jian, my little friend, our Immortal Cultivation sect has discussed it internally. We are willing to cooperate with the Awakening Heaven sect. Since everyone's purpose is the same, if we can enter the world of cultivation together, we can take care of each other. Chapter 1269. What? Hearing this, Mad Devil of Xishan was really shocked. He never thought that the people of the Immortal Cultivation sect, who had always thought highly of themselves and acted alone, would actually be willing to cooperate with a young boy. What was going on? In fact, the Immortal Cultivation sect also had their own ideas. This time, they had recruited relatively few women with spiritual energy. If they forcefully opened the sacrifice, it was very likely that they would not be able to open the passage. Instead, these women would be lost, and in the end, they would suffer a double loss. The Ghost Cultivation sect seemed to have only captured a portion of people, and it was probably not enough. Since everyone was short of manpower, it was better to gather together. In this way, wouldn't they be able to enter the world of immortal cultivation? The most important thing was that if everyone went in together, they would be able to see how many people from the Ghost Cultivation sect had entered. This way, they would not have to worry all day about how many people from the Ghost Cultivation sect had secretly entered and would be caught off guard. If everyone gathered together to open the passage to the world of immortal cultivation, it meant that the number of people from both sides would basically be equal. In this way, they would also be able to deal with the situation appropriately. After all, whether it was letting the people from the Ghost Cultivation sect enter the world of immortal cultivation alone or letting them learn something and return with glory, it was not a good thing. It was best to let them be under his watch. Sure enough. Xiao Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then, he turned to look at West Mountain Mad Devil and said, "What about the Ghost Cultivation sect? The Immortal Cultivation sect has already agreed. What do you say?" West Mountain Mad Devil did not speak for a long time. Song Weizong's attitude was unexpected. Originally, He thought that even if this guy did not refuse immediately, he would at least delay it for a while and test the other party's attitude. He did not expect that Song Weizong would agree so directly after going out to make a phone call. This made West Mountain Mad Devil suddenly panic, and for a moment, he did not know how to deal with it. Seeing that West Mountain Mad Devil had been hesitating for a long time and did not give an answer, Xiaochen could not help but sneer and mercilessly ridicule. It seems that the Immortal Cultivation sect is more reliable. They know when to advance and when to retreat, unlike those idiots from the Ghost Cultivation sect. They have to think back and forth for such a simple problem for a long time. I think we should not call them the Ghost Cultivation sect. Since there is something wrong with their brains, we should just call them the Brain Cultivation sect. You. Xiaofan Mad Devil was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He was an elder in the Ghost Cultivation sect, and his status had always been high and mighty. Other than the sect leader, Xiaofan Junyo, who could give him orders, everyone else was very respectful and fearful of him. When had he ever suffered such vexation? What, you and me? Should he cooperate or not? Good or bad? It was a simple decision. Hurry up and say it. This young master has no time to waste with you. Xiaochen looked at West Mountain Mad Devil, who was angry but did not dare to speak. He could not help but slap the table heavily. His sharp eyes looked straight at West Mountain Mad Devil. Obviously, he had lost his patience. West Mountain Mad Devil was startled by Xiaochen's heavy slap on the table. He felt a cold killing intent coming straight at him. He was afraid that Song Weizong would kill him in anger, so he quickly waved his hand. His eyes wandered back and forth between Song Weizong, Xing Gongzi, and Gongsun Yen. After pondering for a while, a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he finally spoke. I can't give you an answer right now, because I have to ask our sect leader, Xiaofan Junyo. If he agrees to participate in your operation, I naturally won't have any objections, West Mountain Mad Devil said in a hoarse voice. What the F***ck, is there something wrong with your Ghost Cultivation sect? You said you wanted to come over to discuss something, but you sent a guy who can't make a decision. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Xiaochen suddenly rolled his eyes and said impatiently, then why are you still sitting here? Hurry up and call him to ask. Don't tell me you want me to invite you. That's not necessary. But before I ask, I have another request. Even if our Ghost Cultivation sect agrees to cooperate with you, it's only a one-sided alliance. West Mountain Mad Devil glanced at Gongsun Yen and added, as for Awakened sect, because they didn't inform us before and chose to act on their own, and the plan to send people to the Immortal Cultivation world also failed, we naturally can't let them join us this time as punishment. When Song Weizong heard West Mountain Mad Devil's opinion, he also nodded slightly. Although the Immortal Cultivation sect and the Ghost Cultivation sect were not on good terms, they had a consensus on this point. With the help of an expert like Xiaochen, the Immortal Cultivation sect was certainly happy to see it happen. However, Awakened sect was not very useful now. At best, it was of little value, so there was no need to take them to the Immortal Cultivation world and waste the existing resources. Oh. Xiaochen yawned as if he suddenly thought of something. He said casually, I forgot to tell you just now. In addition to my part-time job in Awakened sect, the current sect leader of Awakened sect, Xing Gongzi, happens to be my wife. Pfft. Cough, cough. West Mountain Mad Devil had just picked up the water on the table and took a sip. When he heard this, he almost choked. He lay on the table and coughed for a long time. Xiaochen couldn't be bothered with him. He spread his hands and continued, if you don't allow the Awakening Gate to participate in this operation, then my wife might be very unhappy. If she's unhappy, then I'll be unhappy. Once I'm in a bad mood, this plan of entering the world of cultivation might not go smoothly. It might even be put on hold. You guys have to think carefully. The reason why Xiao Chen used this reason to threaten the immortal cultivation sect and the ghost cultivation sect was to point out his relationship with Xing Gongzi. On the other hand, he wanted Xing Gongzi, the sect leader, to have a strong enough background. Even if he was not by her side in the future, she would be able to better establish herself in the inner martial world. Cough, cough. I didn't expect it to be like this. After West Mountain Mad Devil pretended to cough for a while, as if he had just heard what Xiao Chen said, he put on a surprised expression and sighed. Since sect leader Xing and little friend Xiao Chen have such a relationship, of course, awakened sect can join. West Mountain Mad Devil did not expect that the two of them would have such a close relationship. He was not a fool. He knew very well that since the young man in front of him said it, he would definitely be able to do it. Now that he was under the control of others, he really had no choice but to agree. There seemed to be no better choice. Our immortal cultivation sect has no objections. Song Weizong was very disdainful of West Mountain Mad Devil's hypocritical acting, but he still echoed his opinion. Song Weizong was also a little afraid of Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen's strength was clear for all to see. Even if Song Weizong was not willing, he would not openly reject Xiao Chen on the spot. That was clearly an irrational action. He might end up like the West Mountain Mad Demon and get beaten up. Chapter 1270. Lady Xing, who was sitting next to Xiao Chen, blushed and looked very shy. She clenched her fists tightly and did not dare to move. She was a little nervous and embarrassed, but also a little excited. Was Xiao Chen's action a confession to her? Or did it mean that he had already acknowledged her? Little Xing remembered that Xiao Chen had said something similar back in the Venerable Realm. At that time, she thought he was just spouting nonsense. Now that he mentioned it again, could it be that he really wanted to take it a step further and improve their relationship? Gong Sun Yen, who was standing at the side, was expressionless. He did not express any opinion about Xiao Chen's declaration of sovereignty. It was as if he had tacitly agreed to it. Gong Sun Yen had been immersed in the Awakening Heaven sect for a long time and had played many tricks. Therefore, he knew very well that in the face of absolute strength, any trick would be ineffective. Therefore, at this time, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. In addition, Gong Sun Yan's character was to bully the weak and fear the strong. Although he was very ambitious, he was very timid. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately made so many moves after Situ Haotian had left for so long. He had to make sure that Situ Haotian would not respond. Now that Xiao Chen's strength was so high that even the Immortal Cultivation faction and the Ghost Cultivation faction, which he respected and feared, did not dare to act rashly in front of him. How could Gong Sun Yen dare to have other thoughts? He could only choose to surrender. Moreover, now that Xiao Chen had taken the initiative to let Awakening Heaven sect join because of his relationship with Xing Gongzi, Gong Sun Yen would not oppose it. Gong Sun Yen felt that if he could take advantage of this opportunity, he might be able to fulfill the wish that he had failed to achieve with his bio-human plan. He could use this opportunity to enter the world of immortal cultivation and obtain a higher level of strength. No objections, right? If not, then hurry up and ask for instructions. Do you believe that I will give you a kick as a plane ticket? Xiao Chen waited for a while. Seeing that everyone was silent, he glared at Mad Devil of Xishan and shouted fiercely. Mad Demon Xishan looked angry. His lips squirmed as if he wanted to curse a few times, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He stood up and walked out of the conference room dejectedly. Song Weizong looked at the back of West Mountain Mad Devil and then looked at Xiao Chen's expression. He was wondering if he should leave first when Xiao Chen suddenly said with a smile, "Song family head, now that the annoying old man from West Mountain is not here, I have something to ask you." Song Weizong was slightly taken aback, but he quickly waved his hand and said, "Hee, I don't dare to ask for advice. Little friend Jian, feel free to speak your mind. As long as this old man knows the answer, I will definitely tell you everything." After seeing how Xiaochen dealt with the mad demon of Xishan, Song Weizong had developed a little respect for him from the bottom of his heart, so his attitude had unconsciously become a lot more polite. "Oh, actually, it's nothing big. I just want to understand something from you." Xiaochen didn't bother to beat around the bush and asked directly, "I heard that your immortal cultivation sect can open the door to the immortal cultivation world through the method of sacrifice, right? How does this process work? Since it's a sacrifice, what kind of sacrifices do you need to prepare?" As for the specific method of sacrifice, Xiaochen was still confused. Thinking that Hongzhu and Xiaofan needed to participate in the sacrifice, and that Goddess Shen might also be involved, he thought that it would be better to take the time to find out more about it while the Song family head was here. If there were any problems, he would be able to find a solution in time. This. Song Weizong's expression changed slightly. He stroked his beard and did not speak for a while. Although there was nothing strange on the surface, Song Weizong's heart was already in turmoil at this time. He was extremely surprised. How did this kid know about the sacrifice? Logically speaking, this matter should be the core secret of the Immortal Cultivation sect and the Ghost Cultivation sect. Even some of the elders in the family may not know about it. Where did he hear about it? And from this guy's tone, it seems that this matter is already set in stone, and there is no trace of testing. Who gave him this certainty? Looking at Song Weizong's changing expression and his hesitant look, Xiaochen curled his lips and said with a faint smile, looking at Song family head's expression, "Could it be that the information I received was wrong? Or does Song family head feel that there is no need to tell me, a partner, the details of opening the door to the immortal cultivation world?" No, little friend Jian, please don't misunderstand. This old man doesn't mean that at all. Song Weizong shook his head like a rattle drum. He was afraid that if he accidentally angered this demon, he would be beaten up like the mad demon of Xishan. However, Xiaochen refused to give up. He continued to ask, "Then Song family head, are you afraid that after I know the specific details, I will no longer cooperate with your immortal cultivation sect and turn around to make a fortune on my own?" Sweat dripped down Song Weizong's forehead. He could only open his mouth with difficulty and say, that, our immortal cultivation sect does have the method of sacrifice, but as for the specific operation, I am also not very clear. This is because this is the common secret of the immortal cultivation sect. The relevant secret manual is still in the family's secret place. Only when the sacrifice begins can it be officially announced. Xiao Chen's face immediately darkened. Even a fool could see that Song Weizong was lying. As the dignified Song family head, how could he not even know the method of the sacrifice? Isn't this nonsense? Does he really think that he is a naive little rabbit who is ignorant of the world? According to what you said, even if I wanted to know the procedure of the sacrifice in advance and then make sufficient preparations in advance, it is impossible? Xiao Chen's tone had become somewhat dangerous. That may not be the case. Song Weizong swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively, "How about I first discuss it with the other families?" After all, the secret method of the sacrifice is a common item of our entire sect. This old man can only represent the Song family and cannot make decisions for others. If they do not object, this old man will tell you the entire method of the sacrifice. What do you think, little friend Jian? Song Weizong could naturally see that Xiao Chen was already a bit unhappy. However, he also did not want to hand over his trump card so quickly. In desperation, he could only choose to use a delaying tactic to buy some time before making a decision. Oh? Could it be that other than the Song family and the Hong family, there are other families participating? Xiao Chen was a bit surprised. Previously, when Gong's son Yan had mentioned it to him, Xiao Chen had thought that those unknown small families were only some martial cultivators and demonic cultivators, or even ordinary people who were only there to do manual labor. Chapter 1271. But according to Song Weizong, those families were also cultivator families. He had thought that the number of cultivators in the inner martial arts world was very small, but now it seemed that the scale was quite large. Yes, because the Song family and the Hong family have a relatively deep foundation and a relatively large number of people, the other small families elected us as leaders to deal with some routine affairs. However, opening the world of immortal cultivation is of great importance, and the sacrificial method really needs everyone's consent before it can be taken out. Our two families dare not make decisions in private. Please forgive us, little friend Jian. Song Weizong did not even dare to breathe as he explained with a bitter face. Okay then, let's do as you say. Xiaofan did not force him this time. Instead, he nodded and said faintly, if you have made a decision, come and tell me immediately so that I can prepare in advance. After all, Xiaofan did not have any deep hatred with the immortal cultivation sections. They were all cultivators, so there was no need to push them too far and make enemies for themselves. Anyway, it was not the time for the sacrificial ceremony yet. A few more days was fine. Thank you, little friend Jian. I'm going to call the other families right now. As soon as there is news, come and inform me immediately. Song Weizong's worried heart finally fell to the ground at this moment. He hurriedly cupped his hands in gratitude, then wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, took out his mobile phone, and left the conference room in a hurry. Xiaofan shook his head when he saw Song Weizong's flustered look. He found it a little funny. The effect of his beating just now was pretty good. These people looked at him as if they were looking at a scourge or ferocious beast. Fortunately, the sacrificial ceremony had not started yet, so Xiaofan was not so eager to know the process. Now that everything was under his control, there was no need to make enemies for no reason. Therefore, Xiaofan let Song Weizong and West Mountain Mad Devil go and interrogate them separately, which could be regarded as a buffer period for them. While Song Weizong left in a hurry, West Mountain Mad Devil finally found a secluded place in a corner of open heaven gate and stood still. West Mountain Mad Devil looked around warily, making sure that no one was eavesdropping around, then picked up his mobile phone and immediately dialed a phone number on the screen, waiting anxiously for the other party to answer. Mad Demon, what did Awakening Heaven Gate say? Mad Demon Xishan waited for a long time before the phone was connected. Then, a man's cold voice came. It sounded as stiff and emotionless as a dead man's. Reporting to Sect Master, Situ Qitian is no longer the Sect Master of Awakening Heaven Sect. He has passed the position of Sect Master to a little girl named Xing Gongzi. West Mountain Mad Demon did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly reported. Xing Gongzi? Xing Gongzi. Xishan Giant Yak seemed to be slightly surprised, but its voice did not waver. It was still very rigid. It repeated the name several times, as if trying to remember if it had heard of this person before. Most importantly, when I came here this time, I found out that there was a guy named Jian by the girl's side. He's very powerful. I wanted to test him just now. Mad Devil Xishan told him everything about how he was beaten up. Ken? Where did this person come from? Xishan Giant Yak was really a little surprised this time. After all, the strength of West Mountain Mad Demon was already outstanding in the martial arts world. Who else could beat him to the point that he could not fight back except for those old ghosts of the Immortal Cultivation Sect? Xishan Giant Yak did not care too much about the change of the Sect Master of Awakening Heaven Gate. If someone could defeat West Mountain Mad Demon, he would only frown a little. However, when the two things were combined together, Xishan Giant Yak had to pay attention to it. Could it be that in addition to the Ghost Cultivation Sect and the Immortal Cultivation Sect, there was a higher-level sect in the martial arts world? Could it be that Awakening Heaven Gate had taken refuge in that sect, so this time they were specially called to demonstrate? Xing Gongzi. Jian. Xishan Giant Yak repeated these two names several times. He kept searching the memory in his mind, but found that he had no impression of these two people at all. Since he could not remember for a while, Xishan Giant Yak simply put this matter aside and asked, speaking of which, didn't Awakening Heaven Gate claim to have found another way to enter the world of immortal cultivation, so they called you over? Did you find out what method it was? Is Gong Sun Yen, that old thing, fooling us? Sect Master, you are right. Gong Sun Yen is indeed fooling us. Xishan Mad Demon suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted angrily. What? Xishan Giant Yak's tone suddenly rose. He was obviously a little angry. He said fiercely, when I received the news, I felt that things were a little strange. That old guy never gets up early without benefits. Why did he come to us to share it? What is going on? Tell me in detail. Qi Tian Men had indeed discovered a teleportation formation leading to the world of cultivators, but it had been destroyed by Situ Qitian due to a freak accident. Although he himself was transmitted to the world of immortal cultivation with the help of that array, it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. Xishan Mad Demon shook his head helplessly and honestly repeated what Xiao Chen had just said. How could it be so coincidental? Situ Qitian is really a piece of trash. Xishan Mad Demon couldn't help but curse angrily. After thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong and asked, that's not right. Since this method has failed, why did he deliberately call you over? Just to let you know about this tragic thing? Or to tell them that the sect master has been changed? No, Awakening Heaven Gate wants to cooperate with our Ghost Cultivation sect and the Immortal Cultivation sect to enter the world of immortal cultivation using our method. Xishan Mad Demon replied. F***CK. Xishan Mad Demon originally wanted to curse, but considering his identity and status, he forcibly held back and said in a gloomy tone, Awakening Heaven Gate really has a good plan. Did you agree to them? Not yet. Xishan Mad Demon quickly denied, but Song Weizong went out and made a phone call. After he came back, he agreed to cooperate, so I slipped out and called you. Hearing this, Xishan Mad Demon's mood became very depressed. Originally, the number of women with spiritual qi that the Ghost Cultivation sect had collected was not enough. If they wanted to forcibly start the sacrifice, it would inevitably be a little difficult. Xishan Mad Demon still hoped to use the method provided by Awakening Heaven Gate to directly enter the world of immortal cultivation without the sacrifice. He did not expect such an unforeseen event to happen. Instead, Awakening Heaven Gate wanted to share a piece of the cake with them. Chapter 1272. Sect Leader, why don't we ignore them? Why don't we send people to look for other women with spiritual qi? Xishan Mad Demon waited for a long time and didn't see his leader speak, so he suggested, didn't we sense two of them near the Jia family of the inner martial arts world? I'll send someone to catch them. Maybe we can get enough people in this way. In fact, the women with spiritual qi that the Ghost Cultivation sect sensed near the Jia family were Ling, and Ling Qianxue. However, they didn't dare to catch them at that time. The Ghost Cultivation sect was originally a sect that couldn't be seen in the light. They were the type of people who were hated by everyone. Although they were not afraid to fight against the Jia family alone, if the Jia family became angry and joined forces with other sects and families to fight against the Ghost Cultivation sect, then this matter would be troublesome. Absolutely not. Xishan Giant Bull immediately rejected this idea and said in a deep voice, now, Qi Tian sect, the leader of the demon sect in the internal martial arts world, is eyeing us covetously, waiting for the fishermen to profit from the fight. It is really unwise to offend the Jia family, one of the three big families. You must not act rashly. This. Okay. I didn't think it through. Xishan Mad Demon responded dejectedly. Xishan Mad Demon pondered for a moment, and suddenly a sinister idea flashed in his mind. He immediately ordered coldly, how about this? Since Jian wants us to cooperate, and the Immortal Cultivation sect has agreed, why don't we beat them at their own game? Next, you go and promise Jian that we can cooperate with them, and then Xiaofan Mad Demon laughed strangely as he revealed the sinister plan that he had just come up with. As expected of the leader of Xiaofan Mad Demon. After listening to the plan, Xiaofan Mad Demon repeatedly praised, "If this plan succeeds smoothly, then our ghost cultivation sect will slaughter the immortal cultivation sect sooner or later. At that time, we can take all the other sects and families under our command, and we no longer have to hide in the inner martial arts world." At this point, the mad demon of the Xiaofan mountain could not help but chuckle. He looked very proud of himself. It was as if he could already see the people of the immortal cultivation sect being trampled under his feet and the scene of the ghost cultivation sect dominating the martial arts world. "Don't think about this for now. Hurry up and get things done. I'll ask someone to send those girls over later." Xiaofan Giant Ox had regained his composure, and his voice became as stiff and rigid as before. "All right. I'll wait for your news, sect leader." West Mountain Mad Demon quickly stopped laughing, hung up the phone, and ran back to the conference room. After returning to the conference room, Mad Demon of Xiaofan found that Song Weizong was no longer there. However, the few people from Awakening Heaven sect were still there. Without thinking too much, he immediately found Xiao Chen with a smile and expressed that the Ghost Cultivation sect was willing to cooperate with Awakening Heaven sect. During the cooperation period, they could provide all kinds of cultivation resources that little friend Xiao Chen and the others from Awakening Heaven sect needed to express their sincerity. After listening, Xiao Chen nodded slightly, indicating that he already knew, and sent Mad Demon of Xiaofan Mountain away. Originally, Mad Demon of Xiaofan Mountain thought that Xiao Chen would be flattered by his enthusiasm, but it turned out that he was splashed with a basin of cold water. Although he was dissatisfied, he did not dare to show it. He was afraid that Xiao Chen would beat him up again if he was unhappy. So, he had to leave the conference room obediently. Looking at the back of Mad Demon of Xiaofan Mountain, Xiao Chen's expression was a little solemn. He was not too interested in the so-called cultivation resources. On the contrary, the Ghost Cultivation sect was hesitant before, but they agreed so readily. Xiao Chen keenly guessed that there should be some conspiracy behind this. If it was just the Ghost Cultivation sect's conspiracy, Xiao Chen would not be too concerned. He estimated that the other party only had the leader of Giant Ox who was a little more powerful. However, coupled with the slightly vague attitude of the Immortal Cultivation sect just now, it made Xiao Chen a little uneasy. If the Ghost Cultivation sect and the Immortal Cultivation sect both objected to Awakened sect's continued participation in the sacrificial ceremony and threatened not to hand over the sacrificial ceremony method, then it would be difficult for him to fight against the two sects at the same time. Xiao Chen knocked on the table rhythmically as he pondered with a frown. If he wanted to find a few helpers, it would be a little difficult. Apart from the Jia family and Awakening Heaven sect, which Xiao Chen could deploy, the other sects and families in the martial arts world did not have any relations with him. Moreover, even if they were willing to help him, he would not need them at all. This was because the Immortal Cultivation sect and the Ghost Cultivation sect were all cultivators. Even if he mobilized all the experts of the Jia family and Awakened sect, they might not have the strength to compete with the other party. On the contrary, they might be completely annihilated. Xiao Chen was not willing to risk the lives of other innocent people. He had to think of another way. After instructing Gong Sun Yen to properly arrange the food and lodging for Song Weizong and West Mountain Mad Devil, Xiao Chen bade farewell to Miss Xing and then stood up to leave the conference room. As he walked, he pondered over a more suitable method. Back in his room, Xiao Chen sat at the table with a sullen face. He had been thinking for a long time but could not think of a suitable idea. Did he really have to hope that the Immortal Cultivation sect would obediently hand over the sacrificial ceremony method? Right now, Cheng Menjiang, Tian Wangshou and the rest were temporarily staying in Awakening Heaven sect. If he were to place his hopes on an unpredictable sect, it was very likely that not only would he suffer a calamity, but his woman would also be implicated. Leaning against the back of the chair, Xiao Chen's dignified gaze inadvertently fell on the table. Other than his luggage, there were also the fragments of the flying sword that he had put away earlier. Staring at the fragments, Xiaochen suddenly thought of the time when he was dealing with Situ Qitian. At that time, the flying sword techniques that he had used had scared Situ Qitian, whose strength was higher than his. If this flying sword was intact, he might be able to rely on those techniques to kill some evil cultivators who were scheming against him. This way, he could also intimidate the people from the immortal cultivation sect, so that they would not dare to do anything. Elder Heaven Ancestor, look at this flying sword. It has already been broken into pieces. Can you let the fire of the underworld reforge it and restore it to its original appearance? Xiaochen arranged the fragments of the flying sword and put them back together. Looking at the cracks on the body of the sword, he asked helplessly but still had a glimmer of hope. I think it will be very difficult. After being struck by the lightning tribulation, this flying sword has already lost its spirituality. Even if it is reforged, it will not be able to fly like before. Elder Heaven Ancestor shook his head and mercilessly pierced through Xiaochen's hope. Chapter 1273. Sigh, if I could recover, I would at least have a higher chance of success. Now. Xiaochen sighed and frowned even more. Compared to this matter, I think there's another problem that you need to consider now. Before Xiaochen could finish speaking, the Elder Heaven Ancestor suddenly said in a serious tone. What's wrong? What happened? Xiaochen was slightly stunned. There was something wrong with the tone of the Elder Heaven Ancestor. You've been busy these few days, so I haven't found a chance to tell you. I guess you haven't realized it either. Ever since you ordered Xiaoma to merge with the flames of the underworld and successfully tricked by Zhe, Xiaoma's primordial spirit has been dissipating. I guess he'll disappear completely after a while. The Elder Heaven Ancestor explained with difficulty. What? How could this be? Xiaochen was shocked. He had been busy dealing with the matters of the immortal cultivation world and had been busy with external affairs. He did not pay much attention to the condition of the two primordial spirits in his body. When he heard the Elder Heaven Ancestor's words, he was shocked. Xiaochen immediately checked Xiaoma's primordial spirit and found that it was indeed as the Elder Heaven Ancestor had said. The primordial spirit was indeed fading. Even if he wanted to transfer his primordial spirit to treat him, it would be useless. Don't waste your primordial spirit. It's useless. It's precisely because the attribute of the flames of the underworld's primordial spirit restrains the attribute of Xiaoma's primordial spirit that the injury is irreversible. The Elder Heaven Ancestor stopped Xiaochen's futile efforts and explained slowly, if you hadn't asked them to merge to deal with the spiritual beast, Xiaoma's primordial spirit wouldn't have been burned. Now, even using primordial spirit won't be able to help him recover. I'm sorry, Xiaoma. I didn't expect that you wouldn't even be able to protect your primordial spirit in order to save me. You're about to turn into ashes. Xiaochen stared at Xiaoma's dim primordial spirit and muttered, if I had known this would happen, I would have thought of another way to deal with Bai Zhe. Xiaochen was feeling very guilty at this moment. He did not realize that the problem would be so serious. Although he had captured Bai Zhe as a mount, he had paid the price of Xiaoma's primordial spirit. The price was too high. It's all right. As long as Master is fine, it's fine. And Little Demon said weakly, anyway, I've already lived for so many years. I'm content. With every sentence Xiaoma spoke, his primordial spirit dimmed a little. It was obvious that he could not hold on for much longer. All right, don't say anything. Xiaochen hurriedly stopped Xiaoma from answering, which consumed his primordial spirit. He then asked, Elder Heaven Ancestor, you're so knowledgeable. Is there no way for Xiaoma to recover? Although Xiaoma's original purpose of occupying Xiaochen's body was to allow him to be reborn, Xiaochen no longer blamed him. Instead, he hoped that he could be saved. After all, Xiaoma had been with him for so long. He was diligent and hard-working. He had already made up for his mistakes. Moreover, the reason why he was injured this time was to save Xiao Chen's life. There is a way, but it's very troublesome. Elder Heaven Ancestor pondered for a while, then sighed and said, "You must first find a suitable container to put in Xiaoma's primordial spirit in. Then, take him to a place with sufficient demonic qi so that he can absorb enough demonic qi to recover." Where am I supposed to find a container in such a short period of time? Even if I find one, I don't have a suitable place for an Xiaoma to absorb demonic qi. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. He suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "Elder Heaven Ancestor, I remember you once said that my primordial qi can be transformed into anything in the world, right? Can't I use my primordial qi to inject it into him?" "Not yet." Elder Heaven Ancestor rejected Xiao Chen's suggestion and explained, "Because an Xiaoma's primordial spirit relies on demonic qi to survive. Although primordial qi can also be transformed for his use, his primordial spirit is so weak. There's no way for him to absorb your mutated primordial qi. It will only make him dissipate faster. Do I have to break into the lair of the ghost cultivation sect? There is enough demonic qi there, but I'm afraid that an Xiaoma will die before I get there." Xiao Chen said with a bitter face. In fact, Xiao Chen had another worry. If he went to the lair of the ghost cultivation sect and the two sides got into a fight, it would be hard to say if he could escape unscathed, let alone help an Xiaoma recover his demonic qi. "Right. I have another way." Elder Heaven Ancestor was silent for a while, then suddenly shouted. "Oh my God, Elder Heaven Ancestor, you scared me." Xiao Chen suddenly shivered and said angrily, "If you have a way, say it quickly. What's with all the fuss?" Xiao Chen was really speechless at Elder Heaven Ancestor. At this time, this old urchin still had the time to keep him in suspense. "Didn't I just think of it?" Elder Heaven Ancestor smiled a little awkwardly and quickly described, "First, use your primordial qi to make a barrier, just like what you did in the Venerable Realm. Make it 100 times smaller, then release an Xiaoma's primordial spirit from your body and put it in the barrier to protect it." "Put it in the barrier? What's the use of that?" Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, "Can my barrier be a container for his primordial spirit?" "Of course not. Do you think your barrier is so omnipotent?" Elder Heaven Ancestor first refuted Xiao Chen mercilessly, then explained with a little excitement, "After you release an Xiaoma's primordial spirit, fuse it into the flying sword. When your flying sword has a primordial spirit, it can be reforged by the fire of the underworld." "Are you serious? Can this work?" Xiao Chen listened to Elder Heaven Ancestor's joking idea and asked suspiciously. "Of course it can. If you don't believe me, who else can you believe?" The more Elder Heaven Ancestor said, the happier he became. He continued with a smile, "When you're done, not only can you protect an Xiaoma, but you can also use the flying sword." Xiao Chen frowned and thought for a long time. He found that apart from this method, he really couldn't think of any other solution, so he had no choice but to accept Elder Heaven Ancestor's suggestion. However, before building the barrier, Xiao Chen said worriedly, "I say, Elder Heaven Ancestor. In this way, although an Xiaoma's primordial spirit is saved, he still can't absorb the evil qi. Should I find a time to go to the ghost cultivation sect's territory? I find that you're really stupid and naive." Elder Heaven Ancestor lectured, "Won't the ghost cultivation sect send people over in a few days? At that time, those people will definitely be escorted by a lot of evil cultivators. As long as you kill a few of them with the flying sword, won't an Xiaoma's primordial spirit be able to absorb the evil qi?" Chapter 1274. Originally, Song Huawu and Xiao Xiao had no intention of coming to Awakening Heaven sect. When Hong Zhu and the others brought the injured Song Qingshu and third young master Hong back to the Hong family, they had told them that they had met Xiao Chen in the Venerable Realm. He looked fine and was not kidnapped by anyone, nor did he seem to be injured. What the F***ck? How the F***ck is this possible? Xiaochen could naturally hear that the elder heaven ancestor was scolding him, but he didn't care too much because this was really a good idea. Although Song Qingshu didn't have a particularly good impression of the demonic cultivator, in any case, the two sides would be considered to have a cooperative relationship in the future. Since he was in the territory of Awakening Heaven sect, he couldn't treat them lightly. Little Miss Xing and Song Qingshu didn't have much friendship before, and now that the ghost cultivation sect hadn't arrived yet, she didn't plan to meet second young Master Song so soon. Unexpectedly, the other party took the initiative to greet her. Could it be that there was a problem with their sacrifice? Master. Thank you so much. I didn't expect you. And Xiaoma was very grateful to Xiaochen for his rescue, but before he could express his gratitude, he felt that he had been covered by a transparent cover. After about an hour or so, the bluish-purple flames emitted by the fire of the underworld gradually weakened. At the same time, a brand new flying sword appeared in front of Xiaochen. This time, with the integration of Xiaoma's spirit, the new flying sword seemed to be sharper than before, and there was a faint black light. Not long ago, little Miss Xing had received the news that Song Qingshu had come to Awakening Heaven sect. It seemed that he had come to send something to Song Weizong, and she heard that he had brought a few beauties with him. However, when he saw that Xiaochen was also present and standing behind Xing Gongzi, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he muttered in his heart, "Why is this kid here?" And it seems that his relationship with sect leader Xing is quite close. Is he a disciple of Awakening Heaven sect? No wonder he was so arrogant in the venerable realm. What is this fellow doing here? Hearing that Song Qingshu had come over, little Lady Xing couldn't help but mutter in surprise. Most importantly, Xiaochen could feel that Xiaoma's primordial spirit in the flying sword was safe and sound. It was no longer fading and about to disappear like before, but had stabilized. The next step was to wait for the ghost cultivation sect to send someone over so that Xiaoma could have a full meal. She glanced at Xiaochen, who was beside her, and saw that he was also at a loss. It seemed that he didn't know what Song Qingshu was here for either. Xiaochen summoned his flying sword and couldn't wait to test it in the open heaven gate. He found that the flying sword's flying speed seemed to be faster than before. It was even faster than Bai Zai's running speed. However, Jin Beibei, who was the most active in looking for Xiaochen, didn't agree with this plan. She always had a strong hunch that if she went to the Jia family, she would find nothing. Instead, she would meet Xiaochen and Cheng Menjing in the open heaven gate. Now that the elder heaven ancestor had guaranteed that everything would be fine, there must be no mistake. Xiaochen's mood turned gloomy. He said eagerly, "Then let's not waste time. I'll make a primordial qi barrier for Xiaoma now. Nethery, you're in charge of forging the sword. Hurry up." After some spying, Hongzhu finally learned that Xiaochen had joined the Jia family's team. As a venerable mentor, he led the Jia family to cultivate in the secret realm. Fortunately, after seeing Xiaochen, Hongzhu already had a clear direction to look for. He was no longer as clueless as before. Seeing Miss Xing's pleading eyes, Xiaochen nodded slightly. He didn't object. Miss Xing received the signal. She waved her hand and said, "Got it. Let him in." After meeting up with Song Weizong and helping the girls settle down, Song Qingshu stood at the door of the room for a long time. He decided to pay a visit to the new sect leader, Xing Gongzi. Along with Hongzhu, in addition to Shen Jingxian and Xiafei, there were also 3 girls, Jin Beibei, Song Huawu, and Xiao Xiao. They were also in the team. Xiaochen was afraid that Xiaoma would speak again and consume more of his vital spirit. He immediately made a barrier with his primordial qi and sealed his vital spirit in the body of the flying sword. Then, he urged the fire of the underworld to recast the flying sword as soon as possible. While treating Song Qingshu and third young master Hongzhu sent Hong Ying's team to gather information about the team entering the venerable realm. Before they set off, Hongzhu told Song Huawu and the other two girls that Xiao Chen had settled in the Jia family. Therefore, Song Huawu and Xiao Xiao wanted to set off to the Jia family to find Xiao Chen's whereabouts while Hongzhu and the others were going to open Heavenly Gate. Not long after the disciple left, Song Qingshu strode into the room with her head held high. When the girls heard this, they were excited and comforted. They kept asking Hongzhu and Shen Jingxian about other things about Xiao Chen. Only then did Hongzhu and the others remember that they knew nothing except that Xiao Chen had entered the venerable realm with Cheng Menjing. When they received this news, Song Weizong happened to send back the news that Open Heavenly Gate intended to cooperate with them. The Song family and the Hong family discussed and decided to let Song Qingshu, who had just recovered from her injuries, lead Hongzhu and the others to Open Heavenly Gate. Jean Beibei had always believed in her premonitions. This time, in order to persuade Song Huawu and Xiao Xiao to go to Open Heavenly Gate together, she tried all kinds of ways. In the end, the two girls could not resist her eloquence and had no choice but to agree. A group of female soldiers set off in a grandiose manner. Sect leader Xing, the second young master of the Song family, has come to visit and is waiting in the side hall. When Xing Beibei and Xiao Chen were discussing the sacrificial ceremony, a disciple of Open Heavenly Gate knocked on the door and came in. He reported respectfully. As the cultivation sects wanted to start the sacrificial ceremony as soon as possible, they moved relatively fast. Just one day later, Song Qingshu, who had recovered from her injuries, led a group of guards from the cultivation sects and escorted Hongzhu, Hong Yan, and a few other girls with spiritual qi to Open Heavenly Gate and met up with Song Weizong. Elder Heaven Ancestor was speechless about Xiao Chen's straightforward character. Since someone would come to him, why would he waste his energy to go to their house? Moreover, he might not be able to settle everything even if he went there. This Xiao Chen was so stupid. Chapter 1275. Lady Xing waited for a while. When she saw that Song Qingshu was staring at Xiao Chen in shock and did not take the initiative to state the purpose of his visit, she could only say, "Young Master Song, I've troubled you to bring the sacrificial items here. You must be tired from the long journey, right? I wonder if you and your companions are used to the accommodations and food that the Awakening Heaven sect has prepared?" It's quite good, sect leader Xing is very considerate. Little girl Xing's voice caused Song Qingshu to return to his senses. Only then did he realize that he had been a bit rash, so he hurriedly expressed his thanks. Little girl Xing waved her hand and indifferently said, "It's what I should do. If you have any special requests, feel free to mention them. I will do my best to make them better. Then I will thank sect leader Xing in advance." Song Qingshu took out an exquisite wooden box from his bosom and forced a smile on his face. "In order to congratulate you on becoming the new sect leader of the Awakening Heaven sect, our immortal sect has specially prepared a small congratulatory gift. I hope that sect leader Xing will kindly accept it." Little girl Xing was slightly startled. She stood up and received the box, then placed it on the table. Without opening it, she smiled and expressed her thanks. "Young Master Song is very thoughtful. The Awakening Heaven sect is very grateful for the congratulatory gift." Originally, Song Qingshu was just going through the motions. He wanted to use the gift as an opportunity to promote the relationship between the Immortal sect and the Awakening Heaven sect. Seeing that little girl Xing had accepted the box, he did not plan on saying anything more. He cupped his hands and prepared to leave. However, before he could open his mouth, he saw a hand suddenly reach out and pick up the box on the table. Song Qingshu was immediately startled. He opened his mouth to shout, only to see Xiao Chen swagger out from behind little girl Xing. "Let me take a look. What kind of things have been delivered?" Xiao Chen chuckled and raised his eyebrows. He casually picked up the wooden box and opened it in one go. "You! Rude!" Song Qingshu hadn't expected Xiao Chen to do this. Her eyes immediately burned with anger, and she glared fiercely at Xiao Chen. The sect master hadn't even said anything, yet you, a sect disciple, had casually opened a guest's gift. "Don't you know your place?" Xiaochen couldn't be bothered with Song Qingshu's accusations. He looked down at the things in the box and found that they were all precious treasures and a few rare healing pills. After carefully identifying the treasures in the wooden box, Xiaochen curled his lips in disdain. If it was in the past, he might have thought that these things were quite high-end. However, during this period of time, under Sky's guidance, Xiaochen had gradually learned to distinguish which herbs were relatively rare and which were common goods that weren't worth mentioning. He wasn't like in the past, where he viewed everything as a treasure. "I say, aren't your cultivation sects too stingy? These things can be found everywhere on the street. How can you take them out? Do you really think that our Awakening Heaven sect Master Xing hasn't seen anything good?" Xiaochen snorted and casually threw the wooden box on the table. In reality, Xiaochen's words were a bit exaggerated. The treasures in the box were not bad, but compared to the ones he had collected in the Venerable Realm, they were clearly several streets behind. Having already seen good things, Xiaochen naturally didn't place these herbs in his eyes. "Arrogant fellow. This is a congratulatory gift from our sect to sect Master Xing. You are just a small disciple. What right do you have to look through it? How many good things have you seen? What right do you have to say that these treasures are everywhere?" Song Qingshu felt humiliated and couldn't help but retort angrily. If it weren't for sect Master Xing's face, Song Qingshu would have already beheaded Xiaochen on the spot. A small fry from the Awakening Heaven sect, relying on the fact that he could stand by the sect master's side, dared to speak without thinking. Did he really think that their sect was easy to bully? "Of course I've seen a lot." Xiaochen crossed his arms in front of his chest and expressionlessly said, "Our sect Master Xing has traveled to famous mountains and rivers since she was young. She has seen countless rare and precious herbs. She has already lost interest in these things since she was 3 years old." Little girl Xing secretly rolled her eyes. Xiaochen really knew how to talk. When did she run off to travel? Why don't I have any recollection of it? Sneaking another glance at the opened wooden box on the table, little girl Xing discovered that there were quite a few good herbs and pills inside. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Song Qingshu's congratulatory gift is quite good. Even if it's not good, it's still a token of goodwill." Why is Xiaochen being so picky? Could it be that he and Song Qingshu have a grudge in the past? Isn't this not giving him any face? Little girl Xing pondered over her own thoughts, but in Song Qingshu's eyes, her silence was seen as tacit approval of Xiaochen. Song Qingshu was somewhat unhappy. How could he make a mistake when he sent a gift? However, he was currently in someone else's territory, so Song Qingshu endured and didn't flare up. He just casually cupped his hands and said, "Since the Awakening Heaven sect doesn't like the things of our sect, then you can do with this congratulatory gift. Goodbye." "Hey, wait a moment." Without waiting for Song Qingshu to leave, Xiaochen suddenly called out to him, "Why are you leaving just like that? Considering that you're new here, we'll let bygones be bygones this time. Go and prepare another congratulatory gift. At least send some top-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures, cultivation manuals, top-grade elixirs, and so on. Bring all the valuable things over." Valuable things? What do you think counts as valuable? Song Qingshu was so angry that he laughed and asked coldly. Xiaochen rubbed his chin and seemed to think seriously for a while before saying, "Well, it has to at least be able to enter the eyes of our sect Master Xing." "My ass. Brat, I think you're really courting death. I already let you off in the Venerable Realm. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Song Qingshu was completely infuriated by Xiaochen's attitude. He circulated his mental cultivation method and instantly displayed his venerable level 5 cultivation. A majestic pressure swept towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen frowned slightly. It wasn't because of the pressure. After all, he was an expert of the profound ascension stage. To him, this little bit of pressure was basically negligible. It was just that Song Qingshu's impulsive attitude made Xiaochen feel a little unhappy. Could it be that this brat still couldn't see the situation clearly? This was the Awakening Heaven sect's territory. He actually wanted to act rashly in front of the sect master Xing. Was this really okay? Sure enough, when the little girl felt the pressure, her face immediately darkened. She was very dissatisfied with Song Qingshu's behavior. She said coldly, "Young Master Song, isn't it a little inappropriate to teach a disciple of our sect in front of this sect master?" Chapter 1276. Although she was somewhat puzzled by Xiao Chen's mocking of Song Qingshu, Xing was naturally biased towards Xiao Chen's side. Moreover, she was very clear that Song Qingshu was definitely not Xiao Chen's opponent. Xing Gongzi had taken advantage of the fact that the two hadn't started fighting to resolve the conflict between the two sides. Xing Gongzi also wanted to save Song Qingshu's life. If Xiao Chen got angry and killed Song Qingshu, then the Immortal Cultivation sect would use this as a reason to make things difficult for them. Hearing Xing Gongzi's voice, Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment. His head, which had been clouded by anger, instantly sobered up. He also realized that what he had done wasn't very appropriate. Although he only wanted to teach Xiao Chen a lesson, they were currently in Awakening Heaven sect. If he made a move against a disciple in front of the sect master, it would be a serious matter. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Immortal Cultivation sect was provoking Awakening Heaven sect. Apologies, Sect Master Xing. I was too impulsive. In order to avoid trouble, Song Qingshu took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said indifferently, "I have never seen the behavior of your disciple before, so I was presumptuous and wanted to help Sect Master Xing teach him a lesson. I was overstepping my boundaries." Song Qingshu was somewhat dissatisfied with Sect Master Xing's behavior of shielding his disciple. Therefore, although he apologized, his words were still full of sarcasm. He didn't feel apologetic at all. "Forget it. Both of you are in the wrong. Just restrain yourselves a little." Xing Gongzi waved her hand and mediated. She could naturally hear the sarcasm in Song Qingshu's words. However, Xing Gongzi didn't care too much in order to keep the peace. She only pretended that she didn't hear it and casually said, "No matter how heavy the congratulatory gift from the Immortal Cultivation sect is, this sect master is very grateful. I will accept it. Young Master Song must be tired after a whole day of traveling. You should return to your room and rest." Song Qingshu wasn't stupid. Anyone could see that Lady Xing was biased towards Xiao Chen. He felt even more disdain for Xiao Chen's act of living off a woman. However, he had no other choice. He could only cup his hands at Lady Xing and say, "If that's the case, I'll take my leave." After saying that, Song Qingshu glared fiercely at Xiao Chen again. Thinking that he would teach this brat a lesson sooner or later, he stormed off in a huff. "Amazing! You actually managed to escape unscathed after acting tough in front of this young master. Your luck is pretty good." As he watched Song Qingshu leave angrily, the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up as he mocked in a voice that was neither loud nor soft. Song Qingshu hadn't gone far, so he naturally heard Xiao Chen's deliberate words. However, he could only pretend that he didn't hear it now. He repeatedly thought about how he could find an opportunity to beat up Xiao Chen. It would be best if Xing Gongzi didn't find out. As he pondered, he returned to his residence. Song Qingshu couldn't vent his anger, so he sat unhappily in the outer hall. As long as he thought about Xiao Chen's arrogant and despotic face, Song Qingshu would feel a fire from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head. He was very unhappy. In order to calm his mood, Song Qingshu simply picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of water. When he was about to drink it, he was scalded again. "Damn it, even a cup dares to bully me." The infuriated Song Qingshu slammed the cup on the ground and smashed it into pieces. "Qingshu, what's wrong with you? Who are you so angry with for no reason?" Song Weizong heard the commotion and quickly walked out from the inner room. He looked strangely at the broken cup on the ground and asked in astonishment. In Song Weizong's impression, although Song Qingshu was usually a little arrogant, he was still quite rational. Even when he was angry, he had never smashed a cup. This time, it seemed a little abnormal. Hongzhu and the other women were chatting in the room. When they heard the commotion, they also ran out to see what was going on. In the end, they found Song Qingshu fuming with anger and smashing cups. The women all revealed looks of contempt on their faces. This person was too much. How could he throw a tantrum in Qi Tianmen's residence? He even smashed other people's cups. Did he really think that this was his own Song family and he could do whatever he wanted? Grandfather, you really can't blame me for this. It's all because of that follower of sect Master Xing. He's simply too much. Song Qingshu's anger had yet to dissipate. She slammed the table heavily and vented her anger. What did you say? Sect leader Xing's follower? Did you provoke Ajian? Song Weizong was shocked and could not help but break out in a cold sweat for Song Qingshu. The tragic scene of West Mountain Mad Demon being beaten up was still vivid in his mind. He did not expect that Song Qingshu would offend Ajian so soon after coming to Qi Tian's sect. Song Weizong was also really anxious. He immediately said with a sullen face, "Before you set off from the Song family, I had already told you. After you arrived at Qi Tianmen, I reminded you again that you must not have any conflict with Ajian. Not only is he the mastermind behind Qi Tianmen, but his strength is also outstanding. Even West Mountain Mad Demon is just a piece of trash in his hands. How could you be so careless? Hurry up and apologize to him." "Grandfather, what are you talking about? I didn't see Ajian. Besides, you have already reminded me so many times. How could I make such a mistake again?" Song Qingshu saw that Song Weizong was so anxious that his face was red. He quickly waved his hand and explained, "The person I am talking about is Xiaofan. He's the fellow I mentioned to you when I returned from the Exalt Secret Realm." It turned out that Song Qingshu had been seriously injured in the Venerable Realm. After Hongzhu and the others carried him back for treatment, he found a time to talk to Song Weizong about everything that happened in the Venerable Realm. Naturally, he mentioned that Xiaofan had helped the women break through. When Song Weizong heard about this, he was also very surprised. He repeatedly reminded Song Qingshu that if he met Xiaofan again in the future, he must invite him back to the Song family. After all, Xiaofan's ability could be said to be rare in the world. If he could be used by the Song family, or even the entire Immortal Cultivation sect, it would save a lot of detours for the disciples of the sect. Before Song Weizong could speak, Song Huawu, who was standing to the side, suddenly heard Xiaofan's name. Her whole body trembled and she rushed over, grabbed Song Qingshu's collar and asked loudly, "Song Qingshu, what did you say just now? Xiaofan is also in Qi Tianmen. You have seen him?" Hearing Song Huawu's shout, the women also came to their senses. They all had different expressions. Before Song Qingshu could answer, Jean Beibei's loud voice rang out, "Ow, ow, ow. Xiaofan's cousin-in-law is really here. Super Prophet Bei's sixth sense is working again." Chapter 1277. Jean Beibei was so excited that she almost danced. She quickly ran to Song Qingshu, grabbed his sleeve, and asked impatiently, "Hey, Song something, have you seen my cousin Qing Menjiang? Is she with Xiaofan's cousin-in-law? Are they married? Did they have a baby?" Hongzhu and Xiaofan looked at each other, feeling very surprised, too. Didn't they hear that Xiaofan was in the Jia clan? Why did he come to Open Heaven sect and work as leader Xing's subordinate? The Jia clan was one of the three major clans, which was supposed to be hostile to Open Heaven sect, the leader of the dark sects. Xiaofan was a bit far away. Did he offend someone from Open Heaven sect in the Venerable Realm? Was that why he was captured? Shen Jingxian did not know much about the situation. She had thought that she might never see Xiao Chen again. She did not expect to hear that he was also here. She was a bit excited. Unlike Jin Beibei and Song Huawu, she was not as emotional as Jin Beibei and Song Huawu. She just blushed and clutched her sleeves tightly. Her slightly trembling body showed the surging emotions in her heart. Lin and Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, looked a bit unnatural. Although they had received the news of Xiao Chen again, and he was already very close to them, they were not particularly happy. Lin's impression of Xiao Chen had always been his scary look. Although she knew that Xiao Chen was not what she imagined, she did not know how to face him for the moment. As for Xiao Xiao, she was a bit bothered by Jin Beibei's words. Whenever she thought that Xiao Chen was together with Cheng Menjing, she would feel sour in her heart. The calmest person in the entire hall should be that little girl, Hong Yan. She didn't care much about the big pervert Xiao Chen, but just like Hong Zhu, she was surprised that Xiao Chen was in the open heaven gate. During this time, Hong Yan learned that there were so many girls around her who liked Xiao Chen. Although her hatred for him didn't decrease, she was more curious about him. Song Qingshu paid no attention to Jin Beibei's surprised behavior. Instead, she looked at Song Huawu and said in a low voice, "Huawu, I know you like that kid, Xiao Chen. But you've really misjudged him this time. Not only does he oppose our immortal cultivation sect in all aspects, but he has also become a lackey of Awakening Heaven sect, hugging sect master Xing's thigh, and flirting with him. Oh, Xiao Chen's cousin-in-law has caught the eye of the sect leader again? My cousin-in-law is so awesome." Jin Beibei waved her little fist in the air and cheered loudly. "Humph, in the secret realm of the Venerable Realm, if I had remembered that he was the guy that Hua Wu liked, I would have killed him a long time ago." Song Qingshu snorted. Then, she said to Song Huawu in a gentle voice, "Huawu, you are my only biological sister. I don't want you to be fooled by that scumbag Xiao Chen. Although he is in Open Heaven sect right now, I advise you not to go to him." Song Qingshu had always been disgusted by the arrogant Xiao Chen. Now that she knew that he had so many women around him and that he was hooking up with the leader of Open Heaven sect, she was even more convinced that he was not a good guy. How could Hua Wu be with such a scumbag? Absolutely not. "Thank you for your kindness, but Xiao Chen and I have always been in a free relationship. I won't mind no matter how many girlfriends he has." Song Huawu had calmed down a little. She let go of Song Qingshu's collar and said calmly, "Now, you only need to tell me where Xiao Chen is. You don't have to worry about anything else." Song Huawu's eyes were extremely firm at this moment. Song Qingshu's accusation did not seem to affect her at all. She still insisted on her idea. "Exactly. I didn't criticize you before, but I can't stand it this time. Song Qingshu, aren't you being too nosy? Besides, Xiao Chen saved your life before. I didn't expect that you would speak ill of him behind his back. How ungentlemanly you are." Hongzhu rolled his eyes. Apparently, he was also very dissatisfied with Song Qingshu's attitude. Right. We like to play threes, fourths, and fifths with our cousin-in-law. You don't have a girlfriend, but you are jealous of your cousin-in-law. That is not the right attitude." Jin Beibei shook her head and lectured him. However, after she said a few words, Jin Beibei suddenly felt that her hand was secretly pinched by Xiao Xiao. She turned around and asked in confusion, "Xiao Xiao, why did you pinch me? Am I wrong?" Xiao Xiao opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she did not say it. In the end, she said helplessly, "Well, forget it. You can play if you like." Although she did not say it, Xiao Xiao was still a little bit worried. Jin Beibei was too imaginative. She talked about this and that in front of two men. Didn't she see that the other girls were all blushing? She even said it in such a loud voice. She really had no eyesight at all. "Huawu, I'm thinking for you and the cultivation sects, not for myself. Why did you? Song Qingshu tried hard to persuade Song Huawu with a bitter face. He really could not figure out what was on his sister's mind. That Xiao Chen was absolutely a scumbag. What was so good about him that Huawu liked him so much? Before Song Qingshu could finish his words, Song Huawu waved her hand and interrupted him impatiently. Song Qingshu, I'll repeat it to you again. I've never regarded you as my brother, so stop preaching to me. Now, you just need to tell me and us sisters where to find Xiao Chen. I won't listen to anything else even if you tell me. Huawu is right. Song Qingshu, just tell us quickly. Don't waste our time. Hongzhu and the other girls echoed. This Song Qingshu was too long-winded. They really didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. If it weren't for the fact that they had just arrived at the open heavenly gate and were unable to move freely, they would have rushed out to find Xiao Chen. Well. Okay. Song Qingshu sighed gloomily and said, Xiao Chen is in sect leader Xing's room, but they seem to be discussing something important. Before Song Qingshu finished his words, Hongzhu and the other girls had already run out of the hall. They were not in the mood to listen to him at all. They ran as fast as the wind and disappeared in an instant. The hall, which was originally full of people, became empty in an instant. Apart from Song Qingshu, who was livid, only Song Weizong, Kerlin, and Hong Yan were left in the hall. Hong Yan was not interested in meeting Xiao Chen. She was not on good terms with Xiao Chen and did not want to see him again. Therefore, she did not go with Hongzhu and the other girls. Instead, she prepared to return to her room and cultivate quietly. Chapter 1278. As for Kerlin, her movements were a beat too slow. By the time she reacted, the hall was already empty. Kerlin looked around in a panic. She bit her lower lip and pondered for a moment. Although she felt that it would be a little awkward to see Xiao Chen, there was no one close to her at the moment. The only person she could get close to was Xiao Chen. After thinking for a while, she greeted Hong Yan and walked out of the hall, carefully following behind Hongzhu and the other women. After the women ran out of the residence, they immediately found a disciple of the Awakening Heaven sect. After asking for the location of little Miss Xing's room, they all rushed in that direction. Song Qingshu's words were stuck in her throat. She stared at the empty door with an ugly expression on her face. Qingshu, to tell you the truth, I also feel that you didn't handle this matter properly. Seeing that Song Qingshu was still sulking, Song Weizong shook his head and said earnestly, think about it, Xiao Chen saved your life. At the very least, he is your benefactor. No matter how much you dislike him, you should go and thank him. Grandfather, you didn't see how arrogant Xiao Chen was just now. He didn't care about me at all. How am I supposed to thank someone like him? Song Qingshu gritted her teeth in anger when she recalled the scene just now. She couldn't accept Song Weizong's advice at all. Qingshu, what you said is wrong. Song Weizong lectured in a low voice. How others act arrogantly is their business. You can't waste your courtesy. We cultivators can't be as selfish as the ghost cultivators. Yes, Grandfather Song is right. Hong Yan nodded and agreed with Song Weizong. I was also present in the Venerable Realm. At that time, third brother Hong and second young master Song had already fainted. If it wasn't for Xiao Chen driving away that ferocious beast, we might have been left there and never returned. Although she did not quite approve of Xiao Chen, Hong Yan still understood the principle of repaying a drop of kindness with a gushing spring after receiving a drop of water from him. Song Qingshu looked at Hong Yan in confusion and asked, Hong Yan, why are you speaking up for Xiao Chen? You've seen that guy's temper. He's the kind of guy who won't forgive when he's in the right. Even if he's being unreasonable, he'll still argue. He never considers other people's feelings. I can't communicate with him. Actually, I don't think he's that unreasonable. At most, he's a little arrogant. Hong Yan frowned. She looked at Song Qingshu and said, even if he really is that kind of person, he did save all of us in the venerable mystic realm. No matter what, we should thank him, shouldn't we? If you don't want to see him alone, why don't we go together? In fact, Hong Yan had her own reasons for making this suggestion. Although she didn't dare to meet Xiao Chen, ever since Xiao Chen left in a hurry in the venerable realm, she had been thinking about thanking him. Since there was such an opportunity, Hong Yan wanted to bring Song Qingshu along. At least with someone to boost her courage, it wouldn't be too awkward. Oh, Hong Yan is right. We cultivators always know how to repay kindness. We can't let others be disappointed. Song Weizong nodded in agreement with Hong Yan's words. He turned around and patted Song Qingshu's shoulder. He said calmly, think about it carefully. Once you've made up your mind, go talk to Xiao Chen with Hong Yan. Even if he's not willing to help the cultivators, maybe you two can become good friends. After persuading Song Qingshu, Song Weizong turned around and returned to his room. He still had to study the sacrificial ceremony method carefully, so he didn't care too much about these trivial matters. Since it was a matter between the young people, he would let them solve it themselves. Song Qingshu didn't speak for a long time. His expression changed several times, and he couldn't decide what to do. On one hand, he felt that his grandfather's words were reasonable, but on the other hand, Xiao Chen was too arrogant. If his temper flared up and he couldn't help but injure Xiao Chen, then not only would he offend the Awakening Heaven sect Master Xing, Hongzhu, and the others would definitely condemn him in both word and writing, criticizing him in all sorts of ways. While Song Qingshu was hesitating, unable to come to a decision, Hongzhu and the other girls were already filled with joy and excitement. Like a flock of butterflies, they flew across a garden and walked along the weeping willow path next to the man-made lake for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. Finally, they arrived at the door of Xing girl's room. Jean Bebe ran to the door first. When she was about to push the door open, a roar suddenly echoed not far away. The few girls turned around, only to see a team of guards wearing the uniform of Awakening sect running close. They stared at them warily and shouted, "Who are you? What's your purpose in coming to sect leader Xing's room?" "Young man, we are all the girlfriends of Xiao Chen's cousin-in-law." Jean Bebe waved her hands and said in a hurry, "Stop asking so many questions. Just let us in." Hardly had she concluded her sentence when Jean Bebe was about to barge into the room in a hurry. However, before she took 2 steps closer, the captain of guards had already stopped her. "What nonsense are you talking about? What girlfriends and cousin-in-law? This is the room of sect leader Xing of Awakening sect. Why is your cousin-in-law here?" The more the captain of guards listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Why was the girl talking so incoherently that he could not even understand what she was saying? "I know that this is your leader's room. My cousin-in-law is right inside." Jean Bebe grew anxious. She pushed away the captain's hand and charged into the room. "Stop right there." The captain of guards blinked and stopped in front of Jean Bebe again. With a grave face, he revealed the cultivation of the peak of the 5th level of the Devil King realm and scolded coldly, "How did you get into Awakening sect? Are you spies sent by other sects? Surround them." The last sentence was spoken to his subordinates. The group of guards immediately spread out upon hearing this, and they glared fiercely at Jean Bebe and the others. They were waiting for the guard captain's order and were prepared to capture them at any moment. "Cousin-in-law. Bebe is here for you. Don't hide in the room anymore. Come out and explain. If you don't come out, your favorite Jean Bebe will be taken away." Seeing that the situation was not right, Jean Bebe immediately took a deep breath and shouted into the room. Squeak! The captain of guards was both shocked and infuriated to see that Jean Bebe was still yelling. He was about to give the order to capture them when he suddenly heard the door open behind him. Then, a man and a woman strode out. They were exactly Xiao Chen and Lady Xing. Chapter 1279. Bei. It's really you. What are you doing here? Hearing the familiar shout, Xiaochen was startled. After he walked out and saw the scene in front of him, he was so surprised that his mouth was wide open. Pushing away the captain of the bodyguards in front of him, Xiaochen turned around and looked at the few girls behind Jin Bei. With disbelief on his face, he rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. In the end, he blurted out in shock, "Hua Wu. Xiao. Lin. How did you guys end up together? What's going on here? Hongzhu, Consort Xie, and Jingxian, why are you here, too?" Xiaochen felt as if he was in a dream when he saw the face that he had been extremely familiar with but had not seen for a long time appear before his eyes once again. He thought that it was an illusion set up by a cultivator expert like him. He hurriedly released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. However, he did not find any traces of strangers at all. What was going on? Xing was not familiar with Jin Bei and the rest of them. Therefore, she was confused, too. However, when she turned around, she happened to see Lin, who was standing at the back of the girls. Her eyes immediately shone. She knew Lin. Wasn't she the pretty girl from the breakfast stall that Xiaochen had a crush on? After connecting the dots, Xing basically guessed the identity of the various beautiful girls in front of her. She was not as shocked as Xiaochen. Instead, she winked at the captain of the bodyguards and gave him a few instructions in a low voice. The captain of the bodyguards had thought that he would be punished for mistaking an honorable guest. He was feeling uneasy, but as it turned out, not only was leader Xing not punishing him, but he was also delegating tasks to him. Feeling both grateful and ashamed, he immediately left with his subordinates in a hurry to carry out leader Xing's orders. "Xiaochen. Is it really you? I'm not dreaming, am I?" The courtyard was silent for a moment, then Song Huawu's emotional voice suddenly rang out. The rims of her eyes reddened in an instant, and tears kept rolling down her cheeks. She rushed to Xiaochen with large strides and carefully looked at him a few times. Like a young swallow returning to the forest, she threw herself into his arms and sobbed softly. Xiao was a step slower. She originally wanted to throw herself into Xiaochen's arms, but Song Huawu beat her to it. She had no choice but to walk over and hold Xiaochen's hand. She choked and said, "Brother, where have you been these days? Why didn't he call his family? We all miss you very much. My grandfather and my father have sent many people to search for your whereabouts. They're almost going crazy with anxiety. Ao. Cousin-in-law Xiaochen, is that really you?" Jin Bei rubbed her eyes hard. Although she was usually carefree, she was so excited that hot tears were brimming in her eyes right now. Jin Bei had been standing in front of Xiaochen. Right now, Song Huawu was in Xiaochen's arms, and Xiao was next to him. Therefore, she simply took a detour and walked to Xiaochen's back. Then, she suddenly jumped on his back and hugged Xiaochen tightly. She shouted, "Cousin, where did you and cousin Menjian go? When I returned to the villa, I found that you were both not there. I thought that the Cheng family and the Xiao family had gone bankrupt. Hey, Bei, you seem to have grown bigger again. You are much heavier now." Caught unprepared, Xiaochen was strangled by Jin Bei heavily. He immediately felt that it was hard for him to breathe. However, the soft and fragrant scent on his back made him feel rather comfortable. How long had it been since Jin Bei called him cousin? 1 year? 2 years? While supporting Jin Bei in case she fell off, Xiaochen had mixed feelings in his heart. He had imagined what it would be like to meet the girls again countless times, but he did not expect that they would show up at the same time. Lin Ku'er stood at the edge of the courtyard, silently looking at Xiaochen. Although she also felt an indescribable impulse in her heart when they reunited after such a long time, and really wanted to rush up and hug him tightly, she still endured it. She still stood where she was, and did not act as boldly as the other girls. Besides, Lin did not dare do that. After all, she was not Xiao Chen's family. She was not even Xiao Chen's official girlfriend. The two of them were merely classmates. Although Xiao Chen had confessed his love to her before, Lin did not say yes at that time. Therefore, she did not have an appropriate identity to do something as bold as Song Huawu. She could only stand aside and watch Xiao Chen quietly. As for Shen Jingxian and Xiafei, they were not as excited as the other girls. They simply observed the scene with a smile on their faces. They had just met Xiao Chen a few days ago. Although the joy of their reunion was intense, too, they did not forget themselves. Therefore, they naturally gave up the special power to Jin Beibei and the rest of them, who had been searching for Xiao Chen for such a long time. After all, they had found Xiao Chen now, and they would have a lot of time to spend with him. There was no need to rush. Naturally, Hongzhu did not make any big movements. Instead, he stood where he was and watched Xiao Chen being surrounded by a group of girls with great interest. Hongzhu very much wanted to find an opportunity to tease Xiao Chen and tease this little boy. However, when he saw him hugging Song Huawu and the other girls tightly, he somehow felt touched and a little jealous, as if he was envious that they could be so intimate with Xiao Chen. In fact, Hongzhu also had a vague good impression of Xiao Chen, but he did not think that they had reached the level of intimacy yet. Among all the people present, the one who felt the most uncomfortable should be Miss Xing, who was standing behind Xiao Chen. Seeing that he was so busy with Song Huawu in his arms and Xiao Xiao holding his hand tightly, and even carrying Jin Beibei, the beautiful girl with the face of an angel and the body of a devil, Miss Xing felt a little uncomfortable. However, Miss Xing did not show it obviously, because it was normal for an expert like Xiao Chen to have multiple wives and concubines in the martial arts world. She had long been used to it. However, she could not help but feel a little jealous when she encountered such a scene. Moreover, Xiao Chen did not have multiple wives and concubines at all. There were already 8 women standing in the yard. Together with Cheng Menjing, Ling Qianxue, and the others in the backyard, they could almost form a female army. Miss Xing could not help but secretly roll her eyes at Xiao Chen. "Let's see if you can handle it. Beibei. Why did you come to the Heavenly Awakening Gate? Huh? Xiao Xiao is here too." Just when Xiao Chen was flustered and did not know what to do, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. It turned out that Cheng Menjing had rushed over. "Wow, so many people. I didn't expect Sister Sour to have so many sisters. My husband, Xiao Chen, is really awesome." Tian Sour exclaimed as she popped her head out from behind Cheng Menjing. Ling Qianxue, and Tang Tang also followed her into Miss Xing's yard. Chapter 1280. As it turned out, Miss Xing had guessed that those people were Xiao Chen's old friends. That was why she had asked the captain of the guards to summon Cheng Menjing and the rest of them from the backyard. Menjing. Cheng Menjing was looking around when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. She turned around, only to discover that Shen Jingxian was walking toward her in delight. "Jingxian. Why? Why are you here, too? Isn't it too much of a coincidence?" Cheng Menjing's eyes shone. She also ran to Shen Jingxian in a hurry. The two of them soon held hands. They were both excited to reunite with their best friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Tang Tang and the other girls found an empty space in the yard and stood still. They had all seen that Xiao Chen was surrounded by a bunch of beautiful girls, but they were not very surprised. They had heard about the past from Xiao Chen on their way to explore the inner martial arts world. Therefore, they were rather calm at this moment. "Ow! Ow! Ow! Cousin Menjing, I finally get to see you. Beibei misses you so much that I've almost gone crazy." Although Jin Beibei said that, she did not intend to leave Xiao Chen's shoulder at all. She was still hugging him tightly and only waved one of her hands as a greeting. "Beibei, hurry up and get down. You are a girl. What are you doing in broad daylight? What are you doing? Seeing Jean Beibei's behavior, Cheng Menjing had no time to catch up with Shen Jingxian anymore. She immediately scolded Jean Beibei with her hands on her hips. It was obvious that she was very dissatisfied with Jean Beibei's behavior. Forget it, Menjing. Beibei has always been doing whatever she wants. You know that. Besides, she hasn't seen Xiao Chen for a long time. It's rare for her to be so excited. Just let her be. Shen Jingxian carelessly tucked her long hair behind her ear. With a smile on her face, she shook Cheng Menjing's hand and said gently. No, Jingxian, look. Cheng Menjing turned around. She was about to complain to Shen Jingxian about Jean Beibei's lack of propriety when she saw Jean Beibei flipping her hair. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She couldn't help but murmur, Jingxian, you were already very beautiful. How come you seem to have become even more beautiful? Shen Jingxian pursed her lips and smiled. Just as she was about to reply, little Miss Xing's voice suddenly rang out, all right, everyone, let's not stay outside. If you have anything to say, let's talk inside. There are often guards and disciples walking around here. It wouldn't be appropriate to let them see it. After she finished speaking, little Miss Xing generously gestured for everyone to enter her room. Afterwards, she ordered a disciple to bring some snacks and fruits to entertain everyone. Little Miss Xing's room was quite spacious. However, after more than 10 people crowded in, the room was somewhat full. Thankfully, other than Xiao Chen, the rest of the guests were all slender and beautiful women. Even though they were crowded together, they were still very pleasing to the eye. Also, the girls did not care too much about it. The moment they entered the room, they split into several groups and chatted with each other. After all, some of them were very good friends in the past. They had been reunited after a long time, and they had all experienced different lives. Naturally, they began to talk about the stories that had happened recently. After entering the room, Xiao Chen was originally full of questions. He planned to ask them one by one about what had happened when he was away, how Song Huawu, Jean Beibei, and Xiao Xiao met each other, and how they had come here together with Hong Zhu and the others. However, before he could ask any questions, he had already learned the whole story from the chatter of the girls. Xiao Chen could not help but sigh inwardly. The fate of the world was really wonderful. People who were originally not even close to each other had become good sisters who depended on each other because of him. Tang Tang and Shen Jingxian chatted for a while. Then, she rolled her eyes and glimpsed a person standing silently in the corner. After taking a closer look, she found that it was Kerlin. She walked over and greeted her with a smile, Sister Ker, why are you standing here alone in a daze? Come and chat with us. Hello, Sister Tang Tang. I'm not very familiar with them, so I won't go over. It's fine to stand here, Kerlin blushed. She hurriedly waved her hand and said in a low voice in embarrassment. Seeing Kerlin's reaction, Tang Tang shook her head with a smile and said, I haven't seen you for such a long time, but you are still so timid and shy. I really don't know what to do with you. By the way, how are your parents? Are they still selling noodles in the morning market street? A trace of joy appeared on Kerlin's face when she mentioned her parents. Her tone also became lively, thank you for your concern, Sister Tang Tang. My parents are in good health. It's all thanks to Sister Hongzhu for providing help to my family. Hongzhu? What kind of help can she provide you? Tang Tang showed a very surprised expression. She had heard Xiao Chen mention Hongzhu 2 days ago, but how did she get involved with Kerlin's parents? Sister Hongzhu specially found someone to cure my father's old illness. She also changed my family to a new house and let my parents move out of the shanty town. I really don't know how to thank her. Kerlin's voice was very grateful. Obviously, she was deeply impressed by Hongzhu's help. Are you serious? Why is Hongzhu so good to you? Does she owe you a big favor? Tang Tang felt even more puzzled. Hongzhu's behavior really surprised her. Logically speaking, Lin was just an ordinary person in the secular world. Basically, it was impossible for her to be friends with Hongzhu. It's not like that. Lin shook her head and explained, actually, it's like this. I was captured by a bad guy. Later, Sister Hongzhu and another sister, Li Xianer, risked their lives to save me. They even got seriously injured. They said that I was a woman with spiritual energy, so I would be captured by the bad guys. Then, following that, Lin Ke recounted how she had been captured by the evil cultivators in the secular world, and how she had been rescued by Hongzhu. She had even been brought to see Consort Xie, and how they had returned to the inner martial world with her. However, after arriving at the Hong family, because her strength was too low, the head of the Hong family judged that she was really not suitable to enter the venerable realm to train. Therefore, she stayed in the Hong family with Jin Beibei and the others. She did not go out until 2 days ago. She also learned about the experience of Hongzhu and the others in the secret realm later. After listening to her, Tang Tang could not help but sympathize with Lin's tortuous experience. When she was about to comfort her, Xiao Chen's voice suddenly sounded, Lin, are you sure that Lu Shuangshuang was also captured by the evil practitioners? Do you know where she was taken? In the process of Lin Ke's narration, she also mentioned that Lu Shuangshuang had also been captured. Although the room was rather noisy, Xiao Chen's acute hearing was still able to clearly hear what everyone was saying. Lin Ke's narration was also heard by him without missing a single word. Chapter 1281. At this moment, Xiao Chen's brows were slightly furrowed and his expression became somewhat solemn. He felt that if what Lin Ke said was true, then he had to put aside the matter of the sacrifice and save Lu Shuangshuang first. This. I'm also not too sure, it's all from Big Sister Hongzhu, she told me. Lin Ke was startled by Xiao Chen, and her voice trembled as she stammered. Every time she faced Xiao Chen, Lin would feel a little unnatural and inexplicably flustered. Even though she knew that Xiao Chen was not a bad guy, she could not control her nervousness. Even she could not figure out the reason. Hongzhu. Come here. What is the background of the evil cultivator who captured Lu Shuangshuang? Xiao Chen immediately turned his head and shouted. Because Xiao Chen's voice was relatively loud, the surrounding women stopped chatting when they heard him. Their astonished gazes converged on Xiao Chen and Hongzhu. Little brother Xiao Chen, why are you so fierce to me? You scared this baby to death. Hongzhu did not notice anything wrong at first and teased with a smile. Only when he saw Xiao Chen's sharp and serious eyes did he realize the seriousness of the problem. He put away his smile and said seriously, as far as I know, Lu Shuangshuang was captured by the Ghost Cultivation Sect. Ghost Cultivation Sect. Xiao Chen gnashed his teeth and repeated. The Ghost Cultivation Sect was a group of treacherous villains. They were not as civilized as the Immortal Cultivation Sect. After Lu Shuangshuang was captured by them, she must have suffered a lot. If he had known that it was them, he would have beaten Mad Demon Shishan more ruthlessly. Putting away his anger, Xiao Chen continued to ask in a deep voice, then do you know what price we have to pay to open the Immortal Cultivation world? At that time, Song Weizong of the Immortal Cultivation Sect had been evasive with his words in the meeting room, which had aroused Xiao Chen's suspicions. It just so happened that Hongzhu was from the Immortal Cultivation Sect. If he could not get any information from them, he could ask Hongzhu here. I also don't know how the ceremony is conducted. Hongzhu's expression collapsed as he shook his head. Aren't you from the Hong family? How come you don't even know the process of the sacrifice? Xiao Chen's heart sank. Could it be that what Song Weizong said was true? Was the method of the sacrifice really kept in a secret place and no one knew about it? Little brother Xiao Chen, I really don't want to say that you are stupid, but the sacrificial ceremony is the core secret of our immortal cultivation sect. I am just a member of a clan outside the martial world, how could I possibly know about this? Hongzhu charmingly rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen, as if saying, you are really stupid. Xiao Chen paced back and forth a few times. He couldn't think of a solution for the time being, so he could only put this matter aside for the time being and change the topic back to the ghost cultivation sect. Do you know how the ghost cultivation sect started the sacrificial ceremony? Are they the same as you guys? First, I want to correct your concept. The ghost cultivation sect cultivates some particularly cruel and bloody cultivation methods, which are still different from our immortal cultivation sect. You can't compare our two sects. Hongzhu wrinkled her nose in protest. Fine, fine, fine. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to ask if the ghost cultivation sect's sacrificial ceremony method is similar to yours. Xiao Chen helplessly shook his head and explained. Maybe. I don't know the specifics. After all, our two sects have been fighting for many, many years, so we are very familiar with each other's defense of intelligence. It's basically impossible to find out anything. Hongzhu spread out her hands and replied while blinking her large innocent eyes. You don't know this, and you don't know that. I really admire you. Xiao Chen glared at Hongzhu, feeling both annoyed and amused at the same time. He had thought that he would be able to obtain more information from her, but in the end, this little girl actually didn't know anything at all. It was truly infuriating. Little brother Xiao Chen, don't be like this. Let me think about what else I can tell you. Hongzhu wrinkled her nose mischievously. After thinking for a while, she said, you seem to be very concerned about Lu Shuangshuang. According to my information, apart from Lu Shuangshuang, the ghost cultivation sect has also captured other women with spiritual qi in Tianfang province and the outer martial arts world. It's a pity that although our immortal cultivation sect despises their behavior, we can't do anything about it. How about it? Can I help you with this matter? What? The ghost cultivation sect even dares to capture people from the outer martial arts world? Xiao Chen's expression changed as he asked in surprise, aren't they 2F** king bold? Aren't they afraid of being punished by the martial arts world? At this time, Xiao Chen already had a vague bad feeling. After seeing Cheng Menjing and Jin Beibei, he suddenly remembered that Yi Xiaoye was still in the demonic star sect in the outer martial arts world. He hoped that she wouldn't be so unlucky as to be captured by the ghost cultivation sect together with Lu Shuangshuang. As for the Tianfang province, he didn't have any acquaintances. Except for Wang Fangtian of the Wang family, he didn't have any contact with other people. Also, the ghost cultivation sect probably didn't dare to make trouble in the Wang family, or they would definitely be killed by Wang Fangtian. But then again, what was the standard of this woman with spiritual qi? Yi Xiaoye was just an ordinary demonic cultivator who had nothing to do with spiritual qi at all. It was meaningless for the ghost cultivation sect to capture her. However, Xiao Chen thought that even Kerlin, an ordinary person, could be captured. It was very likely that Yi Xiaoye would also be captured. Humph, those from the ghost cultivation sect wouldn't worry about such trifles. Hongzhu's voice interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. She pursed her lips and muttered hatefully, with their cultivation, they'll definitely be able to successfully evade the pursuit of the cultivators from the outer world. Who knows, they might even be able to kill someone. So powerful? Xiao Chen scratched his chin and looked at Hongzhu, who was full of fear, and asked, what about your cultivation sect? Didn't you save Kerlin from them? That's because we happened to be there, and it took us a lot of effort to save her. Hongzhu didn't look complacent at all. Instead, she said indignantly, you should know that those from the ghost cultivation sect who can capture people are not ordinary people. When I was rescuing Kuer, I met that guy called Sun Abayo. He's very powerful. Big sister, I was almost killed by him. Alright, don't be too angry. Seeing Hongzhu's angry expression, Xiao Chen had no choice but to comfort her. When the ghost cultivation sect sends Lu Shuangshuang and the others here and confirms that they are safe, I'll think of a way to teach a few evil cultivators a lesson. On one hand, it'll be to avenge Lu Shuangshuang, and on the other hand, it'll be to help you vent your anger. Hearing that the ghost cultivation sect was so evil, Xiaochen also felt angry. However, he could only suppress it for the time being. After all, he still couldn't confirm the specific strength of the ghost cultivation sect. This was especially true for their sect leader, Shishan Junyo. According to Gongsun Yan, he was extremely powerful and heaven-defying. Before he had a way to understand the real situation, Xiaochen still had some misgivings. Chapter 1282. Oh my good little brother Xiaochen, you really are big sister's sweet little cotton-padded jacket. The originally angry Hongzhu instantly changed into a beautiful smile as she sweetly said, Renjia doesn't know how to thank you. How about, this big sister suffers a little loss and dedicates my life to you. What do you think? Aside from her verbal teasing, Hongzhu also threw a few coquettish glances at Xiaochen from time to time, the tips of her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes exuding an indescribable charm. Forget it, I can't bear it. Xiaochen seemed to feel that all the women's eyes had suddenly focused on him and immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Seeing that Xiaochen was not interested in her teasing, Hongzhu felt a little disappointed in her heart. However, she still pouted and coquettishly said, if you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. If you don't seize it now, it might be too late in the future. Xiaochen was also at his wit's end with Hongzhu, the little demoness. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Soon after, he thought of something and asked, that's right, little Hongzhu, there's something I don't quite understand. How can Kerlin be a so-called spiritual energy woman? She's not someone from the martial arts world. She's just an ordinary girl who hasn't cultivated before. Her parents are also commoners. You couldn't have made a mistake, right? Of course I wouldn't make a mistake. Hongzhu glanced at Kerlin and said with a matter-of-fact expression, Big sister, I also know that she's an ordinary person. However, I can detect that there's spiritual energy in her body. Moreover, I can be sure that the spiritual energy in her body is indeed up to standard. Moreover, it's much more abundant than other people's. However, I also don't know how the spiritual energy in her body is produced. That's strange. Xiaochen muttered in confusion. He carefully looked at Kerlin again, but he didn't find anything different about her. She was no different from before. She was still a very timid and ordinary girl. Could it be that he, as a cultivator, couldn't see the existence of Reiki? Kerlin felt a little uncomfortable under Xiaochen's gaze. For a moment, she didn't know whether to stand or sit. She could only shyly lower her head slightly, not daring to look into Xiaochen's eyes. Her face became redder and redder, and she slowly moved backward. But soon, she was pressed against the wall, and there was nowhere to retreat. Reporting to sect leader Xing. Young Master Song Qingshu and Miss Hong Yan of the cultivation sect have come. They say that they have an important matter to discuss with sect leader. Xiaochen was about to ask something else when a guard suddenly shouted from outside the door. Little Miss Xing, who was standing to the side, was slightly taken aback. She couldn't understand why Song Qingshu had come again. Furthermore, he had brought a girl with him this time. Could it be that he was unconvinced after being scolded by Xiaochen just now? Unable to guess Song Qingshu's intentions, little Miss Xing turned her head and asked Xiaochen with her eyes. Although he was a little impatient, he didn't object. Then, she indifferently instructed, got it. Invite the two of them in. Seeing Hong Yan and Song Qingshu slowly enter the room one after another, Hongzhu and the other women looked at each other in bewilderment. Didn't these two not follow them just now? Why are they here now? Especially Song Qingshu. Previously, he had strongly opposed Song Huawu coming to see Xiaochen. Now, he had also come. However, they had come to see sect leader Xing naturally. it wasn't appropriate for them to casually ask questions. They could only silently stand in place and observe the movements of these two people, secretly pondering their intentions. Greetings, sect leader Xing. I am Hongzhu's younger sister, Hong Yan. I am also a descendant of the cultivation sect's Hong family. This time, I have come with elder sister Hongzhu to this precious land. Our main purpose is to participate in the cultivation world's sacrificial ceremony. Hong Yan stood in the middle of the room and introduced herself to little Miss Xing. When she first walked in, Hong Yan was actually a little dumbfounded. She had originally thought that there would only be Hongzhu and a few other women present. As long as she found a stranger that she didn't know, it should be Xing Gongzi. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped into the room, she discovered that there were actually several great beauties in the room that she didn't know. For a moment, she was a little confused as to which one was the sect leader of Awakening Heaven sect. However, Hong Yan quickly recognized them. This was because little Miss Xing seemed to have seen through Hong Yan's hesitation. Afraid that Hong Yan would recognize the wrong person, she took 2 steps forward. Hong Yan immediately determined that little Miss Xing was the sect leader of Awakening Heaven sect. Because of this subtle action of little Miss Xing, Hong Yan had a much better impression of her. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, looked neither servile nor overbearing. She didn't bow and stood stiffly next to Hong Yan like a block of wood. Although she was expressionless, Song Qingshu still had a trace of doubt in her heart. Why are there a few more women in this room? Moreover, all of them are outstanding beauties, charming and charming. Each of them has their own unique characteristics. Could they all be related to Xiaofan? Hello Hong Yan, I recently took office and was busy dealing with the handover of the Awakening Heaven sect. I couldn't split myself, so I couldn't personally entertain your people. Please forgive me. Little Miss Xing saw that Hong Yan recognized her, so she politely nodded her head and casually said a few words. Hee, it's all right. As the new sect leader of Awakening Heaven sect, you must have many complicated matters to attend to. The immortal sect naturally understands. Hong Yan smiled slightly and replied very politely. After the two finished their courteous greetings, the room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Everyone was waiting for Song Qingshu, who was beside Hong Yan, to speak. In the end, he still had a straight face. His eyes wandered, and he didn't say a word. No one knew what he was thinking. Hong Yan waited for a while and gave Song Qingshu a meaningful glance. In the end, he still didn't move. She could only helplessly take the initiative to point at him and say to little Miss Xing, I heard that Song Qingshu offended your subordinates. After he returned, he felt very apologetic and wanted to specially come to apologize to Xiaofan. I also wanted to pay a visit to sect leader Xing, so I came with him. I say, Song Qingshu, you clearly offended Xiaofan, yet you still have the face to ask Hong Yan to accompany you to apologize. You're here yet you don't say anything. You're really making your Song clan proud. After listening to Hong Yan's explanation, Hongzhu couldn't help but start mocking and ridiculing. Hongzhu had always despised Song Qingshu's arrogant personality. She didn't know what he was being arrogant about, especially since this guy had inexplicably offended Xiaofan. He wanted someone to apologize on his behalf, so she was even more displeased with him. Hongzhu, we are all disciples of the immortal sect. Is there a need to make sarcastic remarks about me in front of everyone? Song Qingshu frowned and said with some displeasure. Song Qingshu really didn't expect that Hongzhu would publicly refute him in front of so many people. His expression immediately became very unsightly. Chapter 1283. TSK. I think Sister Hongzhu's words are too light. You're a dignified man, but you came here empty-handed. You didn't even bring any gifts. Most importantly, you asked another woman to come with you and stand up for you. Don't you feel ashamed? Jean Bebe rolled her eyes and said disdainfully. You're right. You're right. That's right. Since the immortal cultivators are so rich, why don't you hold a banquet of 100 tables as an apology? Maybe Sister Suru will enjoy it and put in a good word for you in front of our husband, Xiao Chen, so that you won't put on such a poker face and piss off Xiao Chen's husband, who will beat you up again. Tian Suru echoed. Hearing Tian Suru's words, Jean Bebe looked at her in satisfaction. She even raised her eyebrows and secretly raised her thumb, as if to say, "You city people are really good at having fun. You are too much." Song Qingshu had never suffered such mockery before. He was so angry that his face was purple, and his body was trembling. However, he could not attack Jean Bebe and Tian Suru, nor could he argue with them. He could only hold back his anger. First of all, Song Qingshu never hit women. Second of all, his biological sister, Song Huawu, was also here. He had to be a gentleman. Even if he attacked them, Hongzhu would certainly not stand by and do nothing. Then, he would be the one who suffered losses. "Song, are you done yet? Jean Bebe is my sister-in-law, and Tian Shosho is my wife. So what if they've gone overboard with you?" Xiao Chen waved his hand impatiently. He glared at Song Qingshu and said, "Are you here to apologize or not? If you are, finish what you have to say and leave. Don't disturb their reunion." Xiao Chen really despised Song Qingshu's behavior. The guy was simply an idiot. He thought that he was powerful and had a high status, and he was so arrogant that he did not know where he got his pride from. In fact, he was nothing but a pretentious prick. Xiao Chen. Don't think that you can be so arrogant and condescending just because you have Open Heaven sect as your support. Our cultivation sects are not necessarily afraid of you. Song Qingshu was so angry that she didn't have time to apologize and immediately retorted. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Song Qingshu's vocabulary was really poor. He kept repeating the same words over and over again. Xiao Chen was tired of listening to him. Perhaps Song Qingshu still felt angry, so she turned to Song Huawu and advised, "Sister, you've seen Xiao Chen's true colors. I advise you to stop following this guy. He's such a playboy, and he'll hurt you sooner or later. How many times have I told you, I'm not your sister?" Song Huawu's face darkened. She said coldly, "I have nothing to do with the Song family of your immortal cultivation sect. Please think carefully before you speak in the future." Song Huawu did not have a good impression of Song Qingshu to begin with, and she was even more disgusted with the Song family, who had separated her parents. She did not expect that this fellow would be so ungrateful as to keep instigating the relationship between her and Xiao Chen. Song Huawu could not stand it anymore. "Huawu, don't be so childish. Why don't we go back and talk about it? I'm worried about you staying in this place. If those people from the ghost cultivation sect come looking for trouble with Xiao Chen, he definitely won't be able to protect you. At that time, if you get implicated, how am I going to explain it to your father?" Song Qingshu continued to earnestly persuade her. "You don't have to worry about that. Since Huawu is my wife, I naturally have the ability to protect her." Xiao Chen was speechless at Song Qingshu, who was acting like a monk. He directly asked him to leave and said, "There's no need to trouble you with other things. Since you don't plan to apologize, then goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen took a step forward. He first released a trace of mental power to the door of the room, then raised his hand and waved at Song Qingshu. F***CK. You actually dare to attack me. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Xiao Chen's posture. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw that Xiao Chen had already pushed his palm at him through the air. Song Qingshu subconsciously wanted to defend, but before he could circulate his mental cultivation method, the door behind him suddenly opened by itself. Then, his entire body was pushed back by a strong force. Ah! Song Qingshu was caught off guard and directly flew out of the door. However, he didn't fall to the ground. Instead, he landed very smoothly on the ground. Before he could react, the door in front of him closed again with a bang. Seeing this scene, how could Song Qingshu not know that it was Xiao Chen's doing? He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted at the closed door, "Xiao Chen! You're too arrogant. It's fine if you only offend me now, but if you offend the ghost cultivation sect because of your bad temper, then you'll suffer. I tried to persuade you with kind words, but you didn't listen. Then, you'd better behave yourself." With that, Song Qingshu snorted coldly. She tossed aside the matter of apologizing that she had thought of before coming. She turned around and left with a flick of her sleeves. She quickly left Xing's courtyard and returned to her room. Xiao Chen, who was in the room, heard Song Qingshu's words and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Although he did have some misgivings about the ghost cultivation sect, if they really fought, the ghost cultivation sect might not be able to take advantage of him. Besides, apart from Shishan Giant Bull that he needed to be careful about, the rest of the people from the ghost cultivation sect should just be small fries. They were nothing to be afraid of. When the time came, he only needed to act according to the circumstances. "Cousin-in-law, is that Song something love letter an idiot?" He said that he would come to apologize, but he was so arrogant as if someone owed him 8 million yuan. How ridiculous. Jean Bebe curled her lips at the door and snorted. Yes, Sister Sour Sour also thinks that he is not a good person. He doesn't even want to prepare a banquet, and he still wants to apologize. Sister Sour Sour doesn't even have a chance to have a feast. Tian Sour Sour also nodded in agreement and added angrily, "Husband Xiao Chen, you should have beaten him up just now and let him know what's good for him. At least, you should have beaten him until he is willing to treat you to a meal. Forget it. He doesn't mean any harm. He just likes to pretend to be aloof." Xiao Chen waved his hand and did not take Song Qingshu's angry words to heart. Just now, Xiao Chen had used a trick to send Song Qingshu out of the door unscathed. This was because he had no intention of beating this guy up. Although Song Huawu refused to admit it, in terms of bloodline, this guy was still her older brother, which made him his brother-in-law. He could not go overboard with some things.